three. Yes, sir! Across, they score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
2,768 combined games, 1,954 combined wins, 277 combined football seasons. Michigan and Texas have seemingly done it all, but the one thing that hasn't happened before finally takes place today. The maize and blue squares off with the burnt orange and white in an on-campus game. The only previous matchup between the two was the 2005 Rose Bowl, a classic in which Vince Young and the Longhorns eked out a win 38-37. 9 years later, these two historic programs, who nearly faced off in the national title game last season, inked a home-and-home deal, and so much has changed in the 10 years since that agreement. Texas, now a member of the SEC. Michigan, the reigning national champion, both as many wondered about for years, are back. When these games come about, there's that initial burst of excitement, and then a ton of waiting, a decade's worth. You just hope when this type of a brand name clash comes about that both teams are good, that the game lives up to the hype. Well, we have two top 10 teams readying for action, and if the game is half as good as the hype, we're in for a doozy. The college football world is fixated on Ann Arbor. Celebrities everywhere. Every college football pregame show's here. And in 3 hours, finally we'll have kickoff. Michigan, Texas. We're here to preview every aspect of this clash of college football blue bloods on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
This has a big fight feel to it. This place will be alive here soon. Ann Arbor has been alive all week, and boy, I mean, yeah, I know it's a noon kick, but people are up early today.
People are fired up. This is as good as college football gets. You got the defending national champs. You got a blue blood program in Texas coming in here. You said it, a lot of celebrities in town. Everyone is fixated on this game today, and this is why you come to big programs. You play in games like this. This is exciting. It's only the second matchup for these teams ever, which is crazy to think about. But, again, this is as good as college football gets. I can't wait to see how this game plays out.
Isn't that crazy, though? This game was signed when you were playing.
That is crazy to think about, yes. And thank goodness that they're playing it now, because I think when we were playing, well, Texas was down then, so I don't know what would have happened back then. But, it takes a while. It's here. We've had this one, marked on the calendar for years, sure, right? And it's finally here today. A big, big opportunity for Michigan.
First word you used to preview this one when we were talking postgame last week was physical. As a player, will you feel this game quicker, maybe more emphatically than most others because of that physicality, the moment, the aura to this matchup?
Yeah, there's such a buzz in the stadium. I mean, the Maze out today, the competition you're playing, every time two powerhouses like this get together, there's an extra level of oomph. It just plays out that way. Guys play to the caliber of their opponent a lot of times. When you got two great programs like this going at it, two programs that play a style of football, big, physical, strong, fast, all the above, you're going to feel that early, and the energy in this place leads to that. Both teams are going to be really, really fired up for this one.
Texas kicked off the season with a dominant home win over Colorado State, 52-zip. Michigan started fast, went into a bit of a lull, and then turned on the Jets for a 30-10 victory over Fresno State. So what are the areas of focus coming into this game? Boils down to some of the basics, as head coach Sharon Moore explains.
The biggest thing is consistency, and consistency in the details of everything we do, offense, defense, and special teams. Offensively, making sure we continue to have the right guys in the right spots, making sure we continue to get the ball to our playmakers, just be balanced in everything we do on offense and make sure that the physicality is still there. And then defensively, continue to iron out all the little wrinkles to make sure that, there's no big plays and continue to build the wall to stop the run.
As long as Sharon Moore is the head coach here, and similar to Jim Harbaugh in the past, there's going to be talk about stopping the run. But Texas's star overall is its quarterback, Quinn Ewers. We'll talk about him plenty today. As you've studied him, what does he do well?
He's a very mature quarterback. I think he's been through a lot, started at Ohio State, transfers here, battled through an injury. He's a veteran type of player, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, manages the offense well, has a great arm, knows where to put the ball. He's sneaky athletic. He can extend plays. He can run when he needs to. He just plays a really smart brand of football. He's kind of that field general that feels in charge of their offense, feels in charge of their team. And, it's a credit to him, probably the most talked about backup quarterback in Arch Manning behind him. The fact that he's not playing, he doesn't get the nod, which you would just think on paper because all the buzz around him and who he is, that people would want that. And the fact that Quinn Ewers has been able to silence all the noise around him and just play a really, really good style of quarterback. He's an impressive guy, and Michigan's going to have their hands full with him today.
Let's talk about the weather. Right now, 52 degrees. 57 coming up at game time. There's a chance we don't hit 60 by the time this game ends. I mean,
perfect. Football weather.
It's incredible. Yeah. But you think about for Texas, for fans coming into town, I mean, normally 3 hours before kick, if you're tailgating, your shirt's liquescent by the end, right? Like you are sweating profusely. This is completely unheard of. This is weather that they might not experience the rest of the season based on their schedule, locations, all of that. I don't think it plays a factor, but it certainly will be a unique storyline and a unique visual to see the burnt orange of Texas here in this type of an environment.
Yeah, I don't think it's cold enough where it's going to affect any of the players or anything like that. It really is. I mean, we talk about football weather. This is perfect, right? Once you get warmed up and stuff, this is exactly what you want to play in. It's a comfortable weather for both teams. But it really has the feel of Ann Arbor. Having this week 2, you think, we've been here later in the year where it's really hot and sunny and all of that. Texas is going to get a feel for what Ann Arbor's like today, just college football in general, all the pageantry, the love of the game, the way the fans appreciate it, what it means in Ann Arbor. It's going to be on full display today.
There's a lot of burnt orange around, and I think a lot of those people might not even get in. They just want to be here, and we expect a similar scene in 3 years down in Austin. It is a fascinating one, and we're here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show to get you ready for it. We'll scout the Longhorns at 9:30. Josh Preeb from the Michigan offensive line, our guest around 9:55. John Jansen, he's been at the stadium for a while now. He'll join us in the booth at 10. And then during the final hour of pregame coverage, I'll visit with linebacker Ernest Hausman. Doug Karsh sits down with the head coach, Sharon Moore. Wall-to-wall analysis of Michigan and Texas. Top 10 matchup, 2 playoff teams from last year, and the wait is almost over. Of course, throughout the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, we'll give you traffic and weather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s with the first one right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will talk about the week that was for Michigan football. A lot of it revolving around the topic of the starting quarterback, Davis Warren's performance, his story, a whole lot more coming up as we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need. And will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
Ultimately, to help our team, I just want to make sure our kids are mentally and emotionally, spiritually right to go play in this great atmosphere and eliminate all the distractions because it's going to be a lot of people here. It's college game day. It's big noon kickoff. There's going to be celebrities all over the place. There's superstars. There's going to be a lot of alumni back. But at the end of the day, we know we got to go win this football game. So I'm going to do everything I can to help our team eliminate all those distractions.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
With one of those celebrities here in Jack Miller, local legend. Right up there with Derek Jeter, the honorary captain.
Yeah, they asked me, I declined, so they got Jeter to go.
Oh, that was so. You have responsibilities up here. I appreciate that very much. You know, if you were down there, Tony Butler, our engineer, would ask you to test some microphones during the walkout. So no, it's good you separate work and play. Michael Phelps will be the game day picker on ESPN College Game Day. I mean, yeah, this game resonates. And my question to you is, how feasible is it for a team, especially now in the social media age where this game is everywhere? I mean, these players have gone through the ringer when it comes to media interviews and all of that. Can you eliminate? Or is it just a matter of trying to, I'm going to see it, but don't let it affect anything, approach, preparation, anything?
I mean, you're coming off a national title, so you've been in the spotlight for a while now, more than any other program the last couple years, and that's fun, right? I mean, that's why you want to play at places like this. You try to embrace that. You love the fact that there are celebrities out there that are dying to watch a bunch of 18 to 22-year-old kids play football. That's fun. You try to enjoy that. You embrace that. You use that as motivation. It's a cool opportunity that people would give a lot for to have the opportunity to go out and play there. So, once the ball is snapped or kicked, I should say, you block that out. It's another game. It's going to be a great game. It's going to be a hard-fought game, and you just go try to execute your job. But leading up to it, I think you try to use it as motivation, appreciate it, have fun with it.
So how quickly does all of that go away? Not just the distractions, but the importance of a game. Once that ball's kicked off, the first time you're hit, something along those lines, a lot of players have talked about that. Is that a real phenomenon to you where you kind of snap back in to, 100 yards between end zones, benches on each side, this is football, I'm used to it.
Yeah, exactly. You're just playing ball. Once that first hit happens and you kind of get rid of the jitters a little bit, first series for both sides of the ball, you're just back to playing football. You got a great opponent in Texas. You got to have a tough matchup and have a long day ahead of you, and that's fun. If you love to compete, you love this type of atmosphere, right? You embrace it. You run into this thing fired up. The fans are going to be excited. You can just feel the buzz around the stadium right now. And then you just go compete. You go lay it on the line. You play as hard and as fast as you can, as long as you can, and the best team will win. And you just, that competitive nature, this is why you're here, right? This is exactly why you're here to play in games like this.
Of course, it's not all about the buzz or the high-profile nature of this game. It was an important week of practice for this team, coming off an uneven performance against Fresno State. And we discussed it some last week on the postgame. Because of how much Michigan was replacing, because of the unknown about the quarterback, because of the fact we were almost certainly going to see both quarterbacks no matter who Sherrone Moore, Kirk Campbell and company, said was QB1, it was going to be tough for Michigan fans to come out of last week feeling like, oh, everything's great, we're going to go and crush Texas, because this team is so different than last year's. Wink Martindale said this week that the jump between week 1 and week 2, game 1 and game 2, that's the biggest jump you'll probably have all season long. So we'll delve into the specifics of this in our Self-Scout next, but how drastic can that improvement be? Is there particular areas where it's maybe more prone to having a big jump week 1 to week 2 once you get that opportunity to play against another team out of the way?
I think so. I think particularly offensively, when you're in training camp, you get a sense of, playing offensive line. The defensive line in training camp knows your calls and your signs and your tells, right? You play them, you practice against them all the time. When you go against somebody else under the lights last week, it's a little faster, it's a little different. In a Fresno State team, they're not quite as good. You start to really get a pulse on how you're doing, where you stack up, what you're good at, what you're bad at. And then you can use that going into week 2. I think that's very real. I think for this team, and really all teams in general, but particularly for Michigan, I think the offense is looking to make that step, and probably took them a little bit, of trying to figure out what are we doing at quarterback. We got a lot of new faces out there, and so trying to mesh that all together does take time. I think that's very real, what Coach Wink said, that from week 1 to week 2, you get better, you take a step forward, you just kind of figure out who you are and where you need to go, and you start to work on those things. Versus in camp, you can probably get a little distracted about what feels good at the time, and that, truthfully, it might not be real because that's not who you're playing. Yeah. So once you start to play those other opponents, you get a sense of that.
It's time to visit This Day in Michigan Football History, presented by Buddy's Pizza. It's a unique parallel to what we're getting ready for today, because on this day in 2013, Michigan and Notre Dame met here at the Big House, concluding a stretch of 13 consecutive seasons with a matchup between the two rivals. But a year earlier, Notre Dame said that they were halting the every-year nature of this rivalry. Obviously came with plenty of commentary on both sides. In the game, 376 total yards from Devin Gardner. Wolverines won it 41-30, which was a great send-off for Michigan into what is now the every once in a while era for the series between Michigan and Notre Dame. But what it did, Jack, was it ultimately allowed for unique non-conference series like this Texas one for Michigan, because there was the transition from, hey, you might play multiple marquee matchups in the non-conference because you only have 8 Big Ten foes. So you might play a Notre Dame and an SEC or a Big 12 or an ACC team. That went away, so it really was a question of, would it be just Notre Dame as your marquee non-conference every year, or would you get a chance to play Texas? Or the next 2 years, Michigan will have a home-and-home with Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Of course, Michigan-Notre Dame, that's an ingrained rivalry, but it allowed for this type of a matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I played in that game, and I loved playing Notre Dame. Again, another blue blood program, classic rivalry, a lot of history in that rivalry, a lot of fun. We're in a new age of college football. This is different now. The 12-team playoff has created even more of an opportunity to play these marquee matchups early because you're not penalized for losing them. So you're going to see a lot of that going forward, which I think is great for the game. I think that's really special. This is, again, we've had this one circled for a long time. Texas is a storied program. That burnt orange is something that everybody recognizes, so is the maize and blue. And for them to be able to come in here and get a taste of Ann Arbor, come up north to play some football, it's pretty special.
The pictures are going to be awesome, and it'll feel awesome if Michigan can get the win. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game. It has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. As promised, we will self-scout the Wolverines coming up in moments. First, a traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Texas Longhorns officially a 12-10 kickoff here at the Big House for the second all-time meeting in this series. Self-scout next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
A new era of Michigan men's basketball is upon us, and there is still time to secure your seats for all the action. A limited number of season tickets are available to watch the new-look Wolverines, led by head coach Dusty May. And the home schedule is loaded with marquee matchups, including Michigan State, Purdue, Oregon, TCU, and Washington. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more and secure your season tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your men's basketball season tickets.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
This is University of Michigan football, live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
It's a Michigan game day.
Honestly, after the first play, once I just kind of realized it was just football. Still 100-yard field, and the hashes are still where they're supposed to be. There's still 11 guys on offense running the plays that we feel super comfortable running, and that was reassuring. And I knew that the mental prep that I'd done, envisioning that, and envisioning the nerves too. Knowing that's something I talked to JJ about was knowing those nerves are going to be there a little bit, envisioning them, and knowing that you can kind of move past them and push forward. That was kind of reassuring for me, kind of going into this week and every week after that.
That's QB1 Davis Warren right there. Of course, he was one of the big storylines last week and leading up to this week. Jack, how do you think he handled everything that went into winning the job, making that first start, and then plenty of interviews and detailing of what transpired last week?
Well, he's an impressive young man. There's no doubt about that. Everyone knows his story, beating cancer and then COVID, walking on, earning the starting job here after a national title. So, tip my hat to him. He's an incredible young man. Proud that he's a Michigan man. As far as the play last week, I thought he did an okay job. He managed the game. He's a game manager type of quarterback. I thought he made smart decisions. There's just some timing issues on things, right? You're playing 10-man football. One guy makes a mistake. It looks a little worse than it is. Watching the film back, I thought he played okay. He's got to get more in sync with the receivers. I think that takes some time to do. But he has all the tools that you want. He can throw. He's in command of the offense. He's a smart guy. Just probably needs a little more experience, like he was talking about, just to feel the difference between practicing over on State Street and playing on Main Street.
Michigan in total threw for 121 yards last week. Of course, the vast majority coming from Davis Warren. And 87 of those 121 were caught and gained by tight end Colston Loveland. Tyler Morris, Samaj Morgan, the top two wide receivers for the Wolverines, who played at times last year, but, the key cogs were Cornelius Johnson, Roman Wilson, a couple of draftees in the NFL. Morris and Morgan combined for 5 catches and 23 yards. Now, Loveland's that good. He's going to get his, even if defenses sell out to stop him in the passing game. But guys like Morris and Morgan have to get going in this one.
They do. It takes time. It didn't click necessarily for them last week, and part of that, to your point, was there were other guys that were in that role last year, and they're going to have to step up today. The offense is going to have to find a way to get a little explosive. They're going to have to find a way to stretch the field, make some big catches. It can't all be Colston Loveland, to your point. He's a stud. He is the best weapon we have offensively, and we're going to want to get him the ball. But I would assume that Texas is going to come into this game and say, look, we're going to take number 18 away, right? Don't let Colson Loveland beat you. Make some of those wide receivers show up. They're going to have to. A lot of talent there. They got to find a way to use them in a crafty style to make big, explosive plays, extend drives. We know we want to run the ball, control the line of scrimmage, control the clock, but you have to complement that with getting down the field, making those wide receivers come into the game. It's going to be crucial today.
We talked plenty about the offensive line last week, this week. What must happen, what must change up front for Michigan's O-line?
Well, they're going to have to start with figuring out what they want to do at center. And I do believe that you can't rotate guys on the offensive line. You got to have some cohesion between the unit and know who you're playing next to, what they're good at, how you talk to one another, you know, before the play, during the play, all those types of things. Again, it's one of those situations, just like at wide receiver, guys who have played a little bit, but they haven't necessarily had to be the guy, right? Last year you had Keegan, Zinter. You could go across the board. They had a great lineup. Some guys like Al-Hadi have played a lot. Now they have to be the guy in there. They have to work better together. Watching the film back, I thought they did an okay job, played a little too high at times, missed a few things here and there, but they're all correctable. That's the good news.
Marquee matchup in this one, Texas's offense and Michigan's defense. And to me, in particular, the passing game against the secondary. Just size things up. I'm really excited about not just the talent matchup, but also the tactical, schematic matchup with a really good quarterback, some dynamic pass catchers, and they lost some guys. I mean, they lost Xavier Worthy. He was one of the stories of the opener in the NFL. Obviously, a former Michigan commit, went to Texas. He's quite fast. They also had A.D. Mitchell last year, so they're kind of similar to Michigan in replacing some really good players, but they've reloaded. Size that battle up. Texas's defense, Texas offense, Michigan's defense.
Yeah, it's going to be what we want to watch today. Like you said, they got dynamic weapons. Isaiah Bond, the Alabama transfer, who we saw last year in the Rose Bowl, Bolden, Golden. They got some really good players at wide receiver, and then Quinn Ewers getting them the ball. We got a good secondary. We saw what Will Johnson could do. The guy's a playmaker. Fresno State wasn't afraid of going at him. He made him pay for that late in the game. It's going to be really important for the Michigan defense to get pressure on Ewers. It's the same thing that we've had the last 3 years with Ohio State. They have weapons. They will find a way to get open if he has time. Yeah. If they can pressure him and make him get rid of the ball quick, that's how to limit that. And I think the other part, a good offense is a good defense, right? Yeah. Keeping them off the field. If you let them go time and time again, they're going to find a way to bust big plays. Steve Sarkisian, is a terrific offensive mind. He is going to have something dialed up today that Michigan hasn't seen, something unique. If you give them enough opportunities, they'll find a way to connect on some of that. It's about limiting their ability to be on the field offensively, and then when they do, get pressure on Ewers so he doesn't have time to find those guys.
Great point about the offense. It feels like Michigan, to win this game, they're going to need at least one of those 10, 11 play, 80-something yards.
Probably multiple
6, 7,
of those, honestly. Because the way that they play, they're not going to go score like that, right? So it's going to take running the ball, controlling the clock. They're going to have to do it pretty consistently. If they keep giving the ball back to Texas, Sarkisian's a good offensive mind. They have weapons. They'll find a way to put up points. You have to limit how many times they have the option to do so.
I feel like this is a game where time of possession could tell a big story. It's not always the case, but in this one, it very well could.
When you get into big games like this, time of possession and turnovers, those are the things that we have found a way, and big playability. And those are the things that we have found a way in big games to take care of over the last 3 seasons. It's the same blueprint. The blueprint's there. Can we go execute it now with a new host of players?
Talk about it. The process, the pursuit, the standard. That's your own more. There's a lot of guys who've gone through the NFL process. They're gone. Can they keep the standard? We shall find out. If the Wolverines defense records 2 or more sacks today, our friends at Big Boy will give Michigan fans 50% off all appetizers on Monday. They're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy at participating locations only. We will talk more about the Texas Longhorns as we continue, but first, another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It is a gorgeous day for football. Temperatures in the mid-50s, partly cloudy skies. Ann Arbor buzzing for Michigan and Texas. We will break down the visiting Longhorns next here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Touchdown!
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Fish your way to winnings this September at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Play for your chance to win over $115,000 in prizes every Saturday. Every hour from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 2 lucky guests will reel in $1,000 in premium play and 500 grand prize bonus entries. Then on September 28th at 11 p.m., one lucky angler will take home a brand new 2024 StarCraft STX 2050. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
One, you have to have great poise and composure when you're on the road in these types of environments. You know, this is a game of emotion. There's no question. But we need to make sure that we don't get emotional in the arena. That's the first part. Two is playing with a real sense of confidence and belief in who we are and our style of play. We know this is a heck of a challenge. We know this will be a 4-quarter game. But stay in the course, especially when adversity strikes.
That's the head coach of the Texas Longhorns, Steve Sarkisian. Certainly a winding route for him to get to this point, this spot in his coaching career, but now it seems that he has Texas humming along. Remember last year in a now conference matchup, but a non-con last year, the Longhorns went to Texas week 2, left with a 34-24 win. It was the best win in a playoff resume last year because, remember, Alabama still got in to the playoff. And this group, they've done it before. And they have the same quarterback in Quinn Ewers, outstanding in that game, 64% passing, 349 yards, 3 touchdowns. For Ewers, it does feel like, obviously, the experience goes to him at the quarterback spot. Michigan saw just how valuable that is with J.J. McCarthy last year. He's familiar with this. He's won in this type of an environment. And to me, he's the guy who has probably the most to gain draft stock-wise because he could be the number 1 pick. If he struggles this year, he could fall out of the first round all together.
Yeah. He's an impressive guy. He's had a lot of experience. He's played a lot of football. Steve Sarkisian's a great offensive mind. So, those guys working together over the last few years makes a lot of sense. He's got a great arm. He's got a live arm. Struggles with the deep ball a little bit. I think that's the criticism of him. But he manages the game well. He looks very comfortable when he plays. He understands their offense. He knows how to get the ball to his playmakers. He just kind of has that moxie of a veteran-type player. Plays very, very smart. Michigan's going to have to find a way to disrupt him, make him uncomfortable. Hopefully the noise in the stadium will help with that. Hopefully that great defensive line that continues to look better and better can get to him and pressure him. It's not necessarily always about sacks, but getting in his face, making him throw off balance, not letting those receivers catch the ball in stride, turn around the corner, and gain another 15 yards. If they get a little pressure, they disrupt him. He's uncomfortable. He throws a little bit behind. It's a 5-yard gain instead of a 15 or 20-yard gain. It's going to be really, really imperative that Michigan disrupts him because he does play very calm and collected.
Longhorns, despite losing the likes of Xavier Worthy, who burst on the NFL scene in Thursday's Chiefs win over the Ravens. How did the NFL let the Chiefs get that dude, by the way? Like, I mean, if
you can go down a rabbit hole on that conspiracy. The Chiefs, everything seems to work out for them. My goodness.
It is quite an era for them. Great receivers, though, still. Alabama transfer Isaiah Bond, 6 grabs, 86 yards, and a touchdown last week. He was the Tide's leading receiver last year in the Rose Bowl against Michigan, but just 4 for 47. Matthew Golden, who has a relationship with Will Johnson. They played 7-on-7 together in high school. He had 50 yards, 2 touchdown grabs last week. In all last week, 11 different Longhorns had at least 1 catch. Running back-wise, they lost a couple of scholarship backs to injury during the summer, and they've supplied plenty of talent to the NFL recently. 2 years ago, 2 guys drafted. Bijan Robinson, the all-world running back for the Longhorns, now with the Falcons. Roshan Johnson, also their backup, and he got drafted pretty high. This past year, Jonathan Brooks was the number 1 pick from a running back standpoint. Jarrett Gibson, Jaden Blue, they're the 2 main guys there. Your impressions of those who surround Quinn Ewers?
A lot of talent. I mean, Texas is that type of program, right? They've done well in the NIL. They have that aura of the big program, and they certainly are at number 3 in the country. A lot of talent around him. Those wide receivers, the irony is they're smaller guys, they're fast guys, they're pretty explosive. They're the type of wide receivers, really, that we have. They're not necessarily those big targets, get downfield, stretch a defense, and go long. They're very quick. They run quick routes. They run really solid routes. They know, and they're in sync. They're in rhythm with Ewers. He knows where to find them all the time. Again, if you don't get pressure on Ewers, he will find those guys. They're going to shake open. It's just really hard to guard those guys for longer than 4 or 5 seconds there. A lot of talent, fast, explosive. This defensive line for Michigan, I keep saying we got the blueprint. We've done this before with explosive offenses. You got to get to the quarterback, because if you don't, all those weapons you just named, they're going to find a way to get the ball, and they're going to hurt you.
Yeah, and this Texas offensive line, more than 100 career starts. Their star left tackle, Kelvin Banks Jr., he's Dane Brugler's 15th ranked prospect in next year's draft on his big board on The Athletic. Only new starter for them is right tackle Cameron Williams, who was the co-offensive lineman of the week in the SEC, remember, SEC for Texas.
That's new.
We haven't talked a lot about the defense for Texas. Lost 4 draftees to the NFL. They got some studs. Edge rusher Ethan Burke led the team with 5.5 sacks last year. Zadeh Barron, the top corner, 5th-year senior. He came back. He would have been prepping for the NFL this weekend. 6 PBUs, 4.5 sacks at a pick last year. INT against the Rams this past week. Limited Colorado State to the Longhorns to a $192 in a shutout performance. Just your takeaways of this Longhorns defense.
They don't get a lot of attention because of the offense, because Sarkisian's an offensive mind, Ewers, and all the weapons that we've talked about. But it's still Texas, right? They have a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball. That being said, they haven't prioritized over the last several years defense, right? Yep. Being in the Big 12, it's not a defensive conference. The SEC has a lot of athletes that play defense, but it's not the same style necessarily that the Big 10 plays with, which you're going to win because of defense. So I think it's going to be a really interesting test today. I don't think that they've seen an offense that plays as physical as Michigan. They're going to get used to that playing in the SEC now, but they haven't had to deal with that a whole lot in the past several years. Going to be really interesting to see how they stack up. We're going to want to run the ball. We're going to want to control the clock, all those things that we know Michigan wants to do. It's going to be paramount that our offense finds a way to get explosive somehow. Maybe a trick play here and there to catch them off guard. Find a way to get the ball down the field, catch them off guard, extend drives. I don't think that they've seen the physical nature of football that Michigan wants to play with. Hopefully they have to over-prepare for that. They have to overdo trying to stop that, and that opens up the back end to let the offense get pretty creative.
It'll be a lot of fun. Michigan and Texas, not a whole lot of folks down there warming up, but we did just see a little bit ago Dominic Zavada starting to visualize. He told us this week that he will sometimes play the new EA Sports video game to get a handle on what it's like to kick. And, of course, he was a star last week in the Big House opener for him. More to talk about with him and a ton, including the rest of the slate in college football with Rob Joyce. First, we check traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
A couple of good ones in the Big Ten to talk about from yesterday. A unique slate to the league. And of course, still getting used to that 11 p.m. window. We'll talk about it all with Rob Joyce as we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Wolverines and Longhorns coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right, we'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports, made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
And before we do that, we'll give you our tailgate tip. There are a tailgater group or two out there here today.
Oh, yeah.
And it's brought to you by Meyer. Spend less time playing bartender and more time with your friends and family by making your go-to craft cocktails in single-serve mason jars the night before. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Tailgating-wise, spending time before a game outside, to me, these are the best kind of days where you can go the light jacket and shorts. I have to imagine for Texas fans, though, it was a unique wake-up for them to go out and be like, wait a minute, it's the first number is 4 in your temperature? And what are we doing here?
Yeah, this is winter weather for them, but it's perfect weather in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And to your point, you can get away with about anything you're wearing today. The sun's starting to peek out finally, which is going to help all the tailgaters out there. But given the atmosphere, I don't think they're having any problem staying warm. It looks like the beer and bourbon is flowing. People having a good time out there, and it is. I mean, we're getting a little early fall taste here. Perfect day in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
It sure is. All right, let's talk about some of the other storylines in the Big Ten, and for that we bring in our friend Rob Joyce. Rob, good morning. Thoughts and perspectives on what has happened and what's to come in the Big Ten.
Yeah, 12 other games today in the conference, but we had 2 last night. You probably didn't see Indiana beat up on Western Illinois 77-3. That's a program record for the Hoosiers for points. But you maybe watched Northwestern in double overtime falling to Duke 26-20. That score's a little misleading. It was 13-13 at the end of regulation. Banks of the Michigan. It was windy. It was blustery. It was messy, but Northwestern unable to get the win over Duke. And then today, 12 games going on. We'll run through some of the early ones. Penn State, Bowling Green, Rutgers, Akron, Minnesota against FCS Rhode Island. That's your noon slate. Picks up a little bit in the mid-afternoon. Our first Big Ten game of the year, Maryland at Michigan State in College Park, and then Iowa in its rivalry game with Iowa State. Those are the highlights of the mid-afternoon.
I will say this on Indiana. They go to UCLA next week, and obviously the Bruins haven't exactly surged out of the gates in their time in the Big Ten. But their schedule, Kurt Cignetti, their new head coach, he's brash, he's talkative. Their next few games, at UCLA, host Charlotte, host Maryland, go to Northwestern. the way that this works out, the scheduling for Indiana, they might be a team that we're looking and go, wait, they're 6-1?
Yeah.
How did this happen?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see in this new era of college football and in the Big Ten. You got these West Coast teams coming in that are really, really powerful. And so it's going to be paramount for the Indianas of the world, the Illinois, Northwestern. Where are they going to stack up? Even Michigan State, right? Those programs, if they don't find a way to get good quick in this new Big Ten conference, they could be forgotten about and fall behind with all the new talent that the Big Ten's got coming in.
The other thing of note, when we talk about, it's branded as the Power 4 right now, but really I think it's the Power 2 and then the other 2.
Right.
And
That's a good way to put it.
Illinois, Kansas, kind of similar to what we talked about last week with Miami and Florida. If the ACC is going to potentially get 2 teams in the playoff, if the Big 12 could potentially get 2 teams in the playoff, the ranked teams from the other 2 have to take care of business against the unranked teams from the Power 2, or it really affects things, and that's an interesting one there.
Well, it's interesting because in the Big Ten and the SEC, you got all these powerhouse programs that are vying for a couple spots in the playoff, right? You almost hope if you're on the other 2, as you say, you need a couple ones to just run away with it, that they can guarantee. Obviously, if they win, they're in, but for another one to just kind of separate from the rest. It's going to be fun to watch in the SEC and the Big Ten. All these schools kind of battle out at the top of it and see who the couple are that are lucky enough to get in, win the conference, and maybe another couple. But with the other ones, you're kind of hoping that somebody just pulls away with it, right? Wins the conference and somebody else is right behind them. Because otherwise, it really doesn't have that same, to your point, you got the big 2 and the other 2, right? So you hope that the other 2 can get a couple schools to get really good quick in this thing and kind of live up to the hype of these other 2 conferences.
Rob, top 25-wise, it's a unique struggle for the silver and bronze medal in terms of games of the week. Obviously, this one's pretty clearly the gold, but what else are you keeping your eyes on nationally?
Probably NC State, Tennessee. That's the only other ranked-on-ranked matchup. That game's actually happening in Charlotte, so a neutral site game. That's at 7:30. Otherwise, hey, you're kind of right. You have a couple of games that could be good. Like Kansas State goes to Tulane, a program that's won a lot of games the last few years. That's dangerous for the Wildcats. Oklahoma State takes on Arkansas, I guess the other marquee. And then one in the Big Ten we didn't mention that you might want to keep an eye on if you have Peacock, 10 o'clock, Oregon, Boise State. Yeah. Oregon kind of sleptwalked through its FCS game last week. Boise State, if you don't know the name, Ashton Genty, 280-some-odd yards, 6 touchdowns, both Mountain West records last week. Dangerous one for the Ducks.
He got apparently a ton of offers to transfer out of Boise State. Give that young man credit for coming in. And, I mean, Oregon will almost certainly win that game. But if Boise State wins it, then they are in the conversation of not only getting that group of 5 bid, but also not being the 12 seed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's funny, with all the hype coming into this with Michigan and Texas today, we've had it circled for a long, long time. We know all the aura around this game. And it's just kind of funny or ironic, I guess, that it falls in a weekend where there's just not much else to watch, right? So, I mean, you were going to have all eyes on this game anyway. But now you're just going through the slate. There's not really that much to get excited about this week, and it just makes this game even more of a big deal nationally.
I hope that with the expanded playoff, and again, we talked about it off the top, it took 10 years to go from scheduling this game to arriving at this game. I'm hopeful that these types of matchups become more and more common because you don't have to win this game. Michigan and Texas, whoever loses this game, they still can win their conference and get into the playoffs.
Yeah, win or lose today. Of course, it matters, but really, I think for Michigan in particular, the stretch that's going to determine a lot of it is the middle of the season with that USC-Oregon game, right? So you win today, obviously, you're out the gates, you're running. You lose, you're still in the same position that you were, right? It really doesn't change anything. In a lot of ways, there's only upside to what happens today.
No doubt. All right, we'll talk with offensive lineman Josh Priebe, former Northwestern Wildcat, turned Michigan Wolverine, gearing up for this one. But first, we check traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll talk with Josh Priebe as we continue. Wolverines and Longhorns a little bit more than 2 hours away from the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
For Michigan games, you don't do anything halfway, and that should include wings. Detroit Wing Company makes wings that are as big and as bold as the Wolverines themselves. Order yours now for your tailgate or watch party. Or, if you're attending the game, get to our spot in the Big House. Just go to DetroitWingCo.com to order ahead, or see us at the game, because a U of M game is the perfect time to really get saucy. Detroit Wing Co. How Detroit wings.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Michigan fans, it's only week 2, and already the Wolverines are hosting a game with championship implications. It's going to be wild, and here to help us get it going on the Tailgate Show is Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hi there, Andy.
Hello there, Brian. The last time Michigan hosted a game with championship implications, it kind of went very well, didn't it? I'm here for it again.
No doubt. Now, Andy, going back to that amazing 2023 season, you told Wolverines fans about behavioral health benefits, resources, and treatment options available to Blue Cross members. You also discussed the important connection between physical and mental health.
It's so important, Brian. At Blue Cross, we recognize that the health of the mind and the health of the body are connected, and we take a common-sense approach to whole-person health care. As Michigan's largest and most trusted health insurance company now for 85 years, our value comes from providing services that meet individual needs, but on a large scale. We're making it easier to connect with care wherever our members are, whenever they have a need.
So, Andy, how does Blue Cross deliver whole-person health care?
Brian, first and foremost, our health plans include coverage for mental and physical health care. Beyond our health plans, we're working with care providers to ensure our members get the comprehensive and coordinated care that meets each of their unique needs and addresses their emotional well-being.
We've talked about some of those efforts. Programs like the Blue Cross Patient-Centered Medical Home and Maternal Health and Family Building Support come to mind, as well as telemedicine and virtual therapy.
That's right. And something they all have in common is that they enable high-quality care delivery whenever and wherever our members need it. They support our members' unique needs and bring together the power of our networks, programs, and health plan benefits.
It helps to have Blue Cross there to support and coordinate personalized care for your members, care that treats conditions and slows or prevents disease while prioritizing mental and physical well-being from a whole-person perspective. So thanks, Andy.
Thanks for the time. Big game today. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Great to visit with one of the new members of the Wolverines, offensive lineman Josh Priebe. First off, your initial experience in the maize and blue. Take us through what was it like running out of the tunnel and performing in front of 111,000 people cheering for you in this instance?
Yeah, definitely a lot of excitement, a lot of nerves, but it was great, just getting that first play out of the way and kind of just feel good to be playing football again. But, yeah, definitely good to be on the other side of things. The last time I was here, I was playing against Michigan. So, great to be in the home team and just experience that environment for the first time.
Impressions of how things went for the offensive line, and did it feel like this group was getting more and more comfortable with each other as that game went on?
Yeah, I think as the game went on, that's exactly what happens. I think that the first quarter, first half, certainly a lot of things to clean up, even throughout the game. But it's one of those things where every snap, we're getting more comfortable together, and certainly I think this next week and throughout the course of the season, I think hopefully we just keep continuing to get closer and play better together.
Coach Moore on Monday of that Fresno State week gave 3 of the 5 starters, you, Gio, and Miles. When did you all know internally that it would be Dom at center and Evan at right tackle?
It was kind of, there was, so much competition during camp, and we didn't really know, actually until kind of a few days before I think that was announced. So, there's a lot of different combinations along the offensive line that were happening, and a lot of guys playing different places.
To Texas, what'd you see on film from them in their opener, impressions of what was a pretty dominant win for them and a shutout defensively?
Yeah, I think they're very fast, very physical, very good at stopping the run, certainly. I think their front seven is just super talented, and I think it's going to be a great test for us.
Coach Moore talked about trying to keep distractions away from you guys, the team, the staff, because there is going to be a lot around this game, a lot of celebrities, a lot of attention. How have you noticed this program that you've been in it now focus on that one day at a time? Have you gotten to a point where that's kind of the MO every day?
Yeah, I think really just what you described is absolutely true. I think the biggest thing is just you should be putting all your time and energy into beating Texas. What are ways you can, make that even more important throughout your week? How can you watch more film? How can you study better? And putting your time and energy and focusing on those things and really just not allowing yourself to have enough time in your schedule to, even let, outside things like that distract you is really just kind of the best way to handle that.
Lastly, the anticipation for this game externally is pretty high. What do you expect the atmosphere to be? You experienced it under the lights against Fresno State, a good, tough team. But do you feel like it can take that next level? And how much can fans impact that type of a game?
Yeah, certainly I think, the atmosphere is going to be crazy and, certainly something that, I probably haven't ever experienced before. And I think, with a matchup like that, I'm sure there is going to be even more excitement and even more energy. And I think, everyone's just excited to get in the stadium. And certainly the Maze Out, it's definitely going to be a sweet experience. I think everyone's really looking forward to that.
Josh Prebe from the Michigan offensive line, good luck.
Thank you.
That is indeed Josh Prebe. Made his first Michigan start last week. The Wolverines offensive line seemed to get better as that game went on, and their challenge will be significant here, as will every Michigan unit against the visiting Texas Longhorns. Much to do on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. First, we'll give you traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's take 10 for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. John Jansen standing by. We'll hear from him as we get you ready. Michigan and Texas. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
These are the games that you come to play in. And yeah, we're going to get a chance to play the game at the end of the season. You're going to get a chance to play against Oregon and USC. But to start the season off, when it's so young and the opportunities are there, this is why you come to Michigan, to play in these moments, these top 10 matchups that you dream about.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
And as we welcome John Jansen, we remind you that this segment is presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. John, the anticipation...
Where's our product? Where's our Bloody Marys in the morning?
I like it.
It's just the Bloody Mary Mix.
That's fine. I can use my imagination. There's a little tequila in here. There's a little vodka in here. It's all right. We know it's not there.
So, and time. It's been less than 1 week for John to go from being thrilled about this to complaining about not getting free stuff.
Oh, no. I'm thrilled. I just want to take it to the next level.
Sure.
I fully support John.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how much Zing Zang enables
the
John
students
throughout
are
the course
here.
of
I'm
the
sure
season.
some of them have imbibed with a little Zing Zang this morning.
Yes. Probably not just the mix.
Yes, probably not just the mix. But how about this? This is an unbelievable college football Saturday in the fall, and it feels like fall arrived at about 12:01 last night because it is 55 degrees. It's going to be a high of about 61, 62. It could not be a more picturesque day in the Big House.
Do you think the Longhorns brought the heaters for the sideline?
Oh, I'm sure. You know what? And this is I did state the claim last week that I don't like the visors on top of the bench. It kind of gives the impression that we're soft, whether it's too sunny or maybe it's raining. We don't want to get wet. We're going to melt. They did make the change on Michigan sidelines. I can confirm this from AC to heat if necessary.
It's perfect weather.
It's September the 7th.
This is absolutely perfect football weather here in Ann Arbor, and hopefully Texas is going to get that full experience of what it means to play in the Big House today.
So we'll dig into the matchup in particular in about 15 minutes. But when you look at the talent on the field, when it'll be Texas's offense against Michigan's defense, 6 of the top 50 players on Dane Brugler's 2025 big board over at The Athletic will be on the field. Will Johnson, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham for Michigan, Quinn Ewers, Isaiah Bond, and Kelvin Banks Jr., the left tackle for Texas. I mean, there are a lot of storylines in this, but it begins with that Texas offense against Michigan's defense.
It does, and I have an issue with Dane Brugler because I do believe there are a couple of Wolverines that should be on that list, and today is one of those opportunities for those guys that are not named Will Johnson, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, all of those, Colston Loveland, to go out there and stake their claim and let everybody know, hey, Jair Hill, I'm the corner opposite Will Johnson. Makari Page, we all know about him. He's played for a number of years, but this is an opportunity for the rest of the nation to understand how good he is, what he means to this team. Jay-Sean Barham, those are just the guys on defense. On offense, we talk about Colston Loveland. Everybody knows about the quarterbacks and their names, but we should be talking at the end of the day about guys like Evan Link, about guys like Khalil Mullings, who we got a chance to see a little bit more last week. Fred Moore. I expect him to be a major player today and throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, some guys, particularly on offense, I think are going to have to step up and be dynamite today. You can't rely. Colston Loveland is as good as they get at the tight end position, and he's so dynamic and do a lot of different things. But I like you calling out Fred Moore. I think guys like that have to step up today and make this offense a little more dynamic because Texas is coming in with a very, very talented team. We're going to need to see a few more guys step their game up to match up with them.
And isn't that how these big games tend to go? Listen, you're going to have the stars make some star plays, but maybe the difference in a game like this could come from somebody who elevates individual stock while lifting the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I'll keep talking about Fred Moore. Last week, he was the one that was running the route when the interception was thrown. And now all of a sudden we hear, okay, the ball could have been better. It could have been led him a little bit more. But at some point, you got to be the one that makes a play.
Yeah.
And he's looking at that film as a young guy, as the rest of that offensive line did, that they had those aha moments where you're sitting in a meeting going, I was so close to making a play. And now, hey, not every ball is going to be perfect. Fred Moore has learned that lesson. Sometimes you're going to actually have to go make a play. Jump up, take that ball away from a Fresno State defender, and it'll be the same today. They'll have those opportunities, and everyone across the nation, around the world, is going to be watching.
I think there were a lot of things from last week that are teachable moments, right, that they can get in the film room, clean up. I know it's coaches talk, but I really do. There's some things there that are just a little bit away from being really good. You talk about another name. How about Zaveda at kicker, right? I mean, what he did last week, a game like this where you're going to try to control the ball, play field position at times. If he can bang a few field goals the way he did last week, he could be a name we're talking about as an All-American candidate too.
Yeah, I mean, special teams, massive. That has been such a weapon for Michigan, and you really did wonder, could you continue to go Jake Moody to James Turner and plug in another guy? I've continued to talk about it. During this run for Michigan, the way that they have supplemented the roster with the transfer portal, they have not leaned on it. It has not been the primary focal point. It's about getting guys from high school, getting them to become Michigan men, building it and growing them. But you can sprinkle in the likes of, Olu 2 years ago. Last year, several guys were such key cogs for Michigan going to that national championship. Darius Henderson, Miles Hinton came in last year. And this year, we just heard from Josh Preeb, Dominic Zavada. There are others.
Well, and the beautiful thing is they don't need to go out and get wholesale changes. First of all, there was a coaching change, but it was a promotion from within. Yeah. There's not been a mass exodus of players from Michigan. So Michigan is recruiting well. They're developing those players. And then wherever there's been a hole in recruiting or there has been one or two guys that have decided there's greener pastures anywhere else, we wish them luck. They've gone out to complement the roster. They haven't built the roster that way.
Yeah, they've been able to plug and play in a lot of good ways. And we'll see today, do they have the talent with a team like Texas that really does sometimes do those wholesale changes, right? They're going to bring in big names. That hasn't necessarily been Michigan's MO lately, and I appreciate that. I love building the program, filling spots where they need to. It'd be interesting to see a team like Texas, teams in the SEC down south, that they'll do that wholesale change. They'll bring in that type of talent that's different every single year. Does that match up the different styles? We'll see it on display today.
This segment presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix, proudly served at the Big House, except for here in the press box, much to John's chagrin. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. We'll go in the trenches next, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will recap a busy week on the podcast feed as we go in the trenches next. Wolverines and Longhorns, 2 hours away from right now. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Can you believe these seats?
I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house? Are you kidding me?
Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food?
Yeah, I'll take...
What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything?
What are you talking about?
I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in.
Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Michigan Stadium's first ever Stripe Out is almost here. On September 21st, when the Wolverines welcome USC to Ann Arbor, fans attending the game in even-numbered sections are encouraged to wear blue, while those sitting in odd-numbered sections are encouraged to wear maize. Head to mgoblue.com/football promotions for full details. Help us stripe out the Trojans on September 21st by wearing blue in even-numbered sections and wearing maize in odd-numbered sections.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Let's go in the trenches.
Plenty of great coverage each week on MGO Blue Podcast. If you missed Monday night's radio show, we got the replay available for you there. Basketball coverage, we defend the block on Tuesdays, Conquering Heroes on Thursdays, all things Michigan athletics. We'll have a clip from that coming up in a bit. And In the Trenches, presented by Meyer 3 times per week, plus the live stream of the 7 from 77 and a special extra portion video only on the Michigan Athletics YouTube and John's X account. That's at John Jansen 77. Wednesday's episode of In the Trenches, Evan Link stopped by. First off, big dude. Just his second year in the program. The microphone was, it looked a little small there. But he went from an unknown in amongst the fan base to the starting right tackle, and here is Link on that unexpected journey.
The three of us, I think, played really well. Me, Gentry, and Percy. So I think it was really tight for a long time. And I'll be honest, I was kind of surprised when I got the call saying that I was going to get the job. So, I mean, just everybody played their heart out, though.
Who called you, and when did you get the call?
So Coach Moore called me. It was Thursday, I guess, last week, I guess, 2 weeks ago now. And he called me and told me there'd be a new depth chart posted, and I was going to be the starting right tackle. And it was kind of in that moment, I was a little shocked just because, like I said, I wasn't really expecting it, right? I just come back from an injury, and I'd been there for a few days and was all right. And he called me. He was like, all right, you got it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Guess this is time to go now. And he actually told me a long time ago, back when he was recruiting, that he thought I'd end up playing a little bit earlier than I thought I would. He told me in that call, like, I told you this is going to happen, right? And I know you're ready for it. Just go out there and do what you do.
So, guys, what do you think of Evan Link's performance from week one?
I was pleased with it. There's obviously room for growth, as there is across the board up front. But I thought he handled the situation and the moment. It wasn't too big for him. He wasn't too wide-eyed. I think there was a couple of come-to-Jesus moments out there, as they all had. But, you know, and I kind of shared this story with him as well. He's kind of taken the same path I did. Now, he didn't change positions, but to be able to start as a sophomore, kind of comes out of nowhere, and he was able to finish the game. I was benched at the halftime of the very first game, which was the Virginia game. And, there's going to be plays, and it's not going to matter whether it's your first game or your 50th. There's going to be plays that you wish you had back. Jack, I know you had them.
Sure.
And there's moments where even when it's going on, like I did the wrong thing, I stepped with the wrong foot, I didn't keep my shoulders square, like all of those things, as long as you have those in your mind, you're going to be okay because you know how to correct the situation. And that's what I saw him do throughout the course of the game. There were times where he wasn't successful on a block or a technique, but then you watch the next time and it's better. And so that gives me confidence that he's going to watch that film with Grant Newsome and Sharon, and he's going to be much better today.
For them to give him the nod means they trust that he has that mindset, right? That he's a guy who, it might not be perfect all the time, but he's figuring it out as he goes, and he's going to continue to get better. He's going to learn from his mistakes. He's going to learn from what he does well, too. And there's no substitute for experience, and I really think that that's true for offensive linemen, right? You get enough of a feel when things are happening, but it takes live action for you to start to get into that rhythm. He's a guy with a lot of talent. You said it, Brian. He's a big guy. He stands out when you're around him. He's a big fella. It takes time for the cohesion between the offensive linemen to come together. We saw some things in week 1 that I think are very, very correctable for them coming into the second week.
On Thursday's Conquering Heroes, Athletics Director Ward Manuel, our guest. A great list even after the game this week with all the topics addressed, revenue sharing, start of fall sports, this matchup, all of it. But also a discussion around the new TV deal and how it impacts potential home scheduling.
So what you're saying is that there could only be 2 home night games and there won't be a Friday night game in the big house?
Absolutely not to both. And absolutely not to Friday night. I am not, we're not having a Friday night game. I'll just leave it at that. We do not want more than 2 Saturday night games. And that's really because of our fan base. And I've said it before, our fan base travels far and wide. We have a lot of people who drive from the UP, as you know, from having gone up there, and I've gone up there. That's quite a bit of travel the later you get in time. And so we want our fans to have opportunity to come down, travel, be safe, those kind of benefits to not playing multiple night games.
TV has plenty of power, of course. I mean, remember, we were supposed to be in Austin right now, and this was changed as part of the SEC entrance for Texas and all of those layers. But Michigan still has plenty of power, and limiting home night games, avoiding home Friday games, that's an area where Michigan will flex.
Yeah, and as they should. Yes, we understand that we want to be able to be seen by as many people as possible. That's TV. But our loyalty is to the ones that are actually buying tickets that show up, the 110,000 that show up for 8 home games. It's not an easy task. It's not a cheap task. And so, the loyalty is to them at first. And then it's about being able to, TV revenue, all of that. We know that that's actually the engine that moves college football these days.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, money, it is the engine, right? And it's gotten a grasp on everything in sports. It's nice to feel like there's something still to be said about, this is the tradition of what we've done in the past. This is important to our fans. People, you go to games here in the big house on Saturdays and a midday game. That's part of the tradition, the pageantry. So it's nice to know that it's not all about the money. They're not going to completely sell out to do that. There's plenty of it. There's plenty of primetime games here. And I like the fact that they want to play Saturday midday games and back to that old school style of football that everyone's been coming to for hundreds of years here.
And it's a credit to what Fox has been able to do with the big noon window, because that has made noon feel as big time as the prime time. And obviously, this one will be one of the highest-rated games of the year. All right, we'll get John's thoughts on the Longhorns coming up first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll delve into the Longhorns as we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Wolverines and Longhorns coming up less than 2 hours from now. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
In a world full of empty promises, like we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick. Isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to low to medium volume production parts and full assemblies, utilizing the latest manufacturing technologies and automation integration, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the number 3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
It's time to step up, Wolverine Nation. The 2024 Recycle Bowl is scheduled for Saturday, November 2nd. We'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycle bins in and around the Big House. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material. November 2nd is our chance to take this title, and we need your help. Michigan Stadium has a tradition of recycling and is committed to diverting recyclable material from landfills. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
This is Michigan football.
Offensively, extremely explosive quarterback, is as seasoned, as good as any in the country. Accurate, knows the offense inside and out. He does a good job of controlling the offense. The O-line is, they have 4 guys that started last year and all older, all seniors. So they're experienced. They've done a really good job. They're really well coached on offense. Sark does a great job calling the game in rhythm. And then they've got weapons on the outside that are all really fast. And defensively, they're sound. They do a really good job of fitting the run and being gap sound and playing great coverage.
That's Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. His thoughts on the Longhorns. And John, I mean, it starts with Quinn Ewers, one of the nation's top quarterbacks, maybe the person with the most to gain individually in NFL draft stock and maybe one day earning power just because of how quarterbacks are paid these days. Break him down.
Well, I think he's a quarterback that he's got all the tools. Now, when you see him out there, he's not the most imposing figure, but he's got a great arm. He's got an accurate arm, and he's got all the physical tools. And mentally, that's where he's going to have to take the big jump from last year to this year. Last year against the Oklahoma Sooners, they end up losing that. They win that game? I can't remember.
Last year?
No, they lost to, or they beat Alabama. They lost to Oklahoma.
Correct.
Sorry,
yes.
I'll get my ducks in a row here. But in that game, he was really good in between the 20s. Then he got on down in the red zone, and he tried to force things. He's a guy that can hit tight windows, but it's about the decision-making. It's about, the mental side of the game. Even last week, you watched the game against Colorado State, 95% of the time he looks great. And then there's always that one decision where I know he'd like it back that he continues to make. So Michigan has to force him into making some of those decisions. Hopefully it's not down in the red zone, but better late than never.
4 returning starters on Texas's offensive line, probably in terms of just pure experience and skill level, as close to what Michigan returned last year up front as anybody in college football. Talked about the left tackle Kelvin Banks Jr. earlier. He's a projected first-round pick. Strong start for their one new starter in Cameron Williams at right tackle. How good is this Longhorns offensive line?
Well, I mean, with 4 returning starters, I think they've got combined like 150 games under their belt. And when you look at them, the left tackle is the showpiece. He's a guy that's got great footwork, bends well, he's got good power and experience. And then across the board, even when you just insert one new guy, his level of play goes up to where everybody else is because he's kind of forced to be there. And you can hide some guys, not that they're hiding them. But this is a group that is technically sound. They're not going to make a lot of mistakes. And this is the matchup that I am most excited about seeing because we have heard last year early on this year about Mason Graham, about Kenneth Grant. I've talked about Derek Moore, Josiah Stewart. This is a game where they're going to have to win one-on-one battles. And when it happens against, Bowling Green or Minnesota or Nebraska or Fresno State, everybody's like, yeah, that's cool. And then it happens against Alabama in the Rose Bowl. You're like, wow, that's impressive. It happens against Washington, against the team that won the Joe Moore Award last year. That's impressive. This is that first opportunity for them to have those impressive moments against the team where, yeah, you get some major street cred when you do it now.
Texas's defense, not as many proven stars as its offense, but plenty of talent there. Who or what will you have your eyes on defensively for Texas?
Oh, this group of linebackers, I think they're really good, and they're a nice combination of size, speed, power. They do a good job, and this is where I think, we're going to, again, see a guy like Colston Loveland. It's his time to shine because he's playing against a really high-class level of linebacker. Strong safeties are really good. And then you look up front, and there's really no holes. Now, they went to the transfer portal to replace the 2 defensive tackles that they lost to the NFL. The guys that they got are good. They're not like they were last year. Last week, I think it was 25 carries by one of the Colorado State running backs for 106 yards, just over 4 yards per carry. They can be run on. And that's where Michigan's going to need to take a big step this week is being able to block, get some movement. It's not all about the movement. It's really about body position when you're talking about blocking some of these bigger bodies that Texas has.
Special teams always so key in games like this. And if it comes down to a kick, I think both teams feel really confident. Dominic Zavada for Michigan, of course, kind of a breakout star from last week. Second kicker in program history with 2 field goal makes of 50-plus yards. Only one kicker had a longer field goal make last week in week 1 than Zavada's longest, that 55-yarder. And Texas, a veteran, Bert Auburn, heck of a name, 82% for his career, 4th best in program history. And, John, he's made 22 straight regular season kicks. So you don't know how this game will play out, but if a team has a football trying to go down to get in the field goal range, the range will be long, and I think the confidence will be pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, Zavada was money last week. And when you can't finish drives, if you know it, and one of my keys to the game last week was when you're in position to get points, you have to come away with points. Even though it wasn't 6, at least they got 3. And both teams are kind of in that position where, and I do want to talk a little bit more about Tommy Doman. He'll be very important in this game because field position will be important. Can he pin them if a drive stalls out at the, on our own 40? Can he pin them inside the 20, inside the 10? Can he get one to roll out? Directional punting, hang time will be very important because of the speed that Texas has all over the field, but especially in special teams. If it's supposed to be outside the left hash or outside the numbers, can he have the accuracy to get it there? Because that's where the coverage team is going.
I'll tell you, we're sitting atop the big house. This color matchup, it pops, man. It pops.
It's going to be beautiful. There's going to be, it's a maze out. A lot of maize in the stands. Yeah. See if we can drown out that burnt orange, yellow crap.
Those are the insights of John Jansen,
yes.
two-time
That's my
captain.
description of the Longhorns.
And that's John's analysis on Texas. We'll come back and not just talk about some games coming up, but also how the new playoff model affects this type of a game. We'll hear from Steve Sarkisian on that as we continue. But first, traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
12:10, the official kickoff time for Michigan and Texas. We'll come back and talk about the rest of the Week 2 slate as we continue. This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Gambling can be fun. Here we go. Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than the roomy new Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time, so you can take your travels even farther. Now through September 30th, you can lease a Camry LE for $299 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing with approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Book your room now. Toyota. Let's go places.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Because of the new format, I like this matchup even more. Because I think this is why you come to a Texas or you go to a Michigan, is to play in games like this. Our guys love this opportunity, and I'm sure their players do too, and I think the coaches do as well, you know, that we get to go play in a marquee game on the road in a great environment for college football. If you win this game, it's great. If you don't, it isn't going to kill you.
That's the head coach of the Longhorns, Steve Sarkisian, on this game within the context of the 12-teamer in the college football playoff. And, John, remember last year, of course, Michigan and Washington knew that they were in, but there was real debate over who would be 3 and 4, and I don't think this was the overwhelming opinion, but there were some people who believed it should have been Alabama 3 and Georgia 4 in last year's Final Four because of what Alabama did against Georgia, Georgia being the 2-time champions, even though in Week 2, Bama lost to Texas by 10 in Tuscaloosa. Fortunately, that didn't happen. I think they got it right ultimately in how they did it, but at least now we can have discussions about, okay, who's the last team in, who gets a bye, who gets a first-round home game versus a road game, as opposed to having to leave out the 2-time defending champs and an undefeated team like we did last year when really 6 teams were deserving.
Yeah, last year was really the first year where you look, everybody's going to have a debate, well, should 5 or 4 have been in? Last year was the first time there was a legitimate 6 teams that could have been in the college football playoffs. And deserved to be in. Now, all of a sudden, we have the expanded college football playoffs, and who knows? We may only have 2 teams that we believe are the best in the country. Yep. So then, ultimately, they'll have the chance to prove it throughout the college football playoffs. But it does take away a little bit of the stakes of this game, because whoever loses this game, if they win out, they're going to be in the college football playoffs. Whoever loses this game and maybe even loses another one, but then wins the rest of it, if they're 10-2 at the end of the year, even if they don't win their conference, it's still going to be in the college football playoffs. It's more likely than not that they will. So, trust me, for the players on the field, they're not considering that at this time. This is a discussion for talking heads and those in radio or TV. But for the fans sitting there going, at the end of the game, oh my gosh, we lost this game, our season is over. That moment is no longer there.
If that's the payoff for getting more of these games, I'm in. Right? If we're getting more of these types of matchups to where it matters, but it's not make or break, I'm all in.
Well, and how about this? So going into the season, you felt like it was Texas, Oregon, Ohio State. Those were the 3 games. If you go 1-3 in those games, you're probably in the playoffs. Now, obviously, we want to be 3-0, But now with USC playing the way they did and getting the win against LSU, now you've got 4 of those. If you go 500 in those games, you're in the college football playoffs because you will have a win over one of those 4, over 2 of those 4. It's a great resume builder. Those other teams are going to win a lot of other games. So it removes that our season is over moment.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we welcome Rob Joyce back into the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Rob, let's start in the Big Ten. Your thoughts and lay out for us what's coming up here in the rest of the league.
Quiet noon slate aside from our game. Penn State, Bowling Green, Rutgers, Akron, Minnesota, Rhode Island, so none of those are overly enticing. 3:30 gets a little better. Our first Big Ten game of the year. You have Maryland and Michigan State in College Park. Iowa, its annual rivalry against Iowa State. A couple of spicy games tonight. Illinois is hosting number 19 Kansas. Nebraska, Colorado. That rivalry is back, second year of that's return. And then some late-night Big Ten. Oregon, Boise State looks interesting at 10 o'clock, and then USC, Utah State at 11.
An official welcome to the Big Ten for Washington as they host a directional Michigan school in the non-conference.
Yes.
That one coming up later on this afternoon. What catches your eye in the rest of that slate? Rob's right. I mean, the noon slate, they cleared this thing out for Michigan, Texas, as they should have. But when you're heading home, when you're on the couch tonight, what are you going to have your eyes on Big Ten-wise?
Obviously, Colorado, Nebraska, Coach Prime against Coach Rule. There's a little bad blood there, between the two, but also between those programs. Love the fact that game is being played again. And we'll find out Shedeur Sanders and their offense, Raiola, the freshman, and that offense.
Nebraska looks pretty good.
Nebraska looks legit.
I mean, if Raiola can continue what he did last week, that defense I think is pretty darn good.
It is, and it's great to know that they finally have a decent coach in Nebraska. And then you look at Boise State, Oregon. Like, Boise State is no slouch. Nope. Oregon, Dylan Gabriel was 41 of 49 last week with 380 yards. That's a great stat line for a quarterback, but they only beat, was it Idaho State by
Idaho?
Idaho by 10. Like,
if Oregon plays like they did last week, they could lose that game fairly easily to Boise State. I don't think they will.
I don't think they will either, but it's an intriguing matchup if you're looking at, okay, well, I want to stay up until 10 o'clock at night and watch a game on Peacock. And then, obviously, USC at 11. You can watch great college football, great Big Ten football all day long.
I'll tell you this, with how the slow starts have existed in the ACC in particular when it comes to the playoff, if Boise State wins that game, they could be a team that could earn a bye. Because remember, the top 4 seeds are conference champions, and Florida State's 0-2. I mean,
the matchup I want to see, and I don't know if they, because of conferences, and I don't study the Mountain West very much, Boise State and Fresno State.
Yeah.
That could be a really good game. Whether it happens in the regular season or in their championship game, I am intrigued by that because Fresno came in here and played a tough game. They were physical. They were 8-1 to start the season last year. They are not they're not a slouch of a football team.
No doubt. They do not play in the regular season. But remember, Boise State does play Washington State and Oregon State with that Pac-2 Mountain West scheduling agreement for a year. We'll see if it extends. Real quick, Rob, top 25 games of note outside of Ann Arbor.
Only one other top 25, or ranked matchups, I should say, comes tonight, 7:30, NC State, Tennessee, that game in Charlotte. If you're looking for potential upsets, Kansas State's at Tulane, Oklahoma State versus Arkansas. But so a lot of opportunities for teams to trip up. You just don't have that marquee game outside ours, really.
And that's, again, when we talk about the 12-team playoff, the hope is that, okay, yes, this game does not make or break your season, but we get more of these 4 or 5 years down the road when these scheduling agreements come to bear.
And Sark nailed it. When you go to Texas, you go to Michigan, these are the games that you want to be featured in.
Totally.
They're the opportunity for, and we talked about it a couple of segments ago, for all the headliners. But this is an opportunity for all those guys that nobody knows about on either sideline to really stand up and make it known, hey, I'm a big-time player.
No doubt. It's going to be fascinating to watch. Michigan and Texas coming up. Fans starting to file in. The student section to our left already bursting with maize from the Wolverines faithful from campus. We'll continue with Doug Karsh's pregame thoughts in our next segment, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We are gearing up for a top 10 clash of the Big House. Wolverines, Longhorns. Doug Karsh will call the action. He'll preview it for us next. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
It's Yacht Ride to float your boat. Saturday, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band. Special guest, the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Tickets as low as $35 and are on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office and etix.com. Smooth sailing, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band and Atlanta Rhythm Section, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
It's the Detroit Wingco Tailgate Report, reminding you that you don't have to just wing it for the Michigan game. Not when Detroit Wing Company is ready to play. The tastiest way to watch the Wolverines win is with our delicious brined wings and chef-created sauces. Find your wings at a DWC near you, or visit us at our new spot, Hatched in the Big House. Kick off the game right. Go to DetroitWingco.com. That's how Detroit wings.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
And we welcome in the new honorary member of the Letter Winners M Club to the broadcast. Congrats, Doug. You know, every week I'm not going to get to congratulate you on something new, so just be ready next week. I'm just going to call you Doug.
Well, thank you, and that's what I am merely Doug.
Sorry, Mr. Karsh.
Merely Doug.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Kind of surreal.
Yeah, got the varsity jacket.
Yeah.
Did you wear it to bed?
That's between me and my wife.
Oh, well, maybe somebody did. It might not have been you. Okay.
We've learned that Sue does dress, Doug.
Yes.
She does. She does.
Well, okay, we'll stop there.
Yeah. And thus concludes Doug's honorary membership.
that took a turn I didn't see coming.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow. So, Doug, what were you doing on September 17th, 2014?
September 17th, 2014. Was I here?
What do you mean, were you here?
Was I at the Big House?
Oh, no. That was a Wednesday.
Was it?
Yeah.
I love it when you ask questions. I know exactly how Doug feels right now when he's asked a question on air that you have no idea what the answer is for. Like, where is this kicker from?
I was probably driving kids to practice.
Yeah.
There is a 95% chance on a weekday in September I was taking kids to and from practice.
Yes.
That was the day the Michigan-Texas series was announced.
Oh,
September 17th, 2014. So almost 10 years later, we're here. You made the point in postgame that, these things get announced, and you think, oh, that's awesome, and then you consider, okay, well, what fourth graders are going to be participating in this game?
Exactly.
But it is finally here. And remember, we were supposed to be in Austin, but another switch to this due to all the realignment and TV stuff. The fact that it is not only here, but that it resonates the way that it does is not how this always goes when you have these types of marquee games announced.
I mean, can Newt just get here already, right? I mean, this is
Stay tuned
so
for our
excited.
pregame coverage.
When we finished the game last week, I was like, TikTok, let's go. Michigan and Texas next Saturday here at the Big House. The maize and blue, the burnt orange, the winged helmet, the hook'em horns, everything about this, it just drips college football. And all eyes are Ann Arbor today. We got all the celebrities here. Will Ferrell's here. Matthew McConaughey is here. John Jansen's here. I mean, this is it. This is where everybody in college football wants to be, and I can't wait to do this game. And look, it's they scheduled this game before the new playoff, but that's one of the things about the new playoff. And I'd go back to the way it was, but I'm not going to be old guy and say it was so much better. I'm going to embrace the new stuff.
They scheduled this in the first year of the 14 playoff.
That's funny. That's funny. Because one of the things that we're going to see now is what this year's schedule provides, which is Texas, USC in 2 weeks. Oregon's coming in here later. So, next year we go to Norman, Oklahoma.
Right, yeah. 2 years in a row, we have Oklahoma on the road next year, home, and then we're in Austin for the swap that was made.
And that's the weird thing about, obviously USC, Oregon feels like a novelty item going to Washington, but that won't be eventually because they're a part of the conference. But this will feel like it today. It'll feel like it in 3 years, which is really cool. So I ask you this, guys, can you remember a regular season game that feels like this? The hope is that it goes down to the wire like Notre Dame in 2011. And I compare it to this just for one fact. It's ushering in, hopefully, a new era of something unique. That was the first night game. That has created, I know, Johnny, don't like these, but night games at the Big House have a unique feel to them. Fans obviously love them. Now with the new light show with the upgrades here at the stadium. And I hope that this is the start of us being able to get used to a big-time September non-conference every year because, as we talked about in the last segment, you're not crushed by this in the playoff if you lose it.
And so the whole night game thing, too, it seems odd to me that Fresno State was a night game and now Texas is a noon start. Like if we could have just switched those in terms of when they started, it would seem a little bit more realistic. I understand it's old TV, it's big noon, all that stuff. But if you do have this opportunity in the non-conference to play Texas, Oklahoma, insert any other team, I mean, you have to go back, like 17 is the last time that Michigan played Notre Dame. It was here, but that was even in the middle of the year. Like I think it was in October that they played. And so I don't remember. I mean, I'd have to go back to my playing days, and this is just where my mind goes, of playing Notre Dame in the non-conference. Colorado at that time, playing them in the non-conference. And the build-up as a player, what that felt like, it's completely different than it is. And you want to treat every game the same, and all players are going to say that, but it is very different preparing for a Texas versus a Fresno.
I grew up in an era where Bo would play anybody, and one year the non-conference schedule was Notre Dame, Florida State, Boston College.
Yeah. Was that the Yamp Lee game?
I think it was the year Amp Lee came in here.
Dion.
Yeah, 51-31 or some kind of crazy shootout. But it might have been Terrell Buckley on that team too. Yeah. But there's this kind. I remember when Miami of Florida came in here, ranked number 1 in the country in 85, 86, around there at some point. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Although the weather right now is like Ohio State weather.
It is.
Except the sun came out a little bit. Other than that, it was when I woke up today and started walking to the stadium, I'm like, I got Ohio State vibes. It was gray. It was cold. Yeah. Wind could play a factor. If you look down at the goalposts, the flags are whipping around. So, it's got a big game feel to it. And we welcome all our friends from Austin. Glad to have you in town. Yep. Hopefully you got to check out Ann Arbor and have enjoyed the campus and the surrounding areas here at the Big House. We're glad to have you, we look forward to the return trips.
Yeah, there is some burnt orange in the stands. There'll be plenty of maize and blue down in Austin in 3 years because it's such a unique game, a unique opportunity, and it's going to be an awesome environment. We'll get Doug and John's thoughts off the top of our network-wide pregame show coming up at the top of the hour. But John's keys of the game coming up in about 5 minutes. First, our final check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will go through John's keys, offense, defense, and special teams to conclude the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate show next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Go Michigan!
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
And a reminder that Michigan football is indeed sponsored by our friends at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. All right, John, this is a matchup been waited for a long time. We've kind of known a lot of the storylines, the potential keys, but let's break them down unit by unit, starting with Michigan's offensive keys to the game.
Got to be violent up front. That's where this offense it needs to create an identity today. It's Jerome said it to Jason Avant coming out of halftime. You have to have violence up front. Run violent as well from the running back position. Khalil Mullings, we saw him do that net last week. We need it more from Donovan Edwards. If we see it from Ben Hall today, you've got to have that mentality that you are attacking this defense up front every single rep. Get the ball in Donovan's hands in the pass game. I'm curious as to what they're going to do with that RB1 position. Khalil Mullings looked really good last week. I'm fine if they make that switch and hand him the ball to start the game, but I want Donovan to be on the field at the same time. Create some of those matchups to Michigan's advantage. Linebacker's not going to cover him. I don't even think corners are. It's not a great matchup for them as well. We've seen that throughout the course of his career. Use him as a weapon out in space. And then whether it's Donovan or it's everybody else at the receiver position, receivers have to be precise and make plays. It's precision routes. Precise in catching the ball, awareness of the defenses. When you're at the line of scrimmage and you look in, you see the blitz, it's going to adjust your route. You've got to have that awareness as a receiver, and whether it's Fred Moore, Samaj Morgan, we got a lot of receivers that don't have a lot of game experience. They're very talented, but they've got to be able to get up to speed and know what those looks mean as they see them in game action.
Does Big Game Dono have another run or two that we'll remember forever, whether it was 41 and 46 against Washington or the 3rd and 11 run for the score at Penn State or 75 and 85 in Columbus a couple of years ago? He runs off one of those in a Michigan win, and it will be as iconic as those. Defensively, we talk so much about Michigan's defense versus Texas's offense. Feels like the main event in this big fight feel. What are the keys?
Well, it all comes down to the trenches. You've got to stop the run, make them one-dimensional, and everybody will say, well, why is that? You've got a third-string running back due to injury that's running for Texas versus Quinn Ewers and the four monster receivers that they have. If you could take away one of the dimensions, which by default Michigan should be able to limit anybody else's run game, now all of a sudden you can concentrate on pressuring the quarterback, and that's my number two. pressure with 4, drop 7. You've got to be able to win up front. This is the matchup that I can't wait to see. It's Michigan's defensive line against this very veteran offensive line for Texas. Hey, if you're going to be a top 5 pick, a top 10 pick, a first-round draft pick, then you should have some wins in this matchup. You should be able to pressure and then make that defensive secondary very crowded, cloud everything for Quinn Ewers when he looks downfield, because Isaiah Bond, transfer. Silas Bolton, transfer. Matthew Golden, transfer. DeAndre Moore, a guy that they're recruited and developing. Those guys are going to be the number 1 targets for Quinn Ewers. So make sure you cover everybody downfield. And Michigan's been able to do that. Doug mentioned, hey, this has an Ohio State feel. It does on the field as well. And then, hey, when he throws the ball, you got to make him uncomfortable. Turnovers. This is where Michigan last week were able to generate a couple of turnovers early in the game. Give the offense the ball back with short field. Give them as many bites as the apple. I don't expect them to come out here and have an 8, 9, 10-play drive offensively. So give them more bites at the apple. Let them get their rhythm going and give them some short fields.
And lastly, special teams. We talked about it earlier. Dominic Zavada broke out for Michigan last week. Bert Auburn for Texas, their 4th best in terms of accuracy kicker in program history. If it comes down to a kick, both teams have some pretty darn good kickers.
They do. And, I mean, when you get points, got to get points. That's the same thing as last week. But for the special teams, give Khalil a chance. That's all I'm asking. He's taken one out of from 5 yards deep. He's also been able to, move the ball down the field. I like it, the ball in his hands. Coverage is going to be key, but then it's also a field position battle. If you can win that field position battle, Tommy Doman, hey, just like Dominic Zavada, you got to step up and be counted. Directional punting, all of those things.
Plenty to do on the pregame show. Analysis from John Jansen, Jason Avant, Jack Miller. Doug Karsh will set the scene. We'll have interviews with Ernest Hausman from the Michigan linebacking corps and the head coach, Sharon Moore, plus offensive and defensive scouting reports for the Wolverines and the Texas Longhorns. The second all-time meeting, the first time these two powerhouses compete in an on-campus game, and this place is already buzzing in advance of that. 12:10 the kickoff, and we'll get you ready for all the action here on the pregame show. This has been the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Wolverines and Longhorns a little bit more than an hour away. Stay tuned. Our pregame show starts in 2 minutes. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left point at 3. Yes, sir! It's up. They score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Now we're here. It's Texas week.
First time these two teams are ever facing off in one of their home stadiums.
It's going to be celebrities all over the place, superstars, going to be a lot of alumni back.
This is why you come to Michigan, to play in these moments.
These are the kind of matchups that people put together on the EA Sports video game.
Let's don't kid ourselves. Kids know big games compared to other games.
The atmosphere is going to be crazy and, certainly something that I probably haven't ever experienced before.
The fan base that we have in Michigan is different to anywhere in the country.
They coming into our house, so we got to be the ones to hit them in the mouth first, and they got to be the ones worried about us.
It'll be a physical football game. Michigan prides itself on that, so does Texas.
I know the intensity will be higher, but you use that to your advantage. Take that intensity and you turn it into focus.
We played in so many big games last year. I think all the guys realized that that's really prepared us to go in this week and play well.
That's what we play our best football, so I'm excited for it.
Texas, a top 10 matchup in the Big House.
Best place in the world. Nothing better than the Big House.
I wouldn't want it any other way.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absolpure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. The Michigan Gaming Control Board. Learn how to play it smart when you're gambling. Visit don'tregretthebet.org. And by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Well, fire up, friends. We got a huge one today. It's the Big Ten versus the SEC. It's #1 in all-time wins versus #4. It's two teams that were in the college football playoff last season. It's a college football blue blood battle on the biggest of stages. It's #4 Texas, and #8 Michigan. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. And John, here we go.
These are the games that you absolutely come to Michigan for. I mean, why else would you want to go to a major college program? You want to be able to play in moments. You want to have the showcase that these student athletes on both sidelines are going to have today.
Big picture in college football's new world order. You could lose a game and even two and still get into the playoff. And Michigan has 4, maybe 5 huge games this year, and they got to get 2, 3 of them. This is the first one.
And that's the special thing about USC beating LSU. They have upped their status in college football. They're on Michigan's schedule. So even if you split the difference, you're still a college football playoff contender.
So the question about this Michigan team going into the season, the offense, where would they be with all the major losses? And last week, there was some good. They sustained some drives later in the game. Michigan's last 5 drives were 11 plays, 10 plays, 9 plays, 9 plays, and 7 plays and a touchdown. But they didn't finish enough of those drives in the end zone.
They didn't, but you were lucky enough to be able to come away with points because you've got a kicker in Dominic Zavada that's good from 55. But this is the good thing is, hey, the game didn't start off other than the short field the way the Michigan offense didn't want, but they improved throughout the game, and that's the major reason I have faith that they can do it and pick up where they left off.
The quarterback position, Davis Warren and Alex Orji, they need to settle in today and play well against an outstanding defense.
And I think they will. I thought both of them played well last week. It's hard when the offensive line isn't playing up to the standard that Michigan has set, and I think that will improve as well.
Which leads to the next question. Can they get the run game going today against a good defensive front for the Longhorns?
Yeah, I mean, Justin Marshall for Colorado State was a 100-yard rusher last week. That's got to be a concern for Texas. When you let a team like Colorado State rush for 100 yards, now you're coming in. You saw what Khalil Mullins did last week. It's got to be a concern on the other side.
All right, Texas is going to try and take away tight end Colston Loveland. What other offensive weapon steps up today if necessary?
I already mentioned Kalel. He's going to have to step up. Donovan Edwards in the pass game, whether you throw it to him out of the backfield, you line him up as a receiver, Fred Moore, Tyler Moore, Samaj Morgan, all of these guys will have opportunity, and it's time to go make a play.
Defensively, Michigan has a big challenge. Quinn Ewers can really swing it, and their speed on the edges, and they got a good O-line.
Hey, you've got to be able to rush for and win. That means you can drop 7 into coverage and then judiciously add in a Jayshawn Barham. Add in a Zeke Berry at times, but the prime of this defense has to be our studs are going to beat your studs.
Michigan special teams looked really good last week. You mentioned Zavada already. That feels like an aspect. When you're an underdog, you have to win that aspect of the game.
You've got to win that one, and you're in position to get points, but it's field position.
The weather today, well, there's OSU vibes out there. A little overcast, 56 degrees, wind gust up to 14 miles per hour. That could be a factor. We'll keep an eye on it. Coming up here in our pregame coverage, we'll preview today's opponent, Texas, in depth. Also, scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll hear from former Wolverines, Jack Miller in number 8, Jason Avant, and later Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. Matthew McConaughey is here. Derek Jeter's here. Will Ferrell's here. Michael Phelps is here. All eyes on Michigan Stadium. 1 hour from now, we lock the gates and do battle. It's Go Blue versus Hook 'em. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in a roomy new Toyota, like the best-selling RAV4. Now through September 30th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new gas-powered 2024 RAV4. Or lease a RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details. Or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
One of the most anticipated games in college football this season is on the air. Welcome back to our coverage of the Wolverines and the Longhorns. Here's your host, Brian Bush.
Michigan and Texas have combined to play 2,768 games of college football, but these two powers have never played an on-campus game until today. And it's a top 10 clash between two playoff teams from a year ago. These are brand names, college football titans, and so many wondered when they would be, quote-unquote, back. They both very much are. These types of games always shine a spotlight on the quarterback. Texas has one who's the type of accolades and background you'd expect in a matchup like this. One of the top quarterback recruits ever. One of the nation's top performers last season, Quinn Ewers, who could work his way to the #1 pick in next year's NFL draft if things go his way. As for Michigan, it's a man who last week made his first start at quarterback since 2019. That same year, he was diagnosed with leukemia, forcing him to put football aside and focus on his health. He arrived in Ann Arbor in 2021 as 9th or 10th on the depth chart at QB. Yet he was watching film with the likes of Cade McNamara and J.J. McCarthy until late at night, preparing like he was the starter. That's Davis Warren, whose journey led him to this improbable role in this rare game.
I just got really lucky. The fact that I can come out here and play the game that I love, pursue my dreams at the highest level. After an experience like that, not every kid gets the opportunity to do that. So I just count myself super lucky and blessed, and I'd say it just redefined a ton of things for me. And it's hard to wake up and have a bad day at this point, and just reaffirms my why of why I do this and why I want to go out there every day and play at a high level, and just having that mental makeup of like nothing can really bother me.
John Jansen, it is an amazing story, and Davis Warren earned this opportunity because he overcame all that adversity and continued to focus on playing quarterback, improving as a player. Now, what must he improve from week 1 to week 2 as the competition really elevates?
Well, first of all, the perspective that he has in regards to not a lot of us have gone through what he's gone through, a life or death situation. So a mistake on the football field doesn't seem quite as perilous as it may seem to the rest of us. But, it's really just a matter of being comfortable. There was a time in the third quarter where I thought he became very mechanical. He was thinking about read 1, 2, 3, and it's not there. Here's what I do. He just needs to be comfortable, be a little bit more natural, and that's going to happen from now finally having game experience and being things are a lot faster in the game than they are at practice. No matter how you want to try and simulate it, it's going to be faster. He has that in his memory bank now, and he can draw on that.
Here's offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell on Davis Warren's effort last week.
I thought Davis was efficient early on in the game. We tried to open up the pass game a little bit there. We just need to be a little bit better completing some balls. But I thought he made good decisions. His first start in the big house, first start since 2019. I thought he was calm, composed, and did what needed down the stretch for us to win the football game.
Warren and the Wolverines will have to do more to win this game. Texas's defense isn't quite as star-studded as its offense, but fifth year is Adae Barron, one of the top corners in the country. He had a pick last year. A good pass rush group led by Ethan Burke, who had 5.5 sacks last year. What do you see from this Longhorns defense?
Speed. I mean, we talk about their speed offensively, but it's speed in the secondary. It's strength and power up front. And whether it's Sorrell or Broughton coming off the edge, it's going to be a more sophisticated defense. You're going to have to have the pre-snap reads by the offensive lineman, by the center, by the receivers, but especially the quarterback are going to be so important because you've got to be able to anticipate what's coming. Film study will provide that. Now it's a matter of going out and executing.
So here's the OC, Kirk Campbell's thoughts on Texas's defense.
They're obviously extremely talented, fast, really good edge rushers, do a good job in coverage, and they hit and they tackle really well. So we're up for the challenge. It's going to be a big challenge come Saturday, and we got to raise our level of preparation and get ready for a big one on Saturday.
It is a big one. It's almost here. Michigan and Texas at the Big House. We'll break down the Longhorns offense and the Wolverines defense as we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Need plastics? Alro Plastics is your source for cut-to-size performance plastics. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We cut and ship many orders the same day. Since 1987, Alro Plastics has provided value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, we will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, And with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Texas is here in maize and blue territory. Number 1 and number 4 teams in all-time wins in college football history meeting for the second time ever here at the Big House. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage along the Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Michigan's defense, some solid work last week, still things to work on, but Zeke Berry delivered an interception on the third play from scrimmage. Josiah Stewart, couple of sacks. Rayshon Benny added another. And, of course, that anticipatory Will Johnson pick six, the exclamation point late. But now, challenge, uptick. And so, too, could be Michigan's improvements, as defensive coordinator Wink Martindale explains.
Well, I think overall everybody makes a jump from game 1 to game 2. And that's probably the biggest jump you'll have in a season. Until you get towards the end of it. But, you know, I was really pleased with the way we tackled, and I think this second game we'll tackle even better, and that's a good place to start for the defense.
So that's the place to start, John, but in your eyes, what must be better for Michigan on defense week 1 to week 2?
Well, pressure on the quarterback. And it was tough last week because the ball was in and out of his hands really quickly. Quinn Ewers is going to hold on to that ball longer. They're going to think that they can hold up protection. So it's being able to win one-on-one matchups. And I really felt like Wink treated that, coming from the NFL, as a preseason game. He kind of slipped up and said preseason when he was talking to us on the Monday night show. And he threw a lot at his defense. He was putting some guys on islands that I don't necessarily know that are ready for it, but he had to figure that out and know the answer to that question in one game, knowing what he wants to call and what he's going to need from his players today against Texas.
Texas offense loaded. Quarterback Quinn Ewers completed 71% of his passes last year. Strong in the opener, 20 of 27, right around that efficiency. 260 yards, 3 scores, 1 INT. The O-line, 4 returning starters, including stud left tackle, potential future first-round pick Kelvin Banks Jr. at left tackle. Once again, here's Wink.
It's strength versus strength, their O-line versus our D-line. So that's going to be a great challenge for us. And both those quarterbacks can really spin the ball, and he has the offense down, and he knows what to look for, and he knows what different coverages defenses are trying to do. So it's going to be a tough challenge.
The great programs reload. Remember Thursday night in the NFL opener, Xavier Worthy was the breakout star. He was with the Longhorns last year, as was second-rounder A.D. Mitchell, now with the Colts. Quinn Ewers really good. Lots of playmakers, good O-line. This is as good of an offense as there is in college football.
It is, and, Wink nailed it. Strength versus strength. So, is our strength going to show up and be stronger than theirs? How many times can we win those matchups? It's not going to be every time, but you've got to have, like Quinn Ewers' pass, efficiency rating, you got to have that on defense as well. He's going to complete some passes. They're going to have some big plays. Minimize those, and you're going to find a way to win this game.
Right now. All right, we're going to take a moment, throw it down. Jason Vaughn, he's got a special guest. Jason?
I'm down here with the captain, Derek Jeter. It's great to see you here at Michigan's biggest game of the year so far. What makes you come out so often?
I'm a Michigan man. I grew up an hour and a half from here in Kalamazoo, signed to come play at University of Michigan. Obviously went to go play with the Yankees, but came back and attended classes. So I'm a Michigan man at heart.
That's awesome. Now, when you look at this team in comparison to last year, what do you see and how do you think we can win this football game today?
It's a different team, but every year you have a different team. Good or bad, you got to be able to turn the page and move forward. So a lot of excitement with the team, and I wish them the best, but, hey, it's hard. It's hard work, man. Winning's not easy.
Exactly. Last question I'll have for you is that you know a little bit about winning. If you were in the locker room today and you had some sage advice to give to the team, what would it be?
Have fun. I mean, look, practice, preparation throughout the week, that's the hard part. When you get to the game, you let your instincts take over and you have fun doing it. So just trust that you're prepared and, everything will work out for you.
All right, all the 100,000+ fans, thank you for doing this interview. Thank you so very much, Cap.
All right, one of the many celebrities on hand today, and former Yankees captain Derek Jeter right there. Great stuff from Jason. We'll come back and hear from one of the key members of that Michigan defense. It's linebacker Ernest Hausman next. Wolverines and Longhorns. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Players toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham calling on the post, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards going to see your favorite team in the playoffs. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can go see your favorite team in the playoffs. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but we cannot guarantee that your favorite team will make the playoffs or even finish with a winning record. They could easily lose more than half their games and finish in the cellar because they stink badly and haven't made the playoffs in years. Savings? Very possible. Playoffs? Highly doubtful. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. We cannot be held liable for your favorite team's terrible and frankly embarrassing performances now or ever.
Welcome back to our coverage of Michigan and Texas. Great to be joined by Ernest Hausman from the Michigan defense. First off, Ernest, your first career start for Michigan, what was that experience like? What did it mean to you?
Oh, it meant the world. I just come in here a year ago from the portal, and, everything from Michigan, what it meant for me to become a Michigan Wolverine and to play, put that helmet on, the winged helmet. It's so special. There's so much tradition with it. So it's just a special moment, truly. I was able to soak it in. But like it is, once you put yourself on that field, it's time to go.
So assess how this team went in game one defensively. What did you guys like, and what are some areas that you need to work on?
Yeah, I think we came out there and executed the game plan like the way we wanted to. I thought, early on, before the game, we talked about it's gonna be a pillar game. Our 4 pillars that we strive each and every day to make sure that we reach those excellent goals that we set for. Because we know that we do those 4 pillars each and every game. We're going to let the results at the end of the game. And so we knew it was going to be a pillar game. We emphasized that before the game, halftime, just make sure that we just go out there and execute.
Before the season, Wink talked about wanting to learn more about the depth of this team. How do you think that process compares to last year when that depth was so vital to you guys? How deep is this defense in your eyes?
I think this defense is very deep. I think there's so many people that really took on that role. When Coach Wink came in here, understood how our success was from last year, understood how vital, obviously, from his experience in the league and other teams, how the depth, how long a season is, that you need so many different bodies. And I think the whole team embraced that, just obviously knowing from our success from last year. And then we're just very open and telling people that we need people in those roles. We need those people to increase our depth to make sure that we can sustain the way that we want to play throughout the whole year.
To Texas, what's stood out on film during the week? What do they do well offensively?
They do a very good job of just changing the picture, whether it's pre-snap, post-snap, with a lot of motions, a lot of window dressing. They do a lot of things to make sure that they just want to make your eyes see different things, right? I think the offensive coordinator does a very good job of really putting his players in position to make plays, right? Whether it's just getting the ball out in open space, whether it's just scheming up to make sure the guys get open. So I think we have a challenge ahead of us. A lot of great skill players on that team, but they have really good offensive line core, running back and quarterback and wide receiver play. I think from 11 guys on the field, they do a lot of things that can really present problems for defense. And just making sure that we as a defense, we identify those things and make sure that we play our sound defense that we know we can play.
You've played in big games. You've played in big games at the Big House, including, of course, last year against Ohio State. But this is the first time ever Texas is playing at Michigan, only the second time these two teams have ever played in college football. Just what kind of an atmosphere do you anticipate, and how can fans impact this type of a game?
Oh, I'm expecting the best atmosphere. Like last year, there's a lot of games that we played and I played in that were insane atmosphere. From talking about going to Penn State, that whiteout. Obviously here in Michigan against the Ohio State game. So, I've been in those games. But for us, we love those games. We love those games Texas coming here in Michigan, because we know the fan base that we have in Michigan is different to anywhere in the country. And so we use that to our advantage, and we know that we play our best in games like these. I heard Will say that in an interview, that we play our best in these games like these, and so we can't wait for our environment here at Michigan. That our fans, how they help us on our field. So we can't wait.
Ernest Hausman, good luck. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
There's Ernest Hausman. We'll come back with more analysis, getting ready for the Wolverines and the Longhorns. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the Big House? Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm gonna get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food? Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm gonna make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm gonna beat the halftime crowd.
Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Explorer at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Explorer offers an available twin-panel moonroof and has available seating for up to 7. Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Explorer XLT 4x4 SUV for $369 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for a low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $3,750 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 202A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and details. Lease an Explorer XLT 4x4 for $369 a month for 24 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
It's time for our Leaders and Best Spotlight, brought to you by Michigan Medicine. It's always great to be joined by Dr. Ebony Parker Featherstone, a family medicine physician and the medical director at the Ypsilanti Health Center. Dr. Parker Featherstone, thanks as always for joining us. Let's talk about flu shots. Why is it so important to get a flu shot?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Well, as you know, the influenza virus causes a respiratory illness, which can be mild, but it can range from mild to severe illness and can even, in the worst case, lead to death. The reason it's important to get an influenza vaccine or the flu shot is because it helps protect against influenza really in two important ways. One, it can help decrease a person's risk of ever developing the influenza illness. But secondly, if someone is still going to get the influenza illness, the vaccine helps decrease the risk of complication and the severity of the disease that they might get. For that reason, the flu shot is important for both of those causes.
So who should be getting a flu shot?
So the influenza vaccine or flu shot is recommended for all people ages 6 months and up. And so anybody age 6 months or older would be a candidate for the influenza vaccine and then should be immunized. There are rare exceptions. And so if someone is concerned about their personal health history, we encourage them to talk to their medical provider for clarity.
And lastly, when is the best time to get a flu shot?
So flu season becomes most active. It starts in October and then goes throughout the winter season. So we'd say the best time to get the flu vaccine is now in the months of September and October, and ideally by the end of October, though at any point folks can get the influenza vaccine if they don't have an opportunity to get it during that time frame.
You heard her. Get it as soon as you can. Listeners can visit uofmhealth.org/flu shots to learn more and find information about how to get a flu shot this fall. Dr. Parker Featherstone, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Brian, and go Blue.
All right, thanks to our friends at Michigan Medicine for that conversation as we welcome you back to the Big House, 40 minutes away from Michigan and Texas, second all-time meeting, first ever on campus. Guys, let's start with the atmosphere. It's a maze out, and I think most Michigan fans got the memo. This place is very maze-heavy. There is plenty of burnt orange in here, not as much as I think Texas fans were hoping for because of the novelty of this, and it's not totally full yet. But, Jason, we'll start with you down on the field. What is it like down there?
It's insane down here. There is a bunch of people on the sidelines. You know it's a big game when the coaches are yelling at the people on the sidelines telling them to get back so we can do our drills before the game, our warm-up drills. But it's electric already. The stars are out. My high school guy, Tim Hardaway, I just spoke to him. Chris Webber, Matthew McConaughey, did an interview with Derek Jeter. Chris, it's a bunch of people on this sideline. So everyone's excited for this game, and I'm looking forward to it.
All the celebrities are here. All the recruits are here from Michigan. It's a big recruiting weekend for the Maize and Blue. This is as good as college football gets. Two storied programs going at it in Ann Arbor. The weather is perfect. It's football weather. Two powerhouses clash today. It's what people want to see.
Let's talk about the marquee matchup in this game, and it figures to be Texas's offense against Michigan's defense. Jason, what are some things you're going to be watching for, especially early in that heavyweight fight?
Well, watching film on Texas this week and going over their film thoroughly, the thing that I'll say is that point of attack, we have to be more physical. And I know that you hear about this, and we talked about it early in the shows, that we have to be more physical. But I'm going to talk about on the edges. They run the zone read and the spread offense, and they're trying to get a half a man, and they'll throw it out there to those tunnel screens and those bubble screens. Our cornerbacks have to win the one-on-one matchups outside, and if we can mitigate those tunnel screens, those bubble screens, it's going to be hard for them to make yards because they have a bunch of great athletes in space, but if you hit them in the mouth at the point of attack, especially on the edges, our big guys will take care of the run up front.
Yeah, Jason, you said it. They got a lot of athletes in space. Coach Sarkisian's a great offensive mind. He's going to try to put his players in that position. It's important to team tackle, not one guy trying to make a play. All 11 hats got to get to the ball. One of the other things I'm going to be looking for is the pass rush. We go through this every year when we play Ohio State, right? They have dynamic weapons on the outside, and if you allow a quarterback enough time, those guys are going to find a way to shake open. They're going to have to find a way to get into Hewer's head a little bit. You don't necessarily have to sack him all the time, but the pressure on him, making him uncomfortable, throwing off of his back foot, not allowing him to find receivers in space with time. The defensive line has to have a big day for Michigan.
So, Jack, I'll throw it to you first on the reverse. Michigan's offense against Texas's defense. Certainly not as star-studded on either side of the football, and it's no knock on them. It's just how good Michigan's defense is loaded with talent and vice versa for Texas's offense. But it feels like so much of what Michigan needs to improve upon starts up front. Michigan replacing all 5 starters. Their 6th offensive lineman, Trente Jones, from last year, gone too. how much better must that offensive line be in order for Michigan's offense to have the success they need here, not only to score points, but keep Quinn Ewers and company off the field?
Yeah, exactly. They're going to have to make a big jump from last week. It's their bread and butter. They want to run the ball. They want to dominate the line of scrimmage. It all starts there. Obviously, the offensive line is going to have to play a little bit better. Hopefully, you see a big improvement from week 1 to week 2. That's what good teams do. They're going to have to establish that, because what comes after that is finding a way to get explosive. Donovan Edwards, Samaj Morgan, they're going to have to find a way, just like Texas tries to do, to get some playmakers in space. Not only does that help extend drives, score touchdowns, all of that, obviously, but you said it, Brian, it keeps Quinn Ewers and that offense off the field, because if you give them enough chances to do things, they're really good. They're going to find a way to get yards, put up points. Keeping them off the field, finding ways to extend drives, chew up clock, and then score by keeping them on the sidelines, that's got to be the recipe today.
Yeah, we have to protect the football. I think that's always the recipe for a Michigan team. And this Texas team last year were ball hawks when it comes to interceptions. They finished top 20 when it comes to interceptions. And you saw the pick last week by their young freshman with a diving catch in the back of the end zone. So these guys can go and make plays, not just plays that come to you on tip balls or a guy throw the ball right to you. No, they can go above and beyond and go compete for the football. And so we have to protect the football when we throw it, but just protect it in general. And I would love to see our young guys shake free. This is going to be that type of a game. That type of a game where this team is good enough to play man-to-man, and we're going to see what our young receivers are made of, because we have to beat man-to-man coverage in order to win this football game.
Yeah, everybody talks about the flashy stuff, being able to gain yards, put up touchdowns, all that, right? I think a big component today, too, is playing field position. We saw what Zavada can do, kicking those long field goals last week. The way that Michigan's going to be able to win this game is controlling the clock, controlling the line of scrimmage. If they don't get a touchdown, still being able to settle for field goals is important. We saw Zavada as a big weapon last time, so look for special teams. Turnovers, obviously, right? That's how you get momentum. And I think it's really important, too, to start fast today. Get this crowd into it. Get the energy in this stadium to extend into the game. If Texas jumps out early and takes the crowd out of it, could be a long day for Michigan. If they're able to score first, get some momentum early, get this place rocking, use the big house to their advantage.
There are a few gusts in this building, so special teams could play a big role in this game, because the weather conditions, there will be some wind with kicks and also catching the ball.
But hey, Dominic Zavada was a stud last week for Michigan. Bert Auburn, the kicker for Texas, he has been great. 22 straight regular season field goals made. So both teams trust their kicker despite the win. All right, we'll come back and call our shots, see what we'll be talking about in postgame of this classic. Michigan and Texas coming up at 12:10. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The slot's full already? You said kickoff was at 3. It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan will answer the mantra for Lloyd Carr with one more win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Michigan, Texas, two historic programs, one massive showdown.
Indeed it is, and it's almost upon us. A little bit more than a half an hour away. We'll hear from head coach Sherrone Moore coming up in about 10 minutes. But first, guys, let's try to call our shots and see what we'll be talking about in postgame. Jason Avant, what do you think we will be discussing? What do you think you'll be talking about with the players after this massive top 10 showdown?
I think we're going to be talking about how great our defense is and how well they stepped up to the plate and was able to mitigate and stop Texas offense to some extent, less than their season averages in the past. And I think that's what we're going to be talking about at the end of the day. How great Mason Graham is, Kenneth Grant, and also, Will Johnson and all those guys in the back end. That's what I think we're going to be talking about at the end of the game.
I'm going to go with the opposite side of the ball. I think it's going to be a coming out party for one of those receivers, hopefully. Somebody, Fred Moore, somebody like that shows up today big and is able to push this offense down the field, sustain drives, open it up a little bit. Texas is going to try to stop the run. You're going to have to be able to stretch them, get dynamic with the passing attack. I think that starts with the wide receivers. I also think today's a big day for Donovan Edwards. I think last week kind of solidified he's not your every down running back. I think everyone kind of knows you got to use him the way you've used him the last several years. Get him in space, throw him the ball, do some not trick plays, but some dynamic type of different looks with him. He's a big play guy in big games. We've seen it time and time again. He shows up on this kind of stage. I think Donovan Edwards has a big night too.
If there is a Michigan receiver around that 87-yard total that Colson Loveland had last week, that's massive. The other thing, if Michigan can rip off a long, sustained touchdown drive, 7-8 minutes, grind out the clock, keep Quinn Ewers and this offense off the field, I think Michigan's in really good shape. Should be a doozy. There's some other games of note around college football. Rob Joyce will update you on that coming up in our next segment. Also a conversation with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Then Doug sits down with the head coach, Sherrone Moore, all getting you ready for the Wolverines and the Longhorns. The second all-time meeting, a maze out of the Big House. Going to be a lot of fun, and it's about a half an hour away. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame, 2 more rings, 2 more. You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
We are minutes away from the massive showdown at the Big House, Michigan taking on Texas. Let's say hello to Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Doug. This is the kind of game where your ticket pays for the whole seat, but you only need the edge. I can't wait for kickoff.
I can't disagree. You know, Andy, we regularly talk with Michigan fans about health care and health-related topics. Around those conversations, there's an underpinning of how long Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan has been in business and the commitment that comes from that. I recently read a blog post that reflects on Blue Cross's 85th anniversary.
That's right, Doug. 85 years young. It represents an important milestone for us. Blue Cross has been at the forefront of change in health care for many decades now, and it's important for our members to know that even at 85, we aren't standing still when it comes to delivering quality, access, and value.
Andy, it's a unique role that Blue Cross plays, providing members with statewide and national access to high-quality, affordable health care, while also serving Michigan communities in ways that have unparalleled impacts.
Doug, Blue Cross has been unwavering in our support of the mission, but we've also been able to bring about change in profound and historic ways.
Blue Cross created Michigan's first statewide HMO network, which most people are familiar with as Blue Care Network. At the time, it changed the face of healthcare in our state.
It did, Doug. And more recently, we've evolved into a nonprofit mutual health insurer, which is an important change that sets us up to serve our members well long into the future.
And becoming a nonprofit mutual didn't change Blue Cross's mission, but it did allow you to do more to serve both your members and Michigan communities.
That's right. We've diversified our business to support our ability to keep health insurance more affordable. We've launched many new products and solutions and supported care in our local communities through Blue Cross's $1.56 billion financial commitment to the Michigan Health Endowment Fund.
Michigan fans, you can learn more at mibluedaily.com. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Michigan, Texas, 12-10 from the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the network studios with a look around the rest of college football on a busy Saturday. A dozen other games involving Big Ten teams. That doesn't include Indiana winning and Northwestern losing in double overtime last night. Other noon kickstart in Happy Valley. Penn State hosts Bowling Green. Rutgers welcomes in Akron. And Minnesota, the only conference team to lose its opening game last week, hosts FCS Rhode Island. To round out the nooners, 3:30 slate highlighted by the first Big Ten game of the season. Maryland entertains Michigan State. Terps have won back-to-back games for the first time ever against the Spartans, trying for a third on the road today. Iowa, its annual rivalry clash with Iowa State. This year at Kinnick Stadium, Hawkeyes have won 7 of the last 8 in the series, though 6 straight games have been decided by 10 points or fewer between the pair. Also at 3:30, Washington playing host to Eastern Michigan. Wisconsin, an FCS opponent in South Dakota, albeit a Yotes team that is ranked in the top 10 of the FCS polls. Coming tonight, Illinois faces a tough home test. 7 o'clock, number 19, Kansas comes to town. 7:30, a rivalry game between Nebraska and Colorado and Lincoln. Just the second time in the last 14 years the Huskers host the old rival. Also at 7:30, it's Ohio State at home against Western Michigan. Pair of late-night kicks out west at 10. Oregon off a sleepy 10-point win last week against FCS Idaho. Takes on a Boise State team that hung 56 last week at Georgia Southern. And the night rounds out at 11 in L.A. USC battles Utah State. That's the day in the Big Ten. Top 25, not a whole lot of marquee games today aside from ours. Tulane hosts number 17 Kansas State. 16th ranked Oklahoma State welcomes in Arkansas, both of those at noon. 7:30 tonight in Charlotte. Number 24 NC State, 14th ranked Tennessee. Your only other ranked on ranked matchup. Aside from Michigan and Texas coming in a few minutes. Pregame continues. We'll get Sharon Morse. Pregame thoughts he chats with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need. And will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Go Blue. Go long. Go 5.5% ABV. Go sparkling citrus and real liquor. Go gluten-free and full flavor. Go with the drink that's the fastest growing spirits brand in the world 2023 and is unlike anything you've had before. Go with the Finnish Long Drink, a drink that goes with cheering on the maize and blue unlike any other spirits brand out there. Long Drink, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume, gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024, The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude.
gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Check. Sharon Moore in 3. Wow, it's a big one. Michigan and Texas, we're counting you down to kickoff. The Wolverines and the Longhorns. Doug Karsh back with you, and we're joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. And, Coach, huge game today. Could you feel a buzz in the building and at practice all week long?
There's an elite energy throughout the building. There's an elite energy this whole week in practice. The focus was intense, and not like it wasn't an intense focus or intentional focus last week, but I think the guys understand the magnitude of this game, and we love big games. We love great atmosphere, so we're super stoked for this game. Speaking of the atmosphere, what kind of difference can your home fans make for this one today? Yeah, they could make it incredibly hard for our opponent to communicate, to make changes, do whatever they need to do. So we need to make this the most hostile environment in college football today. Okay, so coming out of game one, there's always things that become a checklist to get better for week two. Do you feel like you were able to attack those things and check those boxes going into this one? Yeah, we worked really, really hard all week to not only make the game plan simple for us but complicated for them, but also at the same time fixing the things that we needed to do, and it felt like we did that in a large way. All the guys had a great week of preparation. I felt Tuesday was really good, but Wednesday and Thursday felt like those kind of days that you need to help you win big games, and the preparation's how you play, so we're ready to put that on display. Going back to last week, drives weren't finished, but you had 7 plays, 9 plays, 10 plays, 10 plays, and ended in field goals, which we'll get to how important those were in a minute. But the makings were there. What are the keys to finishing those drives? I think when you get to the red zone, it's not really about, the plays that you call. It's how you execute the plays. And you go back and watch every play. It's one guy here, that if you get this block, if this route's that depth, then you're going to have a touchdown. So, but we don't want to live in the world of if, what if, that could have. We have to do. So we're going to do everything we can to do today. Okay, so Davis Warren, evaluate where he is in his development going into this one. Man, we talk about improvement from week 1 to week 2 and the comfortability he has with the offense and the guys in the huddle and the command. It's been unbelievable to watch him progress this whole week and his preparation. And I mean, he's a football junkie. He's in there with us at 11:30, 12 at night, studying the game plan, visualizing the plays, walking through the plays, and executing them on the field. So to watch his level of play increase is really good. Now he's just got to go do it on the field. Kirk Campbell told a great story about him early in his career when he was like 8th string, literally 8th string. You guys had Friday night written tests. Yeah. And 8th string the whole time, 100%. The Davis Warren was preparing to be the starter when he had no chance of even playing. Yeah. It's almost like he was preparing for days like this. Yeah, I mean, we always talk about next man up. Now his situation was a little different because he was the 8th man in the helm. So next man up takes a little time for him to be the next man up. But it was just an example of like the culture and what we are in that. The preparation is what you do and how you become really good. And for him, he's just always been the same person. He's always worked really hard. He's always prepared to put himself in a position to be successful, and now he's here. For a huge game, do you go back to rely on something that happened with maybe J.J. early in his career? Or I was looking back at your career. When you were at OU, Sam Bradford, first start against Texas, came through in a big way. Was there something that those guys have or had in that moment that can help Davis today? Well, ironically, I was walking in the room, I think it was Wednesday night, And I go on it's about 10:30, and Davis is watching film with Max Bredesen and Colston Loveland, and I go on the phone, and it's JJ. So he's talking to JJ. JJ's sitting there. He's talking to him about just prepping him for he's like, it's so much different when you practice, but then you get in that moment. You need to feel that buzz. You need to feel that energy. You need to make that first throw and do all those things to get because it's different than practice. And to listen to him say that, which I kind of already knew because I know JJ pretty well, but for listening to him to give them those mentor and pointers because they're very close was really cool to hear. So I think he's excited for the atmosphere, the moment to hit, to get that first throw, whenever that is, out of his belt, and then go on with the next one.
All right, let's talk about Colston Loveland. Huge week one. Everybody knows about him. Certainly he will be a point of emphasis for Texas today. Is he the kind of guy that you're going to get the ball to anyway, no matter what, or is it this the day somebody else picks up the slack?
I mean, I think it has to be a mix of both. I think other guys have to step up, but you definitely have to find ways to get him the football. He's that good a player. But I think a lot of our other guys are ready to step up, and it'll be fun to watch.
All right, Michigan and Texas. We'll talk about the opponent, the Longhorns, next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option, at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Sharon Moore with us, Michigan and Texas coming up. And, Coach, is there anything you take from this Texas team that you're playing? Because you played against them and they were your big rival. It might not mean anything or it might be something. Is there anything there?
No, I mean, just all the respect I have for the program, for Coach Sark and what he's done, how he's built the program. It's tremendous. He's got great talent. He's got great players. He's got great coaches. He's got a great, culture, and just a lot of respect for him and what he's done with the program.
One of the great matchups today is Coach Sark and his staff versus Coach Wink and his defensive staff. So much respect for Coach Sarkisian. Why will he make it tough on Wink Martindale's group today?
I mean, I think he just does such a great job of obviously knowing his personnel. He loves to run the football. People see all the off the deep throws and play actions and RPOs, but at his core, he wants to run the football. And, guys like that, they make it hard on you because if they can get it going, then it's hard to keep them stopped. So we got to try to make them one-dimensional and do different things to make that disrupt the quarterback.
A great quarterback in Quinn Ewers and talent on the outside. Do they compare to Ohio State, their passing game a year ago, or to Washington, another great passing team you played, and two teams that you were – they're going to get yards and they're going to get points, but you were able to beat both those teams.
Yeah, very comparable, and quarterbacks are all really good. Especially you talk about Michael Penix, first rounder, who looks like he's going to be starting in the NFL, and then Kyle McCord was a really good player last year for him, and then obviously all the skill guys that both teams had were incredible. So it's definitely comparable, and we're just, the boys have been ready for it.
Well, the boys defensively, I know as coaches, they were as advertised last week, but you're never 100% satisfied. What were some points of emphasis where the defense can get better going into this game?
I think really for us, it's the guys, not just the Will Johnsons, but the other guys on the back end to make sure that, the big plays, we got to eliminate those big plays. And we'll eliminate those things. And they're going to happen. But for us, we want to eliminate those as much as possible. And then just do the little things right and communicate and do your job, because when you do that, we have successful plays on defense.
In big games, oftentimes it comes down to special teams. Well, your kickers have pretty much eliminated the return game for the opponents, but you've had big plays in the return game from Samaj and Tyler, and now it looks like you might have an NFL kicker. How big are special teams today?
It's huge. It's going to impact the game in every way. This is going to be like an NFL-style game with two great offenses, two great defenses, great special teams, great coach on the other side, and Coach Sark, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure we work our tails off to get this win.
You excited?
Yes, very. Very.
Sherrone Moore, Michigan coach, the Wolverines and Longhorns coming up. We'll have the kickoff next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
A new era of Michigan men's basketball is upon us, and there is still time to secure your seats for all the action. A limited number of season tickets are available to watch the new-look Wolverines, led by head coach Dusty May. And the home schedule is loaded with marquee matchups, including Michigan State, Purdue, Oregon, TCU, and Washington. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more and secure your season tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your men's basketball season tickets.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Big Ten Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Sports.
Now we're here. It's Texas week.
First time these two teams are ever facing off in one of their home stadiums.
It's going to be celebrities all over the place, superstars, going to be a lot of alumni back.
This is why you come to Michigan, to play in these moments.
These are the kind of matchups that people put together on the EA Sports video game.
Let's don't kid ourselves. Kids know big games compared to other games.
The atmosphere is going to be crazy and, certainly something that I probably haven't ever experienced before.
We know the fan base that we have in Michigan is different to anywhere in the country.
They coming into our house, so we got to be the ones to hit them in the mouth first, and they got to be the ones worried about us.
It'll be a physical football game. Michigan prides itself on that, so does Texas.
I know the intensity will be higher, but you use that to your advantage. Take that intensity and you turn it into focus.
We played in so many big games last year. I think all the guys realized that that's really prepared us to go in this week and play well.
That's where we play our best football, so I'm excited for it.
Texas, a top 10 matchup in the Big House.
Best place in the world. Nothing better than the Big House.
I wouldn't want it any other way.
Michigan football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Once again with national champion John Jensen, here's Stud Karsh.
And what a scene to behold here at the Big House. A maze out. The fans have done a wonderful job on what has turned into an unseasonably chilly day here in Ann Arbor. Mixed in the burnt orange of the Texas Longhorn fans as we're getting you set for a massive matchup between two of college football's blue bloods. It's Michigan and Texas. We'll bring in John Jansen in a moment. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Well, John, college football has changed, and we're going to get more matchups like this. Michigan's last 8 games are at Penn State, at an 8-win Maryland team, Ohio State, Iowa in the Big Ten title, Alabama in the Rose Bowl, Washington in the Natty, a 9-win Fresno team, and now Texas, later the Kansas City Chiefs. They're playing everybody.
Let's go back and have a game plan like we did in State College where we run the ball 37 times. And have that type of success, I'll take it all day today.
Well, it's going to be tough against this Texas defense. They're extremely good up front. They have an outstanding middle linebacker, kid that looks like he should be playing defensive tackle, in Anthony Hill. Their secondary is outstanding with award candidates all across the field.
Yeah, you see a linebacker wearing the number 0, the way that he wears it, it's stretched to its max. He's a good player. That's the strength of this defense. They hit the transfer portal for 2 defensive tackles. You can run the ball on this team. Colorado State did it last week, and it's going to be up to Michigan. Between the tackles, you've got to be able to gain some yards.
The Wolverines have gathered in the Lloyd Carr Tunnel. They're wearing the big game blues for this one. Texas will be clad in their traditional all-white jerseys. Michigan led by the captains out there, and the banner is out. And, man, what a day. Derek Jeter's going to be the honorary captain. We heard from him in the pregame show with our Jason Avant, who's down on the field right now. Jason?
It's electric down here. The guys are about to come out. The stars are out. The stage is set. It's time to play some football. Perfect fall weather, even though it's technically still summer. This is a great day in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, it's crowded down there on the sidelines, isn't it?
Yeah, some of everybody on the sideline. I got a chance to talk to Scottie Pippen a second ago. I didn't know that Tim Hardaway and his father would be at the game. It's a great day.
And here come the Wolverines. Simply one of the best scenes in sports.
It is, and I know Jason feels the same thing. You have these memories of running out, touching the batter, looking up at right now at a sea of yellow. We never had a maze out when I was playing, but the student section is absolutely packed. All the faithful are here at the 50-yard line. Everybody you see every single week, and it's just an unbelievable experience to come out of that tunnel, see 110,000 people, know that they all came to watch you, and they are watching the premier matchup in college football today.
They're talking about this might be the highest rated college football regular season game ever. And this has been one of the toughest tickets for people to get a hold of leading up to this one, Michigan and Texas. Now, Michigan coming off a 30-10 win over Fresno in week 1. The Texas Longhorns, very impressive in a 52-0 shutout over Colorado State. And now the Longhorns are taking the field with the white jerseys, white helmets. It's a great uniform, John. It's a great uniform.
If you say so. I'll take your word for it.
Well, Steve Sarkisian will bring in an offense that'll spread the field. They've got weapons on the outside and a ton of speed, but deep down, Coach Sark likes to run the ball.
Well, he likes to run the ball, and he knows if you're going to be playing against a Big Ten team in this environment, now there's no rain forecasted, but there is a little bit of wind down in the field. We'll get that update from Jason Avant in a little bit, what that's like, but you're going to have to be physical up front, and this is strength on strength. Texas's offensive line against Michigan's defensive line. That's the matchup that I can't wait to see all day long, and this is why you come to Michigan. And here's another thing, Doug. Everybody's talking about Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Will Johnson. This is an opportunity for people to figure out who is that corner that plays opposite Will Johnson. Jair Hill, that's a chance for him to stand up and be counted today. Quentin Johnson, Zeke Berry, all of these guys that nobody's talking about, this is a showcase moment for them.
Well, Michigan offensively, what might they do different today? The quarterback run game, maybe with Davis Warren. In the pass game, maybe running back Donovan Edwards. We might see some guys doing some things a little bit differently this weekend.
Yeah, and from week to week, there's going to be a copycat situation. And whether it's, hey, Texas is going to pack the box like Fresno State did, now all of a sudden with Davis Warren, you're going to have the ball in his hands coming around the edge. With Alex Orji, at some point, you're going to have a simple throw for him.
The captains are gathering at midfield. Michigan led by the honorary captain. Derek Jeter's out there speaking for Texas will be Quinn Ewers. And, of course, the Michigan captains, Rod Moore, Max Bredesen, Donovan Edwards, and Makari Page. Let's go down to the field.
The zebra head is the head, and the zebra tail is the tail. Pretty simple. What will be your call? Tails. You called tails. We're going to let it hit the ground. And it is a tail. Texas has won the toss. And they want to receive the football.
Take the football. John Jansen pumps his fists.
Let's go.
This way. Texas,
strength on strength.
So Michigan will be kicking off. Texas will take their position. They will be moving from right to left when they receive the football. And it'll be our first chance to see Quinn Ewers and this Texas offense. On the outside, they've got some speed. Isaiah Bond played against Michigan last year in the Rose Bowl for Alabama. He was on the receiving end of the Milroe Miracle last year at Auburn. Watch out for Matthew Golden, a transfer from Houston. And the guy that really impressed me in week one, their true freshman wide receiver, Ryan Wingo. This guy already looks like a senior, looks like an NFL player.
Yeah, I mean, they've got speed coming from everywhere. And I love the fact that they took the ball. That's a sign of disrespect to Michigan. And I guarantee you everybody on the sideline right now is saying, you know what, they don't think as much as the rest of the country does about Mason Grant, Kenneth Grant. They're willing to go out there and say, we're going to set the tone early and often. So, hey, defense, stand up, be counted. Same thing they did last week. Force a turnover early.
Well, you mentioned two of the starters for the Michigan defense, Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham. Rayshon Benny listed as a starter. We'll see if he does. Josiah Stewart or Derek Moore at the other defensive end, unless Moore starts instead of Benny. Barham and Houseman in the middle, then Will Johnson, Quentin Johnson, Zeke Berry, Makari Page, and Jair Hill make up the Michigan secondary. The Michigan defense will be on the field first. Tommy Doman is over the football, getting set to kick this one off. It's Michigan and Texas from here at the Big House. Welcome those of you across the great state of Michigan, around the Midwest, around the United States of America, listening on the Varsity Network app, including your daughter who's got us tuned in today.
Yeah, she's unable to be here. She's taking her talents down to West Lafayette, but is listening on the Varsity app. So, hey, Lucy.
Hey, John. I just walked through the Michigan defense, and they definitely respectful.
They found it disrespectful.
Guarantee you, they are going to be fired up when they take the field.
Here we go from the Big House as Tommy Doman boots it towards the Texas end zone. The ball rolls to a stop at the 5-yard line, and Golden's going to have to bring it back. Michigan trying to track him down as he comes to the near sideline across the 20, and he runs out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench at the 24-yard line. Interesting kickoff there. He got it to die. The 10 down at the 5, as far away from Golden as he could get it, did Tommy Doman. And Texas will take over on the 24-yard line. Quinn Ewers is the quarterback. Jarrett Gibson and Jaden Blue are their running backs. The guys on the outside, Jonte Cook, Ryan Wingo, Isaiah Bond. Watch out for their tight end, Amari Nyblack. He was at Alabama last year, transferred in. Texas and Michigan, our first play will come from the 24-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Longhorns. Ewers in a shotgun, going to fire out of the backfield. He's got his man Blue, who's trying to break a tackle from Jair Hill, and he can't, as Hill brings him down and forces him out of bounds at the same time at the 25-yard line, a gain of 1 on 1st down.
A little bit of a cushion there for him, but you saw the closing speed from Jair Hill on their sideline. What a great opportunity this young man has of coming out with this class of receiver to play against.
Quintravion Wiesner in the game now, and we get a flag and a false start, and that's going to do nothing but fire up the fans here at the Big House.
Credit the Big House, credit the crowd.
False start. Offense, number 56, 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
It's what you get when you take the ball first.
56 is Cameron Williams, a junior out of Duncanville, Texas. This is just his 2nd career start. Back up Texas 5 yards. It's 2nd down and 14. Ewers in a shotgun. The transfer quarterback from Ohio State takes the snap. Gonna roll out, fire, and it's incomplete. Almost intercepted by Jayshawn Barham. They tried to set up a little screen, some misdirection with run action left, throwback right, incomplete. It'll be 3rd and long.
When you talk to Wink, you talk to any of these defensive coaches, one of the things that comes up is that Jayshawn Barham is a student of the game. That right there is film study, pressuring Quinn Ewers, knowing that that ball is going to come out over there in place to make a play right away.
3rd down and 14 for Texas. Michigan crowding the line of scrimmage, showing blitz. Wolverines getting the fans into it as Ewers has the snap. Back to pass. He's got time. Going to loft one deep. He's got a man out there. It's Bond, and he's got it. In Michigan territory, diving to the ground and down at the 48-yard line. Heck of a throw from Quinn Ewers and Isaiah Bond with the first big play of the game. It goes to the 48-yard line of Michigan as they move the chains. That was a pickup of 40 yards on 3rd and long.
Quinn Ewers did a nice job of looking away Makari Page just long enough. He was there to make a hit right on when they made the catch, but just a split second earlier it would have been available. They're very obviously familiar with Isaiah Bond.
Where are they marking this football, John? They have it on the 39. He was down back beyond the 45. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right. I was just going to say,
Okay, they're making the correction.
Isaiah Bond was at Alabama last year. They saw him in the Rose Bowl. They're going to take their shots to him. He's a quality receiver.
All right, and they are maybe going to have to go look to see where to spot this one. Ron Snodgrass, our lead official.
13-31. 1-3-1-3-1. 13-31. Thank you.
They've got the ball placed on the 46-yard line. They originally had it at the 39, and the officials have moved it back. That was a gain of 33 yards on that pass to Isaiah Bond. 1st and 10 for Texas in Michigan territory. Quinn Ewers in a shotgun with 3 receivers split to the field side. Ball on the right hash as Ewers has the snap. Back to pass. Going to loft one, and it's over the head of his intended receiver, the tight end Juan Davis at the 30-yard line, and coverage down there was Jair Hill. Incomplete, 2nd down.
I'm curious as to why he is so quick to release the ball. I know that the Michigan front has a great reputation, and there was only one play in that first set of downs where they put pressure, but he's got to trust his offensive line. That ball was just released way too quick, and Michigan forces that.
Pistol formation with Jaden Blue in the backfield on 2nd and 10 for Texas from the Michigan 46-yard line. They go toss sweep to Blue running left. He's got some room, dives across the 45 down to the 42-yard line, a gain of 4. It'll be 3rd down. Derek Moore leading the Michigan tacklers.
Makari Page had an opportunity at about the 45-yard line to make that play for a 1-yard gain. Those are the opportunities that Michigan has to capitalize on. 3rd and 9 is much different and much different play selection for this Texas offensive staff than 3rd and 5.
Wolverines bring an extra defensive back in. Zeke Berry checks into the ball game on this 3rd down and 5 for Texas. From the Michigan 41-yard line, Ewers has the snap, back to pass. Quick pass, fires, he's got his receiver. He's going to slither through a hole across the 35 down to the 34-yard line. A 1st down on the quick pass there. Mason Graham on the tackle for Michigan.
Yeah, quick wide receiver screen, real tight to the line of scrimmage, allowing those linemen to get out there and make some blocks.
Texas going quickly, lines up 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. Handoff, Jaden Blue up the middle, puts his head down and burrows forward to the 31-yard line. Jason Barham leading the Michigan tacklers, gain of 3 on 1st down.
Yeah, everybody thought when Texas had a couple of running backs go down in training camp, their number 1 and number 2 for injury, that they weren't going to be able to run the ball. Jaden Blue, Gibson, Jarrett Gibson, is also a quality running back. They're still a threat to be able to put up a number of yards on the ground.
Texas with everybody jammed in tight on this 2nd down and 7 from the Michigan 31-yard line. 11:46 to go, 1st quarter, 1st possession of the game. Ewers back to pass. Here comes the rush. Going to fire, and there's nobody out there. Incomplete. John, are they going to take a look at that? Do you think?
I think they should.
Yeah, that might have been an intentional grounding. He either bounced out. They're either ruling him out of the tackle box.
Well, I know he landed outside the tackle box, but he wasn't outside of it when he released the ball. I'm surprised that they're not taking a look at that one.
Well, Texas has converted 2 third downs already on this first drive. They're looking at a 3rd and 7 from the Michigan 31. Michigan's defense shifting people around. Mason Graham lining up on the edge. Standing up, John. That's a different look.
This is Wink being Wink.
Bunch receivers, 3 to the left. Back to pass is Ewers. Here comes the rush. Ewers going to step up, fakes a throw, makes a move, and dives for the 1st down. He's got it at the Michigan 23-yard line. Little pump fake. Got Jason Barham off his feet. And he was able to escape for the first down there under heavy duress.
Yeah, and that pump fake can be dangerous, right? You don't want him to throw the ball over top of you, but you also got to realize where you are. He was past the line of scrimmage, so that pump fake should be one that you're not falling for at that point.
Gain of 8 on 3rd and 7, Texas. 3 third downs, 3 conversions on this opening drive from the Michigan 23-yard line. Ewers in a shotgun. Split backs to either side, and now we get a whistle and another false start on Texas.
Somebody, right guard, right tackle.
False start. Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty, first down.
The Cameron Williams false start count now at 2. Back up Texas 5 yards. Again, that's only going to get the fans more into it.
But now Michigan has to take advantage of 1st and 15. How are they going to win? All they got to simply do is win on first down here.
Back the football up to the Michigan 28-yard line. Ewers in a shotgun on 1st and 15. Claps his hands, back to pass. Fires in the flat. He's got his running back. That is Blue out of the backfield. He's forced out of bounds at the 22-yard line, a gain of 7. Will Johnson, the man that forced him out of bounds.
The difficult part about this offense, especially with the familiarity that Quinn Ewers has, is they've got all 3 levels unlocked. We've already seen them go deep for 33. Those underneath passes are such a huge threat.
2nd down and 8, and a quick pass out of the backfield to the running back Blue, and he's met and dropped immediately by Derek Moore for a loss on 2nd down, and back up Texas 4 yards there to be 3rd and long.
Now they've got to find a way to capitalize on 3rd down. We've seen Kenneth Grant drop into coverage, and it happened to be that 33-yard completion. We've seen Derek Moore now drop into coverage. Wink is changing up the looks. They've got to find a way to get home on 3rd down.
Texas well within Bert Auburn's field goal range, in case you're wondering, on this 3rd down and 12 from the Michigan 24-yard line. Ewers back to pass, flush it out of the pocket, rolling to his right, looking downfield, is going to fire towards the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown. DeAndre Moore. There's a flag in the Texas backfield, and it looks like this one, John, might be coming back.
That is, take the penalty out of it because it is coming back.
Holding, offense, number 56. 2-yard penalty, 3rd down.
That's a big-time throw by Quinn Ewers. Rolling to his right, throwing across his body, finding a receiver open in the end zone, 35 yards downfield. That's a big-time throw. But, he was under duress, and when it happens, at some point, those offensive linemen are going to take a little bit of a grab at a jersey, and they got caught on that one.
That is the 3rd infraction on Cameron Williams, the right tackle, this drive, and that one takes 6 points off the board for Texas. It's 3rd and 21 from the Michigan 34-yard line. Ewers in a shotgun, takes the snap. Michigan rushing 4, back to pass, fires in the flat. He's got his tight end at the 30, and he's dragged down well shy of the sticks by Jayshawn Barham. Spencer Shannon, I believe, on the receiving end of that one. It'll be 4th down, a gain of 9 on 3rd and long, and Texas will send on the field goal unit.
Michigan's obviously going to be picking on Williams. They've lined up Mason Graham over top of him. They've lined up Derek Moore over top of him. We've seen Kenneth Grant. They're switching things up, trying to find a little chink in the armor of a very good offensive line. They may have found it.
This will be a 43-yard attempt for Bert Auburn, the senior, who puts his right foot into it. The kick is on its way, and it is no good. Texas comes up empty on their opening drive as Michigan gets the stop. And with 8:58 to go in the first quarter, we'll take our first time out. We are scoreless here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. That missed field goal breaks a streak of 22 straight for Bert Auburn in the regular season as he misses wide right, and Michigan will take over at the 25-yard line. Starting offense, Davis Warren continues at quarterback. Up front, Miles Hinton, Josh Preeb, Dominic Giudice, Gio Ahadi, and Evan Link. That's your front five. You've got Colston Loveland, the All-American candidate, at tight end. Split wide, Michigan opens with three receivers, including Donovan Edwards in a slot, along with Tyler Morris, Kendrick Bell, and a receiver split wide right. Looks like Frederick Moore. So four wide with Edwards in a slot. Empty backfield for Davis Warren on this first Michigan play from scrimmage. Scoreless here midway through the first quarter. And we get a whistle and a flag, and it looks like Michigan may have jumped as well.
False start. Offense, number 78, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Michigan needs to be able to use motion and different sets. They brought Donovan Edwards back next to Davis Warren, put Colston Loveland in motion. It puts a little stress on the offensive line, and for those that didn't know what was going on, the offensive line had gotten set before the officiating crew was ready to go. Offensive line needs to get out of their stance, relax a little bit till they're ready to go.
First and 15 for Michigan from their own 19-yard line. Three receivers split wide right. And now, handoff to Donovan Edwards. Bounces it outside. Edwards with some room, puts his head down, and he gets the 5 yards back and a little bit more. Donovan Edwards with a gain of 6 running right there behind Gio Ahade and Evan Link.
Brought Josh Preeb, pulled him from his left guard position. Did a really nice job of squaring up on the linebacker and allowing Donovan Edwards to get to that next level. It's going to be hard to run on these linebackers, so a 6 or 7 yard run is a major victory early in this game.
Michigan with some inexperience up front. 59 career starts, but 53 of them come from 2 players. Just 1 for Giudice, Link, and 4 for El Hadi. Shotgun. Davis has the snap. Handoff Donovan Edwards. Hesitates in the backfield. Will plow forward, get a couple of yards there as he runs into the pile. And he'll set up a third down and manageable here for Michigan.
Double team between El Hadi and Link on that one. They got stuck at the line of scrimmage. Just need to play a little bit lower. I saw Gio's head pop up. He got hit right under the chin. You can't get movement like that. And when you don't get movement at the point of attack, especially with a double team, it makes it really hard to run the ball.
Third down and 7 for Michigan here. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. He's the lone running back. Pair of receivers split to either side. Davis in a shotgun. Surveys the Texas defense. Now brings Colston Loveland in motion from right to left. Davis back to pass. Looking, fires far side for Colston, and he air mails it over his head and out of bounds.
I think Davis Warren was expecting, they had 6 at the line of scrimmage, only rushed 4. He knew he had 5 protectors, and I think he got rid of that ball earlier than he needed to and earlier than he should have.
That's a comfort level thing. Davis has to grow up in a hurry today against Texas, but just got to get used to the game at this level and this speed. Jahdae Barron, the man in coverage for the Wolverines.
You also got to pick out the helmets, and it should be very distinctive between the maize and blue and the white.
Silas Bolden is deep. He had a big return against Colorado State as Tommy Doman gets a good punt off, and it's going to land at the 30, and unfortunately check up and roll backwards towards the 50, and Michigan finally downs it at the 43-yard line.
There's a lot of yardage.
Doman got no roll there.
No, there's a lot of lost yardage, and whether it's not being able to down it there or on the opening kickoff, when the ball is rolling around in the 10, you let them get out to the 21, 22-yard line. That hidden yardage right there, Michigan special teams has to be able to make some plays.
Carried much further than this, but goes in the books as just a 30-yard punt. And Texas will have the football back. Scoreless here in Ann Arbor at midway through the first. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The 2024 F-150 is built Ford tough and proud to be the official truck of your Detroit Lions. With intelligent functionality already built in, everything from home renovation to tailgating just got better. Right now, returning Easy Plan lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $339 a month for 24 months, with $3,959 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $3,000 renewal cash. Offer ends September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $339 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Scoreless here in Ann Arbor. How would you like to be able to listen to us? Well, synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home. Go to syncmygame.com. That's syncmygame.com. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Texas's opening drive, John, they ran 12 offensive plays. 10 of them were pass plays. They had 2 runs. One of the pass plays, Ewers scrambled and got a first down. But trying to establish a passing game early with the Longhorns on that opening drive, which resulted in a missed field goal.
Well, and they know it's going to be tough sled to try and run on this front seven for Michigan. So they're going to test the secondary. And as you notice, they haven't thrown at Will Johnson yet. They're going to try and test Jair Hill. They're going to test Makari Page, Quentin Johnson, everybody probably but Will Johnson.
You see Cameron Brandt on the field for Michigan in one of the edge spots. Now the Wolverines are actually lining.
Josiah Stewart's on the field.
Okay. He's lined up on the left side of the end, right over Cameron Williams, who's had 3 penalties already for Texas. 1st and 10 for the Longhorns. Back to pass is Ewers. Over the middle, pass tipped and completed to the tight end, Gunnar Helm, into Michigan territory, down to the 34-yard line. Ernest Hausman on the tackle, but that ball got tipped at the line of scrimmage, John, and completed anyway.
Yeah, it got tipped, and I mean, sometimes the ball's going to bounce your way, sometimes it doesn't, but they are able to finally get a little bit of pressure on him. They got to get some hits on him.
Gain of 21 from the Michigan 34-yard line. Ewers handoff to Blue up the middle. He jumps over one tackler before Rayshon Benny wrestles him to the ground at the 31-yard line. A 3-yard gain on first down. Texas moved into Michigan territory on their opening drive, came up empty. And now they're in Michigan territory again here with 6:36 to go first quarter in a scoreless game.
That first drive, Michigan finally got to stop, but they've got to find a way to be much more efficient. They're not there yet, but on 3rd down.
On 2nd down, Ewers is going to fire quickly, and he's got his receiver, Matthew Golden, who falls to the ground, making the catch at the 26-yard line in front of the Texas bench. That'll set up a 3rd and short for the Longhorns.
Yeah, they're trying to nickel and dime this Michigan defense, get the ball in and out of Quinn Ewers' hands. They don't want to stress guys like Cameron Williams, who's now seen 4 different pass rushers at that right tackle spot. But keep an eye on that one. But we've seen quick wide receiver screens, quick passes to the tight end. Now this one.
3rd down and 2 for Texas. The ball resting at the Michigan 26-yard line. They need to get it across the 24. They go 3 wide, split left with the ball on the right hash. Jaden Blue continues in the backfield at a pistol formation behind Quinn Ewers. claps his hands. Handoff up the middle, and Blue will get the first down. Get it by about a yard down to the 23-yard line where he's banged to the ground by Derek Moore. Move the chains again for Texas. A gain of 3 on 3rd and 2.
Wink is really changing up the defensive fronts. We saw Ernest Hausman line up at the defensive end. Jason, what do you got?
Yeah, Blues limping off the field right now. Looked like his right ankle got stuck in the ground in that last play.
Yeah, he looks distressed. Jimmy Roller in for the Michigan defense. And now Quintravion Wisner in the backfield for Texas. For the injured Blue. 1st and 10 from the Michigan 23-yard line. We get a whistle. And it looks like the officials want to talk something over. Ron Snodgrass, our lead official today.
Reset the play clock to 40 seconds and start on my signal. Thank you.
So they're going to reset the play clock.
Thank you.
Yeah. 1st and 10 Texas on the Michigan 23-yard line. Ewers in a shotgun. Wisner behind him. Wisner will take the handoff, put his head down, plow forward, maybe get a yard down to the 21-yard line. Josiah Stewart leading the Michigan tacklers. Give him 2 on the carry. 2nd down and 8.
Now they're bringing the tight end in motion, lining him out wide, bringing him back in tight. And that's the second time now that they've done that and tried to attack in between the tackles to see if we can find some tendencies that this Texas offense is working with.
Texas from the 21 on 2nd and 8. Ewers in a shotgun, takes the snap, fakes a handoff, back to pass, steps up. He's got some room to run, fire to the end zone, and he's got a man in the back of the end zone, and it's caught. It's Gunnar Helm in the back of the end zone for a 21-yard touchdown pass. Ewers scrambling out of there, created some time. Helm pulled it in, lost in coverage, and Texas takes a 6-0 lead.
Quinn Ewers he's got really good pocket presence. They're putting some pressure on him, but that time he steps up in the pocket. No pressure coming from the middle. Everything was coming from the edge. We've seen him get outside, and the one that was called back, he was obviously under pressure and rolling to the right. But right now, he's got a great vision of the field, and we've seen the accuracy, the 71% that he's been throwing with. Right now, he's throwing at 75%.
Auburn on for the extra point for Texas. The kick is up and the kick is good. And Texas takes a 7-0 lead here at the Big House with 4:14 to go in quarter number 1. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
College football titans are in action this afternoon in Ann Arbor. Let's return to Michigan Stadium for more of the Wolverines and Longhorns.
6 plays, 56 yards, over 4 minutes and 14 seconds. 21-yard touchdown pass from Quinn Ewers to Gunnar Helm. And Texas leads this one 7-0 here in Ann Arbor. Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com.
But one of the keys that I had before the game was time of possession. And right now, with just under 11 minutes in the game, Texas has held the ball for 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Michigan just under a minute 40. And they're going to have to find a way to possess the ball, pick up a couple of first downs. They've also run Texas 18 offensive plays to only 3 for Michigan. Now, Michigan's only had the ball one time, but with that penalty that started off 1st and 15, it's a hard way to start the game.
Yeah, it's a hard way to start the game, and Michigan has to get open in man-to-man coverage. That's what Texas did on 3rd down, the same thing that Fresno State did last week on 3rd down. We have to pass this test on 3rd down for the receivers and tight ends.
Well, this is interesting. Deep for Michigan, the first play of his college career, Jordan Marshall, the freshman running back, standing on his own goal line to field this kickoff. And it's a short kick. Marshall will charge up and field it at the 10. Jordan Marshall running to his left, turns upfield at the 20, across the 26-yard line, gets what he can out to the 27, and that's where Michigan will take over on this second possession of the ball game. Important to move the chains here a little bit. Make sure at least you give Texas a long field. When we continue from here at the Big House, it's 7-0, Texas on top of Michigan, 4:09 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Doug, I'll take it back to the network studios. Rob Joyce with you with our quick check of the out-of-town scoreboard. 3 other games going on in the Big Ten right now. Bowling Green actually leads at Penn State at the end of the first quarter, 7-0 Falcons. And Bowling Green is driving inside Penn State territories ahead of the second. Other games in progress, Rutgers a 7-0 lead early second against Akron. Minnesota a 3-0 lead against Rhode Island late in the first. Everything else later on, 3:30, the first conference game of the year, pitting Maryland against Michigan State in College Park. Also at 3:30, Iowa rivalry game against Iowa State. Washington at home against Eastern Michigan. And Wisconsin welcomes in a top 10 FCS team in South Dakota. 7 o'clock, Illinois, an opportunity for a ranked win as it entertains number 19 Kansas. 7:30, another rivalry game, this one between Nebraska and Colorado and Lincoln. Same start time for Ohio State and Western Michigan, 7 o'clock. Late games tonight in the conference. Oregon and Boise State from Eugene at 10. USC-Utah State clash in Los Angeles at 11. So that's the day in the Big Ten, presented by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure. So busy opening Saturday in college football. We'll dive more in depth, give you the first half highlights and more during the halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor. For now, back to the Big House. Doug, John.
Appreciate it. Now, John, people talk about the Michigan offense and what needs to grow up in a hurry. If you look at it, there's only one player that's in the same role as they were a year ago, and that is Colston Loveland. Donovan Edwards now expected to be RB1. More from Kalel Mullings than was expected a year ago. The wide receivers all now have to be the man. The offensive line is completely new. So how does that look on game day? You mentioned already Davis Warren maybe releasing the football a little bit earlier than he needs to, trying to get comfortable in the pocket against other teams, not just at practice. You also mentioned out of the timeout, when Michigan's offensive line came out, they went into their stance. The official said, wait. Guys stayed in their stance when they could have stood up and relaxed, and eventually they false started. These are little things that maybe speak to the inexperience and things that need to get better on a day like today as quickly as possible.
Yeah, anytime you come out and you get your stance and the referees come up and say, hey, hold, you want to be relaxed. You want to play relaxed. There's nothing worse than when a coach says, I want you to stay in your stance, stay there for a length of time. You get tight, you get tense, you get tired, and you're prone to make a mistake. That's what happened on the very first play. And I already talked about the special teams, whether it's the punt and the ball is bouncing back, or it's the misdirection that they tried on the opening kickoff. You've got to find those hidden yardage plays, because it does come down to execution. It comes down to all the little details, but it's all the hidden yardage. You make this offense go that extra 5-10 yards. Make them earn it. Don't just give it to them.
Michigan went 3 and out on their initial possession, and now the Wolverines, the officials again are giving them the weight, and now the offensive line is standing up. So what you talked about before, as we await here we go, we're ready to go. Colston Loveland and Marlon Klein both in the game here at tight end, and they've got Klein split to the right and Colston to the left. Single setback is Donovan Edwards, and Davis will take this snap from under center. Play action, and we'll roll out.
looking downfield. He fires underneath. Colston Loveland jumps over a tackler, gets across the 30, out to the 33-yard line. A good gain on first down to the All-American tight end. Derek Williams forced him out of bounds coming up from the Texas secondary. A gain of 6 on first down.
Find some easy passes. I like the fact that Davis Warren got his head around quick. There was no blitz coming off the edge. Finds Colston Loveland. Now, I would have liked to have had him give Colston Loveland the ball just a little bit earlier, but as soon as you get the ball in Colston Loveland's hands, he's going to make something happen. And nice confidence builder for this offense.
We've got Kalel Mullings and Donovan Edwards in the game at the same time on the 2nd down and 6. Michigan on their own 32, trailing 7-0. Davis takes the snap. Running right is Donovan Edwards. Breaks one tackle and tries to escape another. Pushes forward towards the marker, and I believe he got the first down. A gain of 5 from Dono. And moved the chains for Michigan. Their first down of the game. Jadon Barron comes up from the secondary to make the stop.
I love the fact that they're attacking the edges. I wanted more of that last week. They pulled Giovanni Al-Hadi from that right guard spot to attack some little defensive back. And that's an advantage for Michigan. Get Donovan Edwards out there, and he's literally a shoelace away from breaking that one.
C.J. Charleston and Samaj Morgan split wide left. Kendrick Bell split to the right. Ball in the right hash. In the backfield, Donovan Edwards next to Davis Warren, who takes the snap. Hands it off. They go flea flicker. Back to pass is Warren over the middle. He's got a man in Texas territory, and it's caught. C.J. Charleston. Big gain there down to the Texas 40-yard line. And the Wolverines now knocking on the door. They go flea flicker there as Donovan Edwards tossed it back to Davis Warren, a gain of 22.
It's a confidence builder for that offensive line as well, because they get to sell the run. They get to be aggressive against this defensive front. They are. Plenty of time to hand the ball off to Donovan, flick it back, and then find C.J. Charleston down the field. I really like how this drive is starting.
Wolverines with 3 tight ends in there now, and Davis will take a snap from under center in Texas territory for the first time from the 41-yard line. Davis takes the snap, turns and hands it off to Donovan Edwards, who hesitates, surveys, puts his head down, and scoots through a hole for a gain of 3 on first down.
I like the hesitation by Donovan Edwards. We saw that in the 3rd quarter last week. That it allows the defense or the offensive line to set some blocks up, actually get on that second level, get on the linebackers. And one of the things about Donovan is he's so quick and he's so fast. Sometimes he gets there before that hole is even developed. So take a little bit of extra time, let things develop in front of you, and it gives him a better vision of where the defense is moving.
Texas leading 7-0 with 1:35 to go first quarter. Michigan looking at a 2nd down and 7 from the Texas 38-yard line. Edwards fakes a reverse, hands it off to Edwards. Up the middle, breaks a tackle. Donovan Edwards jumps over a tackler, gets tripped up at the 25-yard line, but move the chains as Donovan Edwards. Big game Donovan is back, and Michigan has a first down at the Texas 26-yard line, a gain of 12.
Hats off. A nice wrinkle right there with the counter.
Yep, the counter. Hats off to Kirk Campbell. I was curious as to how he was going to adjust his play calling from last week. Sharon Moore's not the one calling the plays. It's Kirk Campbell. Now we're seeing some smoke and mirrors. We're seeing a change-up. We're seeing them set plays up with the geo pull, and now all of a sudden with the counter.
1st and 10 from the Texas 26-yard line. Davis in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards off his right hip. 3 receivers split to the right. And Davis back to pass. Fires underneath to Donovan Edwards. Gets what he can before he steps out of bounds at the 24-yard line. A gain of 2 on first down.
I like the little fake flip to Donovan. Buying some time, getting those linebackers to draw up. Taking a look downfield. Wants to take the shot, but good coverage by Texas. So he just flips it over to Donovan Edwards, and that's where Donovan really excels coming out of the backfield, his ability to catch the ball.
Michigan getting into a little rhythm here offensively. 2nd down and 8 from the Texas 24-yard line, trailing 7-0. This might be the last play of the first quarter, and they might let the clock run out. Davis in a shotgun, brings Samaj Morgan in motion, and now there's a whistle, and that indeed is the final play. They will not get the snap off. First quarter comes to an end with Texas leading 7-0, but Michigan knocking on the door here at the Big House. We'll switch ends, come back. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is the place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready to raise your game? Introducing 50 States Vodka, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Born and bred in Chelsea, Michigan, 50 States Vodka is crafted from sweet, organic, non-GMO corn and is gluten-free with 0 additives. That's right, every drop is pure, American-made excellence from the heart of Michigan to your glass. It's time to experience the best vodka around. Make sure you're toasting with 50 States Vodka, the pride of Michigan and the choice of champions. Cheers to victory and pure Michigan spirit with 50 States Vodka. Drink responsibly.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our 3rd annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, September 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan trailing Texas 7-0 as first quarter turns to second. When rivalries heat up, choose chill. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Please celebrate responsibly. All right, this drive, Michigan's offense, Kirk Campbell calling the plays, have started to mix it up a little bit. Some play action. They ran a flea flicker for 22 yards, a fake reverse with some misdirection. And, John, they're moving the football.
They are, and what I like is that they've allowed this offense to gain some confidence with that quick pass, the rollout to Colston Loveland, and then all of a sudden, hey, let's let the offensive line gain a little bit of confidence and be aggressive, not just in the run game, but in the pass game as well. That's going to open things up. They keep running play action. Now all of a sudden it will soften things up in the run because they don't know, hey, am I supposed to be rushing the passer or am I defending the run? When you can get that operating, this Michigan offense, which is built on the run and play action, can operate like we've seen for 6 plays now here. And here's the other thing. Last week, what happened? Fresno State goes down and scores. Michigan's offense responded. Texas goes down and scores, and Michigan's offense, as of now, is showing a response.
Well, they're well within Zavada's field goal range, but I'm sure they'd like to finish in the end zone, which was something that came out of last week, was finishing these drives in the end zone. And we'll see if the Wolverines can do so here. Yeah. So far, Donovan Edwards, by the way, 5 carries, 28 yards. So we're seeing a little bit more of the old Donovan Edwards here.
Well, that's a good thing for us. And it's a great job by Coach Kirk Campbell attacking on 1st and 2nd down because they like to blitz a little bit more on 3rd down. You see their exotic stuff on 3rd down. So 1st and 2nd down, when they're stagnant, we're making them pay. Yeah, and make it easy identification for this offensive line. When they get to 3rd down, that's when maybe the inexperience of the offensive line could be risky business of who's coming, who's not. We saw Davis Warren on that very first set of downs, 3 and out. On 3rd down, he was confused as to how many guys were coming. They rushed 4, showed 6, and he got the ball out too quick.
So the Wolverines show 5 wide out of the timeout. Donovan Edwards split wide right, 3 receivers to the left with the ball on the right hash. Davis in a shotgun, takes the snap, looking downfield, fires, and he's got his man Tyler Morris at the 20. Hesitates and dives forward and gets what he can down to the 18-yard line. Jalen Gilbaugh on the tackle on the first play of the second quarter. Michigan going to be looking at a 3rd and short.
Yeah, and I mean the thing I like right now is obviously completion. You gain confidence from the quarterback position, but it's the protection that he had. He was not under duress. Offensive line is starting to gain a little bit of confidence.
Alex Orji in at quarterback on this 3rd down and short. The Texas native, who had 5 carries for 32 yards last week. Play clock is at 7. They break the huddle late, and Sharon Moore doesn't like it. He's going to take a timeout. Michigan had some personnel issues when they ran in Orji. They started waving in Samaj Morgan. Samaj got about 2/3 of the way there. They sent him back to the sideline, and it cost him. Although, did Texas take a timeout? I know Sharon was trying to call for one.
Yeah, he was running down.
Charge timeout. Texas, they're first.
There you go.
Thank you.
This is a 30-second timeout.
Okay, then.
Yeah, and this is the risk you run when you are going to make a change at quarterback. What personnel is in there? And it was Donovan that was calling for somebody to come out. Samaj ran out. He runs back. And you got to be careful because once he gets in the huddle, now you've got 12 in the huddle, and you're going to be forced to call a timeout. So fortunately, that situation didn't occur. But if you're going to swap quarterbacks out, you better be well-defined as to who is in the huddle and what is the play that's going to be called.
Hey, John, Evan Link, our right tackle, just got pancaked a second ago. I'm pretty sure that they saw that. I want to see if he can handle that bull rush that just came at him going forward.
All right, out of the timeout, Orji continues at quarterback. You got Donovan Edwards deep in a pistol formation. Max Bredesen in the backfield as well on this big 3rd and 3. Orji takes the snap, going to run left, breaks one tackle, tries to plow forward, and he will not get the first down. Texas saw that coming and maybe give Orji a yard, and Michigan will settle for a field goal attempt from Dominic Zavada.
Again, another risk when Orji goes in. I think everybody in the stadium, everybody watching on TV, everybody listening on the radio knows he's probably going to run the ball. And so you either need to get real creative in the runs that you're running, or at some point you're going to have to put a couple of pass plays in that he's comfortable with to break some tendencies.
This will be a 37-yard field goal attempt for Dominic Zavada. Ball is on the left hash out of the hold of Tommy Doman. Snap is clean. The ball's set down. The kick is on its way, and the kick is good. So the Wolverines are on the board. You wanted them to answer, John, and they did, as they get a Dominic Zavada field goal. And Michigan has trimmed the Texas lead to 7-3. That field goal was brought to you by Citgo, top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Michigan fans, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 7-3 Texas, 13:23 to go first half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Fish your way to winnings this September at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Play for your chance to win over $115,000 in prizes every Saturday. Every hour from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 2 lucky guests will reel in $1,000 in premium play and 500 grand prize bonus entries. Then on September 28th at 11 p.m., one lucky angler will take home a brand new 2024 StarCraft STX 2050. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan trailing Texas 7-3. 13:23 to go first half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Matthew Golden is deep for Texas. Tommy Doman's first kickoff landed inside the 10. Bounced around a little bit before Golden scooped it up. And this one is coming down to Golden at the 5. He'll return it from there to the 15, to the 20. And up the right hash before he's dragged to the ground at the 23-yard line. And that's where Texas will take over.
It's a little unique that we saw that one go to the 5. I know that the first kickoff was planned. Jason, what's the wind like going to the north end zone?
Yeah, it's definitely windy here. The ball is starting to die Definitely. So every time they kick it here, field goals, indoor kickoffs, it's going to die a little bit short. And there's about a 12 to 15-mile gust of wind as well.
Now, a note for Texas, their starting running back, Jaden Blue, is in the Texas locker room. And Quintravion Wisner is in there now, and he's split out wide right. Texas empty backfield with Quinn Ewers, who's back to pass. Here comes a Michigan blitz. He gets it off. He's got his tight end at the 30, makes a man miss. That's Makari Page out across the 35 and dragged down at the 36 right in front of the Michigan bench. Quinn Ewers found the man on the hot read as Jimmy Roller was coming on the blitz, a gain of 11.
Yeah, I'm surprised Makari Page took the angle of pursuit that he did. I don't think your tight end is going to turn towards the sideline. He's going to try and turn back towards the middle of the field.
1st and 10, Texas. Ewers handoff. It's Wisner running left. Finds some running room, gets away from a tackler in the backfield, turns upfield and out to the 44-yard line, a gain of 9 before Zeke Berry drags him down.
Boy, they had 3 or 4 different opportunities to get him in the backfield and just couldn't find a way to get their hands on him, led by TJ Guy.
Texas going quickly, lines up, handoff, Wisner. He's got the first down out near midfield and to the 49-yard line of Michigan, a gain of 6 on 3rd and 1. Move the chains for the Longhorns. TJ Guy brought him down.
Mason Graham, as good as he is, takes a side on that one, decides he wants to go upfield on the guard, leaving a gap in the middle.
Ewers back to pass as Texas goes quickly. Fires, and it's almost intercepted. I got to tell you, I thought Makari Page had that in his back pocket as he came up and met Quintravion Wisner just as the ball got there. It goes incomplete.
Well, you like the timing on it. Obviously, that hit on impact right when the ball gets there, and he read that one from a mile away. The closing speed.
Texas leading 7-3, 12:06 to go here in quarter number 2. Empty backfield for Ewers. 2nd and 10, ball marked at the 50. Texas moving left to right. Ewers takes the snap. Steps up, fires underneath. He's got his tight end again, Gunnar Helm at the 45, and he's dropped there by Josiah Stewart. He gets the ball out quickly, John.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, his pre-snap read of the defense right now, I mean, we're not seeing the same blitzes that we saw last week. You're not going to continue to see him because he'll make you pay, but his ability to know before the ball is snapped where he's going with the ball right now, you're going to have to win right off the snap, which is why it makes them vulnerable on the run. Mason Graham takes the side, and all of a sudden they hand the ball off for an 8-yard gain up the middle.
3rd down and 5 for Texas. Quinn Ewers in a shotgun. Michigan showing blitz. Ewers takes the snap. They're going to run it right with Wisner, and he's got the first down across the 40 down to the 36-yard line of Michigan where Jayshon Barham trips him up. A gain of 9 on 3rd and 5. Move the chains again for the Longhorns, who've been very good on 3rd down.
They've been good on 3rd down, and they're really changing things up. They've got Michigan on their heels right now, and that 13-play drive earlier in the game, a 12-play drive, it was 10 pass attempts. Now you're looking at this drive going, okay, well, we've had so many different rushes, 3 at this point.
Texas 5 of 6 on 3rd down conversions. From the 38-yard line, empty backfield for Quinn Ewers. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass, steps up in the pocket, and down he goes. That time the Wolverines got to him as he got back to the line of scrimmage. Mason Graham, credit him with the stop, and it'll be 2nd down for Texas.
Nice job by forcing him up in the pocket. In those couple of opening drives, we saw Quinn Ewers be so good at being able to get outside and find receivers downfield, step up in the pocket, find somebody for a touchdown. If that's going to happen, you've got to be defined in your rush lanes. Mason Graham did a nice job of being patient.
2nd down and 10 for Texas. Ewers in a shotgun. Takes the snap, fakes a handoff to Wisner. Now fires it to Wisner. He's got a lot of room. 40, 35, down the Michigan sideline to the 20, and he's banged out of bounds by Will Johnson at the 20-yard line. Really well-designed play there. Steve Sarkisian fake the handoff to Wisner, then throw to Wisner, a gain of 18.
Yeah, and they don't want Michigan to be able to sub anybody out. They're getting right to the line of scrimmage.
Texas last week 7 for 7 in the red zone. They're in the red zone here as Ewers is back to pass. Fires, and he's looking for Wisner out of the backfield, incomplete as he bounced it in front of him. Zeke Berry in coverage there for Michigan. Not only was Texas 7 for 7, John, last week on red zone trips, it was 7 touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, they're effective in the red zone, and that's last year where Quinn Ewers would throw the other team the ball a little bit in his decision-making. Colorado State, not as big of a risk, but this is where Michigan has to, one, crank up the pressure, win up front, but be very disciplined in their coverage.
2nd down and 10 for Texas with the ball at the Michigan 20-yard line. The Longhorns lead it 7-3. Delayed handoff up the middle. It's the freshman Gibson, and he's going to get a first down inside the Michigan 10. Tripped up there as he took his time and went for 11 yards down to the 9. Makari Page on the stop.
I hate to say it, but on this drive, Michigan is getting out physical in the run game. The matchup I wanted to see was Michigan's defensive front against the Texas offensive line, and right now Texas is winning that matchup.
Ike Iwuna now in the middle of that Michigan defensive front. A Texas native. Gibson again up the middle and doesn't get very far down to the 7, and it is Iwuna on the stop out of Garland, Texas. Gain of 2. Texas knocking on the door with 8:54 to go in the first half, leading 7-3.
Well, I like Iwuna's pad level on that one. He held tight at the point of attack, standing up the offensive guard, making a play at the line of scrimmage.
2nd down and goal for Texas from the 7-yard line. 2 receivers split to the right. Now one of them comes in motion from right to left, now back to the right. Ewers, handoff, running left is Gibson. He's got some room and into the end zone. Touchdown Longhorns. 7-yard touchdown run for Jarrett Gibson, the freshman out of Gainesville, Florida. And Texas extends its lead to 13-3.
Right behind that very good left tackle, Calvin Banks Jr., getting great movement at the point of attack. Gave the running back a 2-way go. Defensive secondary and linebackers couldn't be right and walked into the end zone.
Well, Michigan keeps forcing 3rd downs, but they're not getting off the field. And Texas with their 2nd touchdown. Auburn on for the extra point. Low line drive, but it's good. And that was 12 plays, 26 yards over 4 minutes and, 76 yards over 4 minutes and 53 seconds. And Texas has taken a 14-3 lead here midway through the 2nd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Deep in the end zone, touchdown! Desmond Howard! What a catch and what a call!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Neighbors help neighbors. That's why when the unexpected happens, floods, fires, or tornadoes hit, Belfour has your back. At Belfour, we are the people who live next door. Faces and names you know, right here in Michigan. For us, the only thing more important than restoring your property is helping you rebuild your life whenever disasters strike. 24/7, 365. Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. Call 800-800-BELFOR or visit belfour.com.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app. Well, John, Michigan's going to get the football back, but right now they got to find answers defensively for Quinn Ewers in this Texas offense.
Yeah, when you have a quarterback that sees the field the way he does, and whether it's pre-snap or it's his pocket presence, being able to escape the pocket, it becomes very difficult. And when the running game gets going, that's the big threat right now. Michigan's got to find a way to stop the run. Right now, Texas has 65 yards on the ground. But when you have an offense that can do both, it becomes very difficult to try and defend them for 3 downs. And they're 5 of 6 on 3rd down. They've got to find a way to get off the field.
This is Michigan's first double-digit deficit since the TCU Fiesta Bowl game. And Gunnar Helm, the tight end for Texas, already has a career high in receptions and receiving yards. So there's some things here to answer defensively. And Wink Martindale, I'm sure, is down there with the whiteboard.
Well,
coming up with solutions.
The confidence that you have to have in Wink is the fact that he's done this a number of years. He's been able to respond. He's had defenses that have struggled early and found solutions, found different ways to make adjustments. And it's really going to be, sometimes it's just simply as, hey, you got to win some matchups. You got to find a way to win them one-on-ones and put some pressure on the quarterback. Or if you are on the outside, you got to make the tackles that are there. Don't allow them to get yards after contact.
Will Stone will kick off for Texas. Deep for Michigan, the freshman, Jordan Marshall, who will let this one sail over his head as Stone is kicking with the wind. And that one through the back of the end zone, and Michigan will take over from the 25-yard line. Now, last offensive series, they did get into a rhythm, but once again couldn't finish a drive, and it resulted in a Dominic Zavada field goal, 14-3. That's where we sit. 8:24 to go in the first half.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Michigan come out on attack, trying to take a shot downfield, trying to stretch the defense a little bit and create some more running room inside.
Kalel Mullings in the backfield for Michigan. Davis in a shotgun, looking at a 4-man front. Davis takes the snap, inside handoff to Mullings. Breaks one tackle in the backfield and plows forward close to the 30-yard line for a gain of 5 on first down.
We'll take 5 yards a pop.
Yep.
Michigan can be patient.
Derek Williams Jr. on the stop.
A lot of motions, a lot going on in the backfield.
Yeah.
You know, when you're watching this offense move around and bring Samaj Morgan, he's got so much speed. It holds the defense in place because you know if they hand him the ball, you got to be able to, it's a race to the sideline.
2 tight ends for Michigan. Kalel Mullings off the right hip of Davis Warren in a shotgun. Davis brings Max Bredesen in motion. Snap, handoff. It's Kalel Mullings surveying the defense and plows forward over the left side of the offensive line for a gain of 3, setting up 3rd and short.
And this is where Michigan's offense and the offensive line has to be effective. Just like we've talked about the 3rd down conversions for Texas. Right now, Michigan is 0 for 2 on 3rd downs. They put themselves in a not a bad position. 3rd and 2, I'll take that. But what type of play call are you going to, try and attack the edge? Do you think you have the speed to get out there, but you got to have somebody to set the edge?
Well, they go empty backfield here on 3rd and 2. Now they shift Mullings back into the backfield. And it looks like they're going to shift him now from left to right as Davis Warren might have changed the play. 4 seconds on the play clock. They bring a man in motion. Got to hurry. Davis gets the snap, back to pass. Looking, fires into traffic. It's tipped and picked. Intercepted by Texas. Maybe not the best of decisions there. Looking for Peyton O'Leary. And there were Longhorn players all around. And Texas will pick up the football. And it's Andrew Makuba on the interception. And dragged down at the 36-yard line. There is where Texas will take over, leading 14-3.
Yeah, I don't like the decision. There's 2 Texas defenders around. I think it was actually intended for Tyler Morris. And Peyton O'Leary is the one that saved a pick 6 by making the tackle. But when you aren't under duress, you have plenty of time in there. You can extend the play a little bit. If you don't see anything at first, don't just throw it into coverage. You can go ahead and extend a little bit, get outside the pocket, see if you could find somebody open.
Well, this is what you didn't want, is to put your defense in a bad spot, and that's what's happened here. From the 37, Ewers back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. Will wing it out of the backfield. Too tall for his receiver, Weisner. He just got rid of that one to avoid a sack. Rayshawn Benny was on pressuring Ewers, and it'll be 2nd down and 10.
Well, and here's the awareness of Quinn Ewers. He knows that he's got a guy in the flat with no one around him, so he can flip it out there without the worry of it being intercepted. The worst thing that could happen is actually what did, incomplete.
2nd down and 10 for Texas, leading 14-3 the Longhorns with 6:45 to go here in half number 1. Pistol formation. Ewers claps his hands, takes the snap, fires quickly, and incomplete. Jair Hill out there in coverage. Ewers was looking for Isaiah Bond. Michigan has come close a couple of times. Hill laid out there, and Probably was closer to catching it than Bond was. It'll be 3rd down and 10 for Texas.
Just a miscommunication between Ewers and Bond. Michigan had an opportunity there. At some point, this is what this team is going to need. Is they're going to need a sudden change situation, something to help get the momentum back on their side.
3rd down. Can Michigan get off the field? Texas 5 of 6 on 3rd down. Crowd getting into it here. From the 37-yard line to the Wolverines, Ewers has the snap, back to pass. Here comes the rush, steps up, fires, has a man at the 25 on a crossing route, and down inside the 20, down to the 15 is Matthew Golden. Another 3rd down and long conversion for the Longhorns.
Jason, what'd you see on that route there with the coverage of Zeke Berry?
Right there, just a guy beat him across his face and just stopped his feet. Once the quarterback stops, a lot of guys look in the backfield and guys continue to play, and that's what happened.
Texas with a quick snap running left is Wisner, and he's forced out of bounds after a gain of 2 down to the 15-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 8 for Texas.
Yeah, they were finally able to put a little pressure on him, and then Texas comes back after picking up the 1st down. That's been a trend. They pick up a big 1st down. They get to the line of scrimmage quickly because they don't want Michigan to make any personnel changes.
2nd down and 8 for the Longhorns. Michigan trying to hold Texas to a field goal attempt. Ewers back to pass. Going to fire to his tight end. It's Gunnar Helm again. He's going to fight. Does he get the 1st down? Jair Hill was there in coverage, dragged him down. It looks like he's going to be just short of the 1st down marker at the 7-yard line.
Wow, big cushion between Jair Hill and the tight end. Now, tight end is not a guy that you're worried about burning past you. I'm surprised that they're giving him as much cushion and respect as they are.
Wolverines need a big play defensively. This is 3rd and less than a yard. Somebody on that defensive front. Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Josiah Stewart.
Yep, get a little penetration in there.
Full house backfield for the Longhorns on 3rd and short. One receiver split to either side for the Michigan 7. Handoff up the middle, it's Gibson, and he's got the 1st down to the 5-yard line. Into the pile, but enough surge at the point of attack, and Texas has a 1st and goal, already leading 14-3.
It appears to me as I'm watching this Michigan defense that there's a lot of standing up on that defensive line. They're looking in the backfield, trying to read, trying to diagnose, and then as soon as they put their hand on the ground, the ball is snapped. You can look in the backfield from your 3-point stance, so get ready.
Inside 4.5 minutes to go, and as Texas takes the snap, we get a whistle, and it looks like a false start.
Offense, number 56, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
Texas offense looks pretty good. Cam Williams, however, the right tackle, that's his 4th penalty.
That's a rough day.
Yep. Move the ball back to the 11. Still 1st and goal.
And I mean, nothing changes. This 1st down, whether it's Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, you got some big bodies in there. Rayshawn Benning, got to create some penetration to cut this offense in half.
Ewers back to pass. Nope, check that. He handed off to Wisner, who's got nothing.
Yep.
Dropped at the line of scrimmage. Jayshawn Barham up from his linebacker spot. Maybe give him a half a yard there. It'll be 2nd down and goal from the 11.
So they pull the left guard and left tackle on that play. As soon as that happens, you've got to get in the hip pocket and find a way to slow down that running back, which is exactly what they did on that one, allowing the linebacker on the front side to come up, fill the hole. Reinforcements will arrive, and you'll be able to make a nice stop.
Under 4 minutes to go, 1st half. Texas leading 14-3. 2nd and goal from the 11 for the Longhorns. Ewers with a pistol formation. Wisner deep. Ewers hands it off to Wisner, hesitates through a hole, spins out of 1 tackle, but Makari Page drags him to the ground at the 8-yard line, and that'll set up another one of these 3rd down and longs for Texas. Can Michigan's defense stiffen here and force a field goal attempt?
Well, I think we all know what's coming. To me, this is going to be a pass. Quinn Ewers is going to get outside the pocket. He's going to try and find a little bit of time, extend the play. It's tight back there, but he's the type of quarterback that could throw back across his body. And he's got the awareness to be able to do it. So this one, hey, secondary, you got to be alert for everything and don't stop your feet at any point.
3rd and goal for Texas from the 8-yard line. Empty backfield. Ewers takes the snap, and we get a whistle, and it looks like a timeout has been taken by Michigan. They will talk this one over with 2:50 to go here in the 1st half.
The full timeout.
There you go, full timeout. Texas leading 14-3. Have this critical third down. When we continue from the Big House, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The lot's full already? You said kickoff was at 3. It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Stop what you're doing, because right now, Kohl's is giving away millions in instant Kohl's Cash in stores for free. You heard that right. This weekend is their Kohl's Cash Ultimate Giveaway. Plus, get 3 days of deals in store and online. Yep, you definitely don't want to miss this. So hurry to Kohl's today, before it's too late. Kohl's Cash Giveaway valid in-store only. Redeemable only that day. Some exclusions apply while supplies last. End September 8th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Doug Carrs, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan trying to force a field goal here with 2:50 to go in the first half. Texas so good on third down. 7 of their first 8. They've converted 3rd and 13, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 1, and they're looking at a 3rd and goal from the 8. The only one they didn't convert was a 3rd and 21, and I'd hope not.
Yeah.
But Texas averaging 11.3 yards per snap on those third down conversions.
3rd and 1 and 2, you kind of expect some of those are going to be converted. It gets really concerning, one, with the high rate of conversion, but also when it's 5 yards, 7 yards, 10 yards. Those are the ones that you should be able to get off the field with this defense and the playmakers that they have.
John, I say you come after them right here.
Oh, I agree. Bring the house.
Yeah.
Well, Texas has taken the field with 3 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Ewers in an empty backfield. Watch out for Gunnar Helm, too. Now they shift Wisner back into the backfield. On this 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. Ewers back to pass. Looking, pump fakes, bails out of there to the right. Looking into the end zone, has no one to throw to, and throws it into the ground. Good coverage in the secondary, and Michigan will force a field goal attempt.
Yeah, that was really good coverage by the secondary. Nobody stopped. Everybody stayed with their man. Even when he got outside the pocket, they continued to follow him. And, great decision by Quinn Ewers there, knowing he's got a 14-3 lead. Hey, let's come away with 3 points. Didn't try and force anything. That's when you have a quarterback of his talent, you want to see the growth on the mental side of things. That's the difference between him last year and this year.
Bert Auburn on for the field goal attempt. This will be a 26-yarder. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Texas leads it 17-3 with 2:40 to go in half number 1. Now Michigan has 2 timeouts. We've got the 2-minute timeout as well to mix in. And the Wolverines, don't forget, will get the football to start the second half. Down 14 points here. I would say pretty critical here for Michigan to at least get a few first downs. But it would be great to get points on this final drive and take some momentum into the halftime locker room.
Well, you know, at a minimum, you're going to be able to stop the clock 3 times. You got your 2 timeouts. You'll have the whatever we'll call the 2-minute warning. And, you know, obviously you get the ball out of bounds. You can get some stoppage. There's plenty of time to go down and get in scoring position. Now it's a matter of, hey, Davis Warren, you're going to have to be able to throw the ball. You're going to have to be able to see the field, read the defense, and make some good decisions. The interception, and one of the things that we heard why he won the job was his ability to protect the ball.
Will Stone will kick off for Texas. Jordan Marshall is deep, along with Keyshawn Harris on the Michigan return team. Texas leads it 17-3 with 2:40 to go first half. Stone's last kickoff this direction went into the end zone and out of the back, and so will this one as Marshall lets it go over his head. And Michigan, with 2:40 to go, will start from the 25-yard line.
So don't be surprised to see both Khalil Mullins and Donovan Edwards on the field. Donovan Edwards as a receiver, he's got great hands, can be a mismatch guy, but they've got to find a way to get Colston Loveland the ball as well. We've only had one catch, 6 yards. He's a game changer, a difference maker. Find a way to get him the ball so that it loosens things up for others, because they're going to put a lot of resources into stopping Colston Loveland. It should open up opportunities for everybody else. 3 receivers bunched to the right. Colston Loveland, the tight end, to the left. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. 1st and 10 from the 25. Handoff to Edwards. Up the middle, gets a push and some help from his offensive lineman, Miles Hinton, helping him for 5 yards out to the 30 on first down. Now there needs to be a sense of urgency of getting to the line of scrimmage, trying to preserve some clock, which apparently they don't feel the same sense by huddling up.
Break the huddle, and now same formation with the bunch formation to the right and Edwards in the backfield. 2:15 to go first half, clock running. Davis claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass, fires quickly. He's got his man Samaj Morgan, makes a move behind the line of scrimmage, dives forward and gets back to the line of scrimmage. Good open field tackle there by Makuba, who's got the interception, and that will take us to the 2-minute timeout. Michigan will be looking at a 3rd down and 5 from their own 30 on this critical late first half drive. The Wolverines trailing 17-3 from here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's good! Remy Hamilton has done it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Escape at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Escape comes with Bliss blind spot information system with cross-traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, Easy Plan trade-in customers can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months with $1,839 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $4,500 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and details. So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Well, John, we were talking about Michigan trying to put some points on the board here to finish the first half, trailing 17-3 at the Big House. Now we got to be concerned if Texas gets the football back, are they going to put more points on the board? Their offense has been very efficient. Meanwhile, Michigan got some rhythm going in the middle of the second quarter there, but ultimately very little explosiveness so far. That 22-yarder on the flea flicker to C.J. Charleston was Michigan's longest play of the year. They've only had 3 plays of over 20 yards as we approach halftime of game 2.
Yeah, and the drive that they had that ended in a field goal, we talked about it at the time. I like the play selection. I like the different motions, the different personnel groups, spreading the ball around. But since then, I mean, the last one was cut short on a 3rd down interception. I'm not real wild about the play selection here on the first 2 plays that were called. Now you're sitting there at 3rd and 5. at the 2-minute timeout trying to figure out, okay, we've got to convert this so that we don't just punt the ball back to them.
Well, Michigan breaks the huddle on the sideline, and they've got Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Davis in a shotgun. Watch for Colston Loveland. He's split in the slot to the left. Texas showing blitz. Davis back to pass, fires. He's got Samaj Morgan, and he's got a first down across the 35 on a crossing route out to the 39-yard line where he's dragged down. A gain of 9 on 3rd and 5, and Michigan hustles to the line of scrimmage.
If Texas is going to play man-to-man coverage, you've got to find a way on some of those routes. They're bringing a blitz. Nice pickup by Donovan Edwards, but you got to find a way on those crossing routes to lead them.
Clock running, minute 48 to go, first half. Donovan Edwards in the backfield, 3 receivers split to the left. Davis takes the snap, back to pass. Looking, fires over the middle. Samaj again at the 40. Tries to bounce outside, goes backwards and gets dragged down for a, well, he lost some yardage there as it turns out. Back to the 37-yard line, loss of 2.
Well, and that's the thing about this defense. You're not going to outrun them. They've got speed everywhere. So take the yardage you can get. You got to take some shots downfield at some point.
Davis in a shotgun on 2nd and 12, a minute 14 to go, first half. Takes the snap, back to pass. Looking downfield, and he fires to Morgan, and he overthrows him. In Texas territory, he had Samaj Morgan open. Davis did take a hit there. The Michigan offensive line didn't like it, but no flag. But he probably wants that throw back.
Well, I mean, he had to throw that ball too early. Evan Link got beat almost right away off the ball. They're only rushing 3, dropping 8. It's hard to find open receivers. They found one. They just didn't have enough time to allow him to get open and deliver the ball.
From the 37-yard line, Michigan has to get the ball across the 49. C.J. Charleston late checking into the ball game. He's in the slot to the right along with Colston Loveland. Samaj Morgan out there as well. And now Sharon Moore is going to take a timeout with a minute 6 to go. He didn't like the way the Wolverines were alarmed.
This is a 30-second timeout.
It's the second time they had somebody checking into the game late, and they are forced to use a timeout.
And as soon as you check in late, because of the college rules, you have to allow the defense time to check somebody in, and they played the rope-a-dope on the other side. Oh, we're going to bring somebody in. The ref stopped the motion of the play. They decided not to, but then it was too late for Jerome. Thought that with 3 seconds left, they didn't have enough time to get the play off. Some of that is on the offense. A lot of that is on the sidelines. You got to be more efficient at what is the next play call, what am I setting things up for, and on a 3rd down situation, you should already know what I'm going to at this point.
Well, they're inexperienced, but you can't shoot yourself in the foot.
No.
These are the things that you have to button up in a game like this. Playing Texas in week 2, all these young offensive pieces have been asked to grow up in a hurry. And now they go empty backfield out of the timeout on 3rd and 12. 2 receivers split to either side. Colston Loveland lined up at the tight end spot to the right. Davis in a shotgun. They bring Donovan Edwards in motion. Davis takes the snap, back to pass, lofts it underneath to Colston, who fumbles. He just dropped it, and Texas picks it up going the other way. Is that going to be an incompletion, or did Colston just drop the football?
They're calling it a fumble at this point. I think he did take a couple of steps. I thought instantly, how's he going to pick up the first down? Then he just
dropped the ball.
Just dropped the ball.
Jahdae Barron on the recovery.
First down.
And I think they're going to, Michigan, you hope that there's going to be a replay on this to see if there's any chance it's incomplete. But Jahdae Barron.
Now, I mean, he took a couple of steps, and he was holding the ball in one hand. It just squeezed out of his one hand.
I mean, these are catastrophic mistakes. And that one, unfortunate. Texas will have it at the 42-yard line.
Well, especially when you get the ball in the guys that you should be able to count on to make plays. Now, Colston Loveland, we don't expect him to be perfect.
No.
But in that situation, you're counting on him to not only pick up the ball or pick up the first down, but keep possession of the ball.
Texas from the 42-yard line. Michigan's defense needs to stiffen here. 59 seconds to go first half. Ewers fires out of the backfield. He's got his running back, Blue, makes a man miss. Blue down the far sideline, tripped up at the 20 by Zeke Berry. Boy, what a move by Jaden Blue, who's back in the ballgame after going to the Texas locker room earlier. And Texas has it down to the Michigan 19-yard line. A gain of 23 where Berry tripped up Blue.
Yeah, and you're just looking for opportunities And Michigan can't keep giving the ball to them with green grass ahead.
Clock running, 43 seconds to go. Ewers in a shotgun, takes the snap, back to pass. Fires, he's got his man underneath. That's Golden, who is run out of bounds at about the 10-yard line, stopping the clock with 35 seconds to go.
They are attacking Jair Hill. The 33-yard pass to open up the game was against Jair. They've been going at him all day long. They're not going to even test Will Johnson. He's closed off the other half of the field, but you've got to have somebody, whether it's Jair Hill, Miles Powler, Amir Hall, you got to test some other guys out in that position.
Texas still with 2 timeouts, so the run is still in play here for them on 2nd down and 1. Blue in the backfield. Ewers in a shotgun, takes the snap. Hand off to Blue, running right. Tripped up at the 5 as he's submarined by Makari Page and dropped at the 3-yard line. That's a gain of 7. It's another Texas first down. With 30 seconds to go in the half, Texas quickly to the line of scrimmage. And it's a miscommunication to the backfield as Ewers takes the snap, turns to his right. Blue went left, and Ewers will just eat the football for a 3-yard loss with 23 seconds to go, and Texas will take a timeout. That's an unforced error by the Longhorns.
Well, it's an unforced error, and it's one that you can live with when you are 2nd and goal, the result, and you're up by 14 points. There hadn't been very many unforced errors on their part. A couple of penalties, 4 of them to be exact, all on their right tackle, but they've been able to overcome almost all of them.
So the Michigan defense, which has to be starting to get tired here a little bit.
Yeah,
Texas has really just owned this first half.
They've owned the first half. The time of possession, now they did get the ball first, but the time of possession is 18 minutes and 17 seconds to only 10 and just over a half for Michigan.
2nd and goal from the 6. Michigan's defense got a stop inside the red zone earlier this quarter. First time Texas didn't score a touchdown on a red zone trip through 6 quarters this year. We're looking at a 2nd and goal here. Ewers in a shotgun, back to pass. Looking, fires to his running back, Blue. He tries to get the edge, and he won't. As Zeke Berry got out there and tripped him up at the 5-yard line. And with 15 seconds to go in the first half, Texas will use their final timeout. And they'll be looking at a 3rd and goal from the 5.
Texas, their 3rd and final timeout.
Well, John, I feel like if you have any chance to change the momentum of this game, they've got to come up with a stop here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have any positivity, which there's not a lot to build on right now, is the last drive, Michigan was able to, grow a backbone and stop inside the 10-yard line, force a field goal. If it's possible now, because it is a sudden change situation. Last time it was an interception. This time it was a fumble by Colston Loveland. Field position, time of possession, turnovers. It's not a complicated game. And when you look at the stats, most of the time you can figure out why a team is leading and why a team is not. You can't give extra opportunities to an offense like Texas. You can't give short field. You can't allow them to continue to possess the ball, and that's what happens when you are 7 of 9 on 3rd down. You just extend drives repeatedly.
Quinn Ewers is 17 of 25 for 198 yards. And he's looking at a 3rd and 5 here and a 17-3 lead with 15 seconds to go in the first half. 3rd and goal from the 5. They're going to roll Ewers out to the left. Looking, fires to the end zone. He's got his man Golden just inside the pylon. Caught. Touchdown, Longhorns. Amir Hall was in coverage out there. And they ran him, pushed him into the end zone, and then ran back towards the pylon. Completed to Matthew Golden, the transfer from Houston. And Texas has scored again right before the break.
It's a really nice route by Golden. Forcing him up into the back of the end zone, coming back, and Quinn Ewers, all he did was a couple of shuffle steps to the left, saved himself a little bit of time, got a better view, and delivered it.
Auburn on for the extra point. Snap is good, hold is good, the kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 10 seconds to go here in the first half, I mean, when we talked in the pregame, one of the keys to the game was do not give Texas a short field.
No.
They have twice taken over in Michigan territory because of turnovers.
Yeah, and one was converted into a field goal, one was converted into a touchdown. Now you're going to go into halftime down 24-3. Not much to lean on. And for this Michigan team, knew that the offense might sputter a little bit. They've had they had a 9-play drive where they looked good and ended in a field goal, but it was going to take a little bit of time for them to find their way. They've struggled, but defensively, that's been the big surprise. I did not expect this offense, even though I think Quinn Ewers right now is the best quarterback in college football, to be able to pick apart this defense the way that they have, not only through the air, but on the ground. This is a team that's rushed now for 76 yards, not a position that Michigan has been in any recent history. They're going to have to find a way to change the momentum as soon as they come out in the second half.
John, our offense has always been able to control the game, and now they can't, and now our defense is just on the field a lot, and these guys get tired. They're human.
And Ewers is good. Let's call it what it is.
Yep.
Marshall will bring this one back from inside the 5, across the 15, and he gets submarine there as he gets across the 18-yard line. And Michigan now, there's a little bit of a skirmish down there. And the Wolverines, with 6 seconds to go, I'm guessing will just run out the clock here on half number 1, trailing 24-3.
Very unlike Colson Loveland just to drop the ball out of his hands. As a receiver, tight end, whoever's possessing the ball, they always tell you to tuck it away as soon as you get it. And just unfortunate right there. Yeah. He was going to pick up that first down.
Yeah, just a little careless. It's all the little details.
So the Wolverines will take a knee here and go to the halftime locker room down by 3 touchdowns. And this is where you got to get together as a staff. First, there's the gut check, and then there's the, okay, what are we going to do different philosophically here in the second half? What are we going to do different in terms of offensive and defensive play calls? And that's where Kirk Campbell, the offensive coordinator, and Wink Martindale, the defensive coordinator, huddle with Sharon Moore and come up with a game plan for half number 2.
Yeah, and defensively, I mean, hey, let's put Will Johnson on the island. They're not even attacking him right now, but you're going to have to give Amir Hall. You're going to have to give Jair Hill. You're going to have to give them some help. And offensively, it's, hey, we've got to find what is going to work for us. You've got to gain a little bit of confidence in your offense. They did have a 9-play drive. I like the rhythm of that. But before and after this offense and the play calls, it doesn't feel like they have a good feel for the rhythm or trying to set up a third down play with what you're doing on first and second.
First half, Texas 279 yards to Michigan's 88. Texas 15 first downs to Michigan's 4. And the Wolverines with the 2 critical turnovers. Well, we'll see what the second half brings. Michigan and Texas from here at the Big House, with the Longhorns leading this one 24-3 at the intermission. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Michigan Stadium's first ever Stripe Out is almost here. On September 21st, when the Wolverines welcome USC to Ann Arbor, fans attending the game in even-numbered sections are encouraged to wear blue, while those sitting in odd-numbered sections are encouraged to wear maize. Head to mgoblue.com/football promotions for full details. Help us stripe out the Trojans on September 21st by wearing blue in even-numbered sections and wearing maize in odd-numbered sections.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofanarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Well, tough first half for the Maize and Blue as Texas leads Michigan 24-3 at the break as we look back at the first 30 minutes. Longhorns won the toss, took the ball first, and the Wolverines couldn't get off the field on third down right off the bat, and that set a tone for the vast majority of the first half. Off the bat, 3rd and 13, Quinn Ewers 40 yards to Isaiah Bond to get into Michigan territory. 3rd and 5, a wide receiver screen for a first down, and Ewers' keeper on 3rd and 7 inside the 25. Holding wiped out what would have been a touchdown on 3rd and 11. That holding proves costly. A 6-minute game-opening drive ends in nothing for Texas as they would miss a field goal. So no points. Michigan goes 3-and-out on its opening possession, and then after a short punt, Texas' second drive, Ewers and company would finish the job.
Texas from the 21 on 2nd and 8. Ewers in a shotgun, takes the snap, fakes a handoff, back to pass, steps up. He's got some room to run, fire to the end zone, and he's got a man in the back of the end zone, and it's caught. It's Gunnar Helm in the back of the end zone for a 21-yard touchdown pass. Ewers scrambling out of there, created some time. Helm pulled it in, lost in coverage, and Texas takes a 6-0 lead.
Already a career high in receptions, 6 and yards, 76 for Gunnar Helm. 6 plays, 56 yards in 3 minutes. It opens the scoring. Over 10 minutes into the game, it's 7-0 Texas. So Michigan, in need of a spark, would get one with a 22-yard flea flicker from Davis Warren to C.J. Charleston into Longhorn territory. A nice Donovan Edwards run. Michigan would start the second quarter inside the 30-yard line. Just get inside the red zone before things fizzle out. Dominic Zavada boots a 37-yard field goal, makes it 7-3 Texas, early second. Then the Longhorns go back on the move. A long drive this time, 12 plays and effective gains of 11, 9, 6, 6, 6, 18, and 11. Gets the ball inside the 10-yard line where Texas would take a 2-score lead.
Now one of them comes in motion from right to left, now back to the right. Ewers, handoff, running left is Gibson. He's got some room and into the end zone. Touchdown Longhorns. 7-yard touchdown run for Jarrett Gibson, the freshman out of Gainesville, Florida, and Texas extends its lead to 13-3.
Came with 8:30 to halftime. Point after makes it 14-3. Next Michigan drive, Davis Warren throws an interception on 3rd and 2. It's returned to the Michigan 37, and Texas would take advantage. Another 3rd and long conversion, 3rd and 10 this time, brings it inside the red zone. Finally, defense would get a stop inside the 10, leads to a short field goal. So 17-3 with 2:40 to halftime. Gets the ball near midfield as Michigan, but then Colston Loveland would fumble it on a catch and run. It's returned by Texas into plus territory. It gives the Longhorns a minute to go 43 yards. Didn't need the full minute. 3 plays. It goes from the 43-yard line to the 3-yard line, and Ewers put a cap on a Longhorn-dominated first 30 minutes.
Quinn Ewers is 17 of 25 for 198 yards. And he's looking at a 3rd and 5 here and a 17-3 lead with 15 seconds to go in the first half. 3rd and goal from the 5. They're going to roll Ewers out to the left. Looking, fires to the end zone. He's got his man Golden just inside the pylon. Caught. Touchdown Longhorns.
Texas outgains Michigan 279-88. Has 15 first downs to Michigan's 4. Holds the ball for 8 more minutes. And it's all Texas at halftime. 24-3. Today's halftime show driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofanarbor.com. We'll take a timeout and come back and tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten and Top 25 next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
They will not catch Donovan Edwards. He will score.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our third annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, September 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
Michigan trails Texas at the half, 24-3. Time for another check at the out-of-town scoreboard in the Big Ten. 3 games underway, including a curious score out of Happy Valley just start of the second half. Bowling Green leads at Penn State 24-20. Again, just started the third quarter there. Also at the half, Rutgers has a 21-3 lead against Akron, and Minnesota is shutting out Rhode Island 17-0 at the break. Everything else still to come. 3:30, the first conference game of the year. Maryland against Michigan State in College Park. Also at 3:30, Iowa, a rivalry contest against Iowa State at home. Washington at home against Eastern Michigan, and Wisconsin battles FCS South Dakota. 7 o'clock, Illinois, an opportunity for a ranked win, entertaining number 19 Kansas. 7:30, another rivalry game, Nebraska and Colorado in Lincoln. Same start time for Ohio State and Western Michigan. And then late games tonight at 10, Oregon and Boise State from Eugene. 11 o'clock, USC and Utah State. That's the day in the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Every top 25 team in progress right now is losing, except for Texas, of course, playing a top 10 team in Michigan. Number 16, Oklahoma State, trails at home at the half to Arkansas, 21-7. Number 17, Kansas State, just went into halftime, trailing Tulane 20-10. Green Wave doubling up the Wildcats going into the break. Number 23, Georgia Tech, trails at Syracuse 21-14 at halftime. So Georgia Tech, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, and Penn State, all ranked teams against unranked opposition, all losing at halftime or early in the second half. Notables from throughout the rest of the day: number 11, Utah, its Big 12 debut at 3:30, hosting Baylor. 7:30 tonight, 14th-ranked Tennessee, and number 24, NC State, a neutral site date in Charlotte. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete. It's Texas 24, Michigan 3. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half. When we return, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Greasy bootleg right, firing deep for Tuman. Touchdown, Michigan!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards golf lessons to become a scratch golfer. Progressive cannot guarantee that you will ever become a scratch golfer. Scratch golfers are really, really good. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, and sure, you could put that money towards lessons, but if you can't hit the broadside of a barn and think you're going to become a scratch golfer, you're delusional. Sorry, just telling it like it is. Savings? Maybe. Scratch golfer? Don't hold your breath. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates, not available in all states. It's universally accepted that golf is hard. Progressive cannot guarantee improved performance on the course.
Pretty rough go. 24-3. Texas in front of Michigan at halftime here at the Big House. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Back here at the Big House, Brian Bush, Jason Avant, Jack Miller with you on the halftime show. Plenty of concerns, guys. Jason, I'll let you kind of pinpoint what is most concerning from that first half in your estimation.
Well, the most concerning thing is that we're not good enough to turn the ball over against this team twice, and we've done it. And it's been some mistakes. Coaston just dropping the ball. Davis Warren throwing a high ball with 3 defenders around it. Usually that ball is low in the way if you're going to try to fit it in there. We can't get off the field in third down. And then there's just an identity crisis when it comes to how we want to play the game offensively. We're not able to have a consistent run game, and then we have 0 passing game. So, and it's leaving our defense on the field entirely too long, and that's what's happening this first half. I will say this, is that we got to get open on against man coverage, and then Davis has to figure out a way to extend plays. The difference in quarterbacks in the half is very, very glaring. One guy has to play within structure of the system. That's our guy. And then Quinn Ewers is so comfortable in his own skin, he buys times and makes plays and extends plays. That's what we need on our end.
Yeah, pretty well said there, Jason. You know, I think you put it well. There's an identity crisis on offense a little bit. We're not able to extend plays, find receivers downfield. We're not able to get downfield right now. We can't get anything going that's very explosive. And then, you know, defensively, I don't think the defensive line is having the day that we were hoped that they would. And not just by getting to Ewers, but in the run game, too. That Texas offensive line is having their way. I think the defense has been caught off guard. Coach Sarkisian has a really good game plan. There's a lot of motions, misdirection, shifts. And so, you know, they get a good play. They run right to the line. They kind of get you on your heels time and time again. And they've been on the field too much. They're tired. You can see hands on the hips, guys, their body language, their demeanor. That defensive line is tired. They're getting pushed around a little bit. It's setting up the run game to then set up the pass play. And Ewers, I mean, he's a great quarterback, and he's really, really showing out today.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the numbers. 19 minutes of time of possession for Texas to 11 for Michigan. Longhorns 8 of 10 on third down to Michigan's 1 of 5. 279 to 88 in yardage. But those 2 Michigan turnovers feel like the big spot. And, you know, Jack, you kind of alluded to it here. Defensive line not doing a whole lot. Defense as a whole, last year, season high total in terms of points allowed was 24. Maryland and then Ohio State both scored 24 against Michigan. Texas matches that in the first half. Just coming into this, we all kind of knew going into this game, going into the season, that Michigan was going to have the defense lead it here. Yeah. And Jack, just so far that they've not been able to get it done, partly because of offensive issues, but partly they just haven't executed the way that I think many believe they're capable.
Well, you know, the funny part is it's the third down, too. There's been moments in there where they've done a pretty good job covering guys downfield. They've stopped the run at times, but those third down plays and just kind of the good backyard football that Texas can play to extend plays, find ways to get those first downs, has really, really hurt them. You know, you basically gave them 10 points with those turnovers at the end of the second quarter there, which is a real problem. The defense had some sparks where they found some things every once in a while, but we talked about it in the pregame show. If you keep giving Texas opportunities, they're going to show up. They're very, very good. They're very well coached, and we're putting ourselves in a bad spot. The offense, a lot of new faces, a new, not so much a new system, but playing within the system for a lot of new guys out there is proving to be a challenge. They're struggling to find an identity and get any sort of rhythm going. Then the defense gets back out there, and Ewers is having his way.
Yeah, they're playing through their left tackle, their All-American left tackle, Calvin Banks. They're running over there a bunch to the left side. And also they're exploiting the mismatch out there with Jair Hill or Amir Hall. Whoever's out there, they're going after it. I just saw them boot left with a right-hand quarterback just to throw it to a guy that was over there rather than Will Johnson. So those are things. And with Sarkisian's offense, he makes you choose a side. And when you choose a side, you automatically lose. That's why I said you have to be physical and win the point of contact and go through people. And we haven't done that consistently either on defense.
It's going to be a tough go for Michigan in the second half, but they will get the football trying to rally down to Texas 24-3. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. That is the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. 24-3. Longhorns in command. Michigan hoping to rally. We will bring you the second half with Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant providing all the coverage for you next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
The Wolverines smash here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and business. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Lake Michigan Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Lake Michigan Insurance Agency today at www.lmiainsurance.org. That's www.lmiainsurance.org.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in a roomy new Toyota. Like the family-size Highlander with room for up to 8. Now through September 30th, you can lease a Highlander XLE all-wheel drive for $489 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details. Or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Wolverines and the Longhorns. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
All right, John, things need to get better in a hurry here for this Michigan football team, trailing 24-3. They do get the football to start the second half, but it starts with not making catastrophic mistakes, not turning the football over, which, other than taking the knee at the end, Michigan's last two drives of the first half ended in their own territory, once with an interception and once with a fumble.
Yeah, you can't have those lack of awareness moments where Coastal Love, great player, All-American, best tight end in the country, yet he carries the ball like a loaf of bread and it squirts out of his hand. That's a turnover and it leads to a touchdown. Throwing the ball into double coverage on third down. I understand wanting to make a play, but every possession, we've talked about this before, it's not always popular. Every possession needs to end in a kick. And if it's a punt, then so be it. You live to play another day. You've got to find ways to make better decisions and take advantage of opportunities. And that's where, the challenge is out to this offensive staff and Kurt Campbell. Put these guys in position. What is it that Samaj Morgan does well? Fred Moore, all of these, Kyler Morris, find ways to get the ball in their hands where they can do something with it. That's on the play caller.
All right, Sharon Moore just addressed his team in the halftime locker room. Jason Avant, what did he have to say?
Yeah, to the offense, he told them to build continuity, sustain drives on third down. We need to have better success on first and second down and stay out of third and distance. Protect the ball with your life. It's everything. We're hurting ourselves. 10 out of the 24 points were off turnovers. Defense, we need to get off the field on third down, stay in our run gaps and tackle in space. Too many yards after the catch, too much yards after the catch. And to the team, we can come back and turn the tables on them. Let's go fight, put them on the heels.
All right, we'll see what comes out of this here as the Wolverines will get the football to start half number 2. Jordan Marshall is deep, and Texas will be kicking into the wind with Will Stone. And so this could be returnable for Marshall. Try and set up Michigan with some good field position. Texas has started 2 drives inside Michigan Michigan territory, rather, the 37 and the 42. And they had another drive that was only 56 yards long that ended in the end zone. So see if the Wolverines can set themselves up. This kick coming down. It's going to be Keyshawn Harris fielding at the 10-yard line. Right in front of the Michigan bench, through a hole, but there's a flag out to the 35 to the 40. Flag is down. Good return from Keyshawn Harris, but it looks like this one might be coming back.
Yeah, it's either going to be holding or there might have been an illegal chop block.
During the return, holding. Receiving team number 18, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Well, that is suboptimal as Michigan now will back the football up and take over in less than great field position.
No, but the ball is in their possession, and they have control over what they can do right now. And now it's a matter of let's find ways to get the ball in the playmakers' hands. That's Colston Loveland, Donovan Edwards, Kalel Mullins. Those are the proven playmakers.
1st and 10, Michigan from the 18-yard line. Kalel Mullins behind Davis Warren. Surveys the Texas defense, claps his hands, and hands it off to Mullins. Up the middle, out to the 20, pushing the pile forward out to the 21-yard line, a gain of 3 on 1st down.
Well, I tell you what, Max Bredesen, that's a short neck. He does a great job from that fullback position, taking a full sprint at a 290-pound defensive end, leading that thing up through the middle. Love to watch him play football.
They go extra O-lineman here with Andrew Gentry checking in, 6 offensive linemen, and now there's some personnel issues as Bredesen starts to the sideline. They send Tyler Morris off now, and Bredesen back in the huddle. They've got plenty of time on the play clock.
Yep. Texas is going to sub out.
2 receivers, split wide left, 1 to the right is Max Bredesen. Now they bring Bredesen in motion. Handoff, Mullins up the middle. He's got some room across the 25. Runs a man over and out to the 29-yard line. Good for a 1st down. Some good, strong running for Kalel Mullins. And the Wolverines move the chains here.
Kalel Mullins, when you get ahead of steam and he's running downhill, you love the fact that he's going to run over. And that's that big boy in the middle, Anthony Hill Jr., defensive lineman playing linebacker, and Kalel Mullins won that battle.
Alex Orji in at quarterback now for Michigan. Mullins in the backfield off his right hip. Orji puts a man in motion. That's Loveland. They go zone read, handoff to Mullins, running left, and tries to spin out of a tackle and gets undercut there and dropped. Does get a gain of 3, but Andrew Makuba comes up and makes the stop. Good tackle there in the open field. Good Mullins 3.5 yards on 1st down.
Yeah, I mean, Kalel Mullins, you got to get the ball in his hands. A 4-yard gain, I'll take that every single time. That was what it was on the first play, whether it was between the tackles, you get him out on the edge, just give an opportunity to get in open field.
2nd down and 7 for Michigan from the 32-yard line. On this first drive of the second half, they trail 24-3. Davis takes the snap, handoff, Mullins makes a man miss in the backfield and slides over to the right, pushes forward out to the 35. Another 3-yard gain there for Kalel Mullins. It'll set up 3rd down.
Yeah, this critical down for Michigan. 3rd and 4 is not ideal, but you still have a full playbook at your disposal. Now it's a matter of, if they're going to throw the ball, this is where you're going to see some exotic blitzes by Texas. Davis Warren has to understand who's coming, who's dropping, and if they're going to run play action, get your head turned around quickly so that you can see the ball or see the defense.
Wolverines on 3rd and 4 from their own 35-yard line. Lots of shifting before the snap. Mullins in the backfield. Play clock down to 5. Davis takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking, fires. He's got Samaj, and it goes through his hands incomplete at the 42-yard line.
That's unfortunate. It was there. Samaj was open. Had 1st down. Terry, nice route by Samaj Morgan, knowing exactly where the sticks were. He ran it 1 yard past. It was there. Ball's just off the mark a little bit. Play could have been made.
Yeah, I think Samaj will tell you he probably should make that catch. It wasn't an easy catch. He had to dive for it, but looks like he got 2 hands on it. Tommy Doman back to punt, and Silas Bolden deep for Texas, standing on his own 20-yard line. Doman's punt straight up the elevator shaft. Bolden signals for a fair catch and makes it at his 29-yard line. And that's where Texas will take over on their first drive of the second half.
So, hey, 1st down. We got to talk about baby steps. Got their 1st down, and it felt like they had something going there with Kalel Mullins. Disappointed it took until the second half to find out they put him in.
11:56 to go, 3rd quarter. Texas leads at 24-3, and the Longhorns have the football back. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pioneer State Mutual has been insuring Michigan for over 100 years. And as a Michigan-only company, we're focused on helping our neighbors with over 230 agents statewide. You get all the benefits offered by the national companies with the convenience of an agent who works nearby. If you're ready to make a change, visit insuringmichigan.com to quote your auto or renter's insurance today. And feel confident knowing you'll also have a local agent who can answer your questions. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Hey, Michigan,
Let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Back at the Big House, Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Foga Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend the third annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, September 12th. Visit mgoblue.com/bighouse for more details. All right, John, so we talked about putting Will Johnson on an island, having him just man people up and supplying help elsewhere defensively. We'll see what Wink Martindale has for Quinn Ewers, who takes the first snap of the second half, hands it off to Blue, slips in the backfield, not much running room anyway. Credit Makari Page with the tackle. Perhaps a short loss there on first down for Texas.
Sometimes it's just about getting back to basics. Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, eating up blocks.
2nd and 10, Ewers, play action, rolls out, fires. He's got a man at the 41-yard line, complete. Isaiah Bond steps out of bounds right in front of the Texas bench. A gain of 11 yards, first down for Texas. Jair Hill in coverage.
You've got to find a way to put pressure on the receivers. You know they're going to run the ball a lot here in the second half. They don't want to risk it, even though Quinn Ewers has been making really good decisions. But when they do, you got to have tighter coverage.
They go wide receiver screen, and it's complete and dropped immediately is Golden by Jair Hill, who comes up and drops Golden for a 1-yard loss on first down. Hey, they've won on first down a lot today.
Yep.
But they get Texas in these third down situations, and Texas converts.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be 3rd and 20 for them not to convert. Or inside the 5-yard line.
2nd down and 11 for Texas. Bunch formation to the right, Ewers in a shotgun. Ewers, handoff on an end around. It looks like Wisner, the running back, check that, it was Blue. Derek Moore makes the stop as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. And here, Michigan's defense has Texas in a 3rd and long. Again, can they get off the field?
Great job by Mason Graham of cutting off the path to the sideline, forcing that ball back in.
Empty backfield, now they shift Wisner into the backfield on 3rd and 10 for Texas. Michigan showing blitz. Ewers in a shotgun from his own 41-yard line, has the snap back to pass, setting up a screen, nobody home. Now he'll just throw it into the dirt. Ewers forced to dirt the football as Michigan sniffed out the screen. And then Jay-Sean Barham and Ernest Hausman in the backfield, and Texas will be forced to punt.
Great job by Jair Hill on that play of getting them, defeating a one-on-one block. That's what I was talking about before the game. Defeating those one-on-one blocks gets you off the field.
Yeah, when you get some of those matchups, sometimes it's a matter of, hey, whether it's inside a defensive tackle, it's outside a corner or nickel, you got to find a way to win those one-on-ones.
Samaj Morgan standing on his own 15-yard line to field this punt from Michael Kern, his first punt of the day. Kern puts his right foot in it, low line drive. Samaj comes up and fields it at the 18. Up the middle of the field, Samaj puts his head down as he gets to the 25-yard line, and he's swarmed under there by a host of Texas Longhorns. And Michigan, with 9:50 to go here in the third quarter, gets the football back, trailing 24-3 here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Lobs it up in the end zone, around three. He adjusts to the ball. He's interfered with. He makes the catch.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats, too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Doug Karst, John Jansen in the booth. Jason Avant down on the field. Our statistician is Bruce Motti. Our spotter, Rich Marion. Engineer is Tony Butler. Brian Bush and Jack Miller hosting our coverage from here at the Big House. Rob Joyce back in our studios. And Michigan has the football back, but they trail it 24-3 here early third quarter. And we were talking during the break. It's time to maybe take some shots downfield.
Well, it's trying to change something up. There's a few things you can do. Yeah, take some shots, try and loosen up the defense. Let it go. See what you've got in this wide receiver group and your quarterback. Unleash something. The other thing is tempo. You can change up the tempo. Hey, you don't have to huddle up every time. You don't have to have a play call from the sideline. Let's get up, have something very basic, snap it and go. You've got good athletes. You've got good linemen. Let them go out there and make some plays.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. You got nothing to lose in this situation. It's already been a game that that you kind of want back a little bit. So I say go out and see what you got with these young receivers. Let them go out there and play. You can't continue to baby them with the run game the entire time.
So the Wolverines from their own 25-yard line, trailing at 24-3. Davis in a shotgun with two receivers split to the left. One to the right is Tyler Morris. Donovan Edwards in the backfield off the right hip of Davis Warren, who's got the snap. Back to pass, fires, slant pattern. He's got Tyler Morris, and it's knocked out of his hands by Jade Barron in the Texas secondary, as Morris couldn't hang on, and incomplete, second down.
And it really comes down to location, and there's no reason that he couldn't lead him. I know there was a linebacker on the inside, but he wasn't going to be a threat to pick the ball off or tip the pass. That ball was just behind behind Tyler Morris.
Gives Jade Barron a PBU on that one, and Michigan looking at 2nd and 10. Davis in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Looking over the middle, he's got Colston Loveland, and the ball is dislodged just as it got there by Makuba, as they jumped all over that pass to Colston Loveland. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 10.
Yeah, it's just taking too long for some of these routes to develop. And Davis Warren's looking, he's going to Colston Loveland there, and it's just a great play by the defense. Defender puts his helmet right on the ball, Makuba, and it's a difficult catch. Now you're sitting there at 3rd and 10.
Wolverines go 5 wide here on 3rd and 10 from their own 25-yard line. 9:39 to go, third quarter. Two receivers split to either side. Colston Loveland in motion. Back to pass. Davis Warren flushed out of the pocket, looking downfield. He's got nobody home. Still looking. He's going to fire to Colston Loveland, who goes up and gets it near midfield. Wow. What a throw and what a catch.
John, that's what we were talking about, extending the play, giving the guy an opportunity.
Yep, and I mean, Texas helped out because over Evan Link, they decided to go to pinch inside. We got a Texas defender down. I believe it's Derek Williams Jr., safety. But regarding that play, as soon as you see the pass rush wash itself down, you've got all the time in the world. He runs to the sideline, pulls up just before the sideline, and then throw it up for one of your playmakers, Colston Loveland, that you've got all the confidence in the world to go make a play.
That is Michigan's longest play from scrimmage this year, 26 yards, and the Wolverines will have it 1st and 10 from their own 49 as they attend to the injured Longhorn. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port Chicago, Illinois.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude. Gets up when they fall down and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The college football world is focused on our game, Michigan and Texas, live from the Big House.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan trailing 24-3, trying to get something going here with the ball out to the 49-yard line. We see Benjamin Hall in the Michigan backfield. First play for him in this 2024 season. Davis in a shotgun. 1st and 10 for the Wolverines. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers split to the left. Warren surveys the Texas defense. Now puts Loveland in motion. Back to pass. Davis Warren. Up the middle, he's going to run. 50 into Texas territory down to the 47-yard line, and that's where he's dropped. Give him 5 yards on 1st down. David Benda comes up and makes the stop.
I'll take that. That's a nice awareness. Hey, they've got everybody covered downfield. They split the pass rush. You've got an avenue up the middle. Davis Warren is a good athlete and can run. So pick up an easy 5 or 6 yards.
He's going to take this snap from under center with Benjamin Hall in the backfield. The lone running back. 3 tight ends in there for Michigan. Now they're bringing a man in motion. That's Fred Moore on the 2nd down and 6. Davis takes the snap, hands it off to Benjamin Hall, makes a man miss. 1st down across the 40, down to the 38-yard line. Good run for Ben Hall. And now we got some pushing and shoving. And I thought I saw a flag, but it looks like it's a mouth guard that got thrown.
Yeah.
It's a Mays mouth guard. I think Fred Moore's mouth guard got thrown by a Texas defender.
Well, that's a nice job by Colston Loveland of finishing a block. Not everything's going to be pretty, but you just don't want a guy to cross your face unabated. He stays with them, does a nice job of moving his feet so he doesn't get called for holding, and Ben Hall cut right behind him.
Well, that's a Michigan first down to the Texas 38-yard line. Wolverines trailing at 24-3, 7:40 to go, third quarter. Davis in a shotgun. Hands it off to Hall again, hesitates, puts his head down and plows forward into the pile and gets down to the Texas 33-yard line, a gain of 5 yards on first down. Good for Ben Hall.
Yeah, I like the fact that little stutter in the backfield. Sometimes you just need a little bit of time, or give your offensive line a little bit of time to get some movement on those blocks, get up to the second level, and when you hit it, you've got to hit it hard, and that's what Ben Hall's doing right now.
5'11", 235, the sophomore out of Ackworth, Georgia, North Cobb High School. He'll continue in the Michigan backfield, 2nd and 5. Wolverines down to the Texas 34-yard line. Davis takes the snap, hands it off to Ben Hall. And this time there's not much room. Maybe give him a yard there as the hole closed quickly on the right side of the offensive line. It'll be third down for Michigan.
So we got down the field by kind of opening it up offensively, running it, but most of all, passing it. And we go 2 straight runs there and put us in a third down situation, which we haven't been that great most of the game in.
Yeah, I like the production by Ben Hall, but on second down there, I think it was an opportunity to maybe take a shot. You're not going to be any worse off second, 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 4.
Alex Orji in there on this 3rd and 5. You wonder if they're thinking 4-down territory. Orji takes the snap, and he'll go quarterback run up the middle, and there's nothing there. Nothing there. Fake the handoff to Benjamin Hall. And it looks like they're going to send out Dominic Zavada. They aren't thinking 4-down territory. That play actually looks like it lost a yard.
Well, tell me if you're surprised Alex Orji is in there and they run the ball. You're telegraphing exactly what you're going to do, and either execution has to be elite or you've got to find a way to break a tendency.
This will be 52 yards for Dominic Zavada. He's got the leg, and this is with the wind. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is on the way, and the kick is good. Dominic Zavada comes through with another 50-plus yard field goal. He is 3 for 3 from beyond 50 this year, and Michigan has cut the deficit to 24-6.
Well, you want to make sure you come away with points on every single possession, every single opportunity. You keep putting the pressure on the defense because as the clock ticks down, you're 24-6, you're down 18, you're down 3 scores. You got to find a way to get some touchdowns, but you're going to have to find a way to get the ball back now.
Let's throw it to the update desk for a check of the scoreboard with our Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thanks, Doug. This Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. 3 games of the Big Ten in progress. Surprising score at a state college. End of 3 quarters. Penn State leads Bowling Green 27-24. Falcons just intercepted Drew Aller inside the red zone. Scott Loeffler's bunch hanging tight against the Nittany Lions. Elsewhere, Rutgers all over Akron 28-10 late third. Minnesota up 31-0 on FCS Rhode Island late in the third. Everything else still to come. 3:30, the first conference game of the year in College Park between Maryland and Michigan State at 3:30. Iowa rivalry game hosting Iowa State. Washington welcomes in Eastern Michigan, and then Wisconsin entertains a top 10 FCS team in South Dakota. 7 o'clock, Illinois an opportunity against a ranked team, number 19 Kansas comes to town. 7:30, Nebraska hosts Colorado, a rivalry matchup in Lincoln, and then late tonight you have Oregon hosting Boise State at 10, USC and Utah State clashing in Los Angeles at 11. We'll recap the rest of the Big Ten of the day in the top 25, get to the highlights of our game, get some post-game reaction, all on the SeatGeek post-game show. For now, back to the Big House. Doug, John.
9 plays, 41 yards, 4 minutes and 22 seconds, 24-6, 52-yard field goal from Dominic Zavada. Michigan has cut this lead to 24-6. And
fellas, do you think that we said that we're in field goal range and we just said run the ball and just let's get the field goal?
I can't imagine they would be thinking field goal down 24-3.
That's what it seemed like to me.
I don't want to believe it, but as soon as you bring in Alex Orji, what does everybody think they're going to do on third down? There's no threat of passing the ball. So at some point, if you're going to bring him in, you're going to have to let him roll out. And if nothing's there at that time, you could say, hey, if Fred Moore's not open, he's your one option. Or if Colston Loveland is open, he's your one option. If he's not there, tuck it and run. At least you give him a chance to get outside the pocket. Run a naked, bootleg or something to get him outside and give him a view of the field.
Yeah. 4 straight runs had me kind of perplexed in that situation.
Well, at this point, Michigan, I mean, you can chip away, but only for so long. There has to be some quick scoring drives, or you got to get Texas to help you out.
Yeah.
Like Michigan turned the ball over in their own territory twice. This Michigan defense now, while the offense is trying to get going, the defense would be awfully useful if they could help the offense out and create a turnover at some point here. And look, it's a huge ask. The defense is expected to carry the day. This Texas offense is I'm having some Donovan McNabb Syracuse flashbacks here.
Well, thanks for bringing that up.
Well, but I mean, you start thinking about days where you just go, these guys are really good offensively, and this Texas team is really good offensively. Now, Michigan's given them 3 relatively short fields as Tommy Doman's kickoff will sail 9 yards deep in the end zone, and Texas will take over at the 25-yard line. But the formula to win this game feels like it has to include a big play from the Michigan defense.
There's going to have to be a turnover. I mean, do they make the mistake of actually throwing at Will Johnson? They haven't done that yet. Everything that they've done has been away from Will Johnson. Even the underneath, when they go to Will's side, they're running Will off and coming underneath to the tight end of the running back.
Quinn Ewers been very effective for Texas today. They got the ball on the 25-yard line here, leading 24-6. Ewers back to pass, going to take a shot downfield. And overthrown out there, looking for Silas Bolden, Jair Hill in phase there. Good coverage from Jair, incomplete. It'll be second down.
Yeah, that was really good coverage. And they didn't even run a route on Will Johnson's side. Could have taken his hat off and had a beverage over there. They're just trying to do everything on the other half of the field.
Do we have a beverage up here?
I do. I got a nice water. It's cold. Ice cold.
Not what I'm looking for.
Nope.
Second down and 10 for Texas from their own 25-yard line. Handoff, running right, flag down and dragged down is Jadon Blue by Ernest Hausman. A gain of 1. And it looks like this will be an illegal shift on Texas. So do you take the 3rd and 9 or do you make it 2nd and 14?
Illegal shift. Offense, number 1 and 85. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
I think I may have taken a 3rd and 9.
I thought Sharon signaled that he wanted to decline it.
Well,
they didn't.
No, and you just give them 2 more opportunities.
All right, 2nd down and 15 for Texas after the 5-yard walk-off. Ewers in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass, over the middle. He's got his tight end, Gunnar Held. He's got a 1st down. Makari Page runs him out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Boy, this kid, Gunnar Helm, 2 catches for 42 yards last week.
Yeah,
he has been very good. 22 yards there for Gunnar Helm.
7 for 76 so far today. 7 for 98. And that's his long.
Move the chains for Texas out to the 42-yard line. Shotgun for Ewers. 4:36 to go, 3rd quarter. Texas leads it 24-6. They go reverse. They flip it to the wide receiver. That looks like the freshman, Wingo, in the clear. 30, 20, 15. Wingo tripped up inside the 5 by Will Johnson. Big play there. Ryan Wingo, the freshman out of St. Louis, as Texas knocking on the door, looking to add to their lead.
You've got to love the hustle by Will Johnson. I mean, this is a dude that's coming from the opposite side of the field. He started on the opposite numbers.
1st and goal for Texas from the 3. Pistol formation. Ewers takes the snap. And again, he's going to have to take a knee as his running back went the wrong way. Getting in there quickly for Michigan and knocking him down. I believe it might have been Trey Pierce, and now we have some pushing and shoving.
Yeah.
Ewers' turn. It might have been Cameron Brandt, actually. 55 yards on that reverse, by the way.
Yeah, not a time to show your toughness.
And now we have a flag down. You can't afford this.
Do we get opposing penalties? And
so that's the 2nd time the running back's gone the wrong direction, and the 2nd time Ewers has had to take a knee and just bail on the play and live to play another down. But it was after he took the knee, I believe it was Cameron Brandt who knocked him to the ground, And that led to the pushing and shoving. He was already on a knee, but Brandt toppled him over, and let's see what this flag is.
After the play, there's unsportsmanlike conduct fouls on both teams. Offense number 52, his first, and defense number 78. The foul's offset and the down count. Second down.
DJ Campbell for Texas and Kenneth Grant for Michigan. That was after the play, so Texas actually eats the football on a 6-yard loss there. It'll be second and goal from the 9. Check out, they're going to mark it with the tip of the football on the 8-yard line. Going into the student section with 3:35 to go. Students trying to make some noise. Keep Texas out of the end zone. The Michigan defense lines up with a 4-man front. Ewers takes the snap, rolls out to the right, looking, fires, and incomplete, or did the running back go down and make the catch? That's Weisner.
Catch, but I thought it short hopped.
It's at the 6-yard line. He was down immediately as he was on his butt. We await the replay to see if he indeed did catch that. It'll be third and goal from the 6, or if it's an incomplete pass.
No, maybe he did.
Okay, third and goal from the 6.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to mark it at the 7. So third and goal from the 7. Texas leading 24-6, 2:49 to go, third quarter, clock running. Ewers in an empty backfield, back to pass, going to fire to the back out of the backfield. That's Blue. Can he get to the corner? He can. To the cone, touchdown, Texas.
He just outflanked the Michigan defense. Got him the ball in space. There's been so many times where Quinn Ewers has been able to find whether it's running back, wide receiver, tight end, that they catch it and they've got room to roam with it. There's no one there.
Yeah, they've gotten the ball to the backside of the backfield and the tight ends all day long.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a simple pick concept. They run everybody inside, and everybody gets caught up in the wash, leak the back out.
Yeah, he went in motion, and Michigan's defense didn't move with him at all.
Yeah, that's just bad. That's just bad assignment football right there. You have to adjust to the widest. You always as wide as the widest. I don't know what they were looking at right there. It's happened multiple times.
7-yard touchdown pass to Jaden Blue. And Texas, the extra point was good, 31-6. Texas on top with 2:39 to go here in the third quarter. 6 plays, 75 yards. The big one was the 55-yarder on the reverse to Wingo and a 7-yard touchdown pass to Jaden Blue from Quinn Ewers. No one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2024. Jordan Marshall standing on his own goal line. Will Stone will kick off for Texas. The deficit is 25 points here late in the third quarter. Stone's kickoff will come down short. This will be returnable for Jordan Marshall, who has it at the 11. Breaks one tackle, running towards the Michigan sideline to the 20, 25, and runs into the kicker at the 30. And down he goes at the 32-yard line. Will Stone makes the tackle.
But nice job by Marshall being able to get up in the return and then noticing, hey, I've got some green grass on the outside. Let's bounce it out that way and get what I can.
Michigan offense will take the field at the 31-yard line. Davis Warren still at quarterback for Michigan. 2 tight ends for the Wolverines. They're both on the left side. Now they shift from left to right. Hendrick Bell split wide left. Fred Moore split to the right. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Davis takes the snap. Back to pass. Fires, and Colston Loveland never turns his head, and it's intercepted. Intercepted by Texas, as it's Derek Williams Jr. I don't know what happened there, a miscommunication, but Colston was running straight down the field and never reacted to the football.
No, he's running a clear-out route. And, I mean, Davis Warren wasn't under pressure. It's not like he had to get rid of the ball.
Derek Williams, the interception at the Michigan 48-yard line. That is the third turnover today for Michigan. All three have come in their own territory. And Texas might be looking at a kill shot on this drive.
Yeah, I mean, it's the turnovers, time of possession, inability to stop the run, inability to get anything going offensively.
I mean, that's completely out of sync with your receiver. Davis threw it a stop route, and Colston was going deep. Texas will hand it off to Blue running left, and he gets a gain of 3 on first down. Ernest Hausman making the tackle for Michigan.
And now, I mean, I don't know. This is a position, you mentioned the kill shot.
Yep.
This is going to be the play.
Ewers, quick pass, fires it to Golden on the outside, and he's forced out of bounds by Jair Hill. Right in front of the Michigan bench after another short gain. Amir Hall correction on the stop. It'll be 3rd down and 5.
Opportunity to get off the field. No harm, no foul. You lost a little bit of time. That would be all you lose if you get a stop here on 3rd down.
3rd down and 5 for Texas. Ewers in a shotgun. Texas has been elite on 3rd down today. Ewers takes the snap, hands it off, and stopped in the backfield is Blue, the Michigan defense, dropping in for a loss of 2. Mason Graham was the man back in there, still playing hard. And Texas, looks like they'll send on the punt team a 3 and out. Wolverines defense says, well, not dead yet.
No, not dead. Again, the only thing you lost was time and obviously the confidence, but they've got to get offensively, they got to get on the same page. Quarterbacks, talk to your receivers, talk to your tight ends. You know, hey, you don't have to rush. We talked about trying to change the tempo of the game. Now's the time, not the time to do that. Just make sure you're all on the same page with what you're doing and what you're trying to accomplish.
For Michigan, Tyler Morris.
First punt for Kern went 42 yards. And now we get a whistle, and Michigan's got too many men on the field. Flag is thrown.
No, they've got 11.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Delay game.
My apologies.
5-yard
My apologies.
That's all right. It is a day to this point that as Michigan fans we'd all like to not remember, but it's not over. It's not looking great. Defense got a 3 and out. Now it's up to the offense to find a rhythm, find something that works, go put some points on the board.
Kern's got the snap, puts his right foot into it. High punt, fair catch signal for by Tyler Morris. He'll make the fair catch at his own 10-yard line with 39 seconds to go here in quarter number 3. Texas leading 31-6. 39 yards on the punt. Now the Michigan offense. This is one of the, you're getting to the point in the game where you pretty much have to score on every drive and get a stop on every Texas drive to even give yourself a chance.
At what point do you think we put the backup in?
Well, you know, the question is how much of these mistakes are on Davis and how much are on, that last interception was a miscommunication of some kind. It might have been on Davis, it might have been on Colston. They'll go Donovan Edwards up the middle, big hole across the 15 out to the 16-yard line for a gain of 6 yards on 1st down.
Well, even if on that interception, just to go back to it one more time, if that was on Colston, like even if you're going to throw that ball, it's good coverage. I'm not sure why you would do it and not try and go over the top.
Yeah. This will be the last play of the 3rd quarter. Davis has them lined up from the 16-yard line. Now he's changing the play with 5 seconds to go in the quarter. He better hurry. 2 seconds to go, and claps his hands, and that'll do it for quarter number 3. God, you want to get that snap off time.
You would think.
You don't have forever.
Every single play is going to matter in this game, and you just missed an opportunity to gain some yards, possibly pick up a 1st down.
And run another play. There's no 5th quarter. 31-6, Texas on top. We'll go to the 4th quarter when we continue from the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
The weather may be cooling down, but the schedule is heating up at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Catch Layla Hathaway perform her hottest R&B hits September 21st. See pop icon Nick Carter as he continues his Who I Am tour September 29th. Then blow off some steam October 5th with the hilarious ventriloquist Terry Fader. Only at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen back at the big house. Jason Avant down on the field. So far, Quinn Ewers 24 of 34, 246 yards and 3 touchdowns. Davis Warren 9 of 16, 73 yards and the 2 interceptions. And Michigan trails at 31-6 here at the big house. Jason Avant down on the field. What is the mood on the Michigan sideline like right now?
It's definitely down, definitely somber.
Stunned?
Yes, definitely stunned. The crowd is definitely out of the game right now, and they're trying their best to come up with some offense that will get the crowd reinvigorated, get them excited again, and looking forward to it. Looking forward to some positive plays.
Yeah.
And I see Jaden Davis warming up a lot here. I wonder if they're thinking about putting him in the game.
The true freshman. You know, at some point they might give Orji a series.
Well, you would think they would go to Orji first. But it's just a matter of how much confidence they have in operating the offense. If you're going to have to throw the ball at some point, I mean, if you make that change, you're basically conceding this game, and you're just taking a look at other options. But, I mean, the task at hand right now, 2nd and 4, got an opportunity to pick up a first down. See what you can do with the offense that's out there, and then if you are able to pick up this first down, maybe get to the ball, run a second play.
All right, so the Wolverines with it on this first play of the 4th quarter from the 16-yard line. 2 receivers split to either side on this 2nd down and 4. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards sidecar left. Davis brings a man in motion. That's Marlon Klein. They go handoff Edwards up the middle, and he gets a yard, maybe 2, before he's dropped. At the 17-yard line, it'll be 3rd down and 3. Colston Loveland checks in. Marlon Klein checks out.
Yeah, and I mean on that play there, you're trying to get into a manageable 3rd down. We've seen Donovan Edwards, Khalil Mullins all have success on the edge.
Davis in a shotgun. And now we get a whistle. No flag.
No, I think it's a timeout.
Ron Snodgrass, our lead official. Is it a timing issue? We await the call. I'm talking to Sharon Moore. Actually, both coaches.
Previous play is under further review for potential targeting.
Well, that would give you a first down. But, you know, they got to move the chains here and start taking some shots downfield.
They do.
I mean, obviously that's potentially what happened when Davis threw the interception to Colston Loveland. We're going to have to see the replay.
Yeah. But even on that play, I mean, yeah, I want to be able to take a shot. If you're going to take that shot and you're reading that safety, you're going to go over the top every single time to your tight end.
So they're going to take a look for a targeting call. Yeah, I believe.
I mean, they may call that targeting, but I 100% disagree. When a running back hits the hole and he lowers his helmet, what are you supposed to do as a linebacker, as a defender, when you're trying to make that tackle? I mean, that.
We've seen a replay, and it's Leonga Leifau, the linebacker for Texas, who crown of the helmet hits Donovan Edwards. This close shave replay is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Honestly, that's a perfect tackle. That's a form tackle. His helmet is up. Yes, it's helmet-to-helmet contact, but that's exactly, as a young coach, you would draw that up as a, hey, this is an example of how you have to keep your head up to protect yourself going against a big running back.
Donovan Edwards wants to go out there and see the replay. He walked over to Snodgrass, who's looking at the replay.
I don't know what a defender can do in that situation.
No, I mean, Jason, we talked about it last week in one of the targetings. It's just.
And then you slow it down and you go slow motion and you make it worse. It's like, it's tough.
Well, they've seen enough. Here's the call.
After review, there is no foul for targeting on the play.
Thank you.
Third down.
Let's play football.
Bad for the moment, but good for the sport of football.
Yeah.
Because they could use the 15 yards.
Yes, we'll take a first down any way we can get it at this point.
31-6, Texas on top, early fourth quarter.
Yeah, just to give you an idea how rare the first downs have been, Texas has 18 of them, Michigan has 7.
Shotgun for Davis Warren, 4 receivers, 2 split to either side. Donovan Edwards in the backfield on this third down and a long 2. Davis has the football, back to pass, fires over the middle. Colston Loveland, first down, sits down in a zone at the 22-yard line. Davis delivers a strike, gain of 4, move the chains.
Yep. Hey, pitch and catch. Nice job by Davis Warren. Nice job by Colston Loveland catching the ball, getting first down distance on the route. I mean, that's all you can ask for, especially when they're only rushing 3. You're not going to be able to go over the top in that. They've got 8 in coverage. Everybody's covered deep. So take what you can get.
Maurice Blackwell with the stop. First down, Michigan, 22-yard line. Now you have some downs to play with. Can you take a shot downfield? You have to need to score quickly at some point. Davis in a shotgun, takes the snap, back to pass. Fires, and it's tipped in the air, but caught by Loveland. Reverses field and battles back to the line of scrimmage. One tipped behind the line of scrimmage. And Loveland was able to track it down, ends up gaining 1.
It's a little tight end screen. Screens aren't something that's featured in this offense. We don't see them very often, but a little tight end screen. And obviously, as a lineman, you're going to let a little penetration, but you don't want your defender to get in the face of the quarterback and possibly bat a ball.
Second down and 9, inside 13 minutes to go in the ballgame. Warren back to pass, steps up in the pocket, he's going to run. 25, 30, tripped up as he gets to the 31-yard line, close to a first down, but there's a flag down.
Holding. Gosh, anytime there's something that seems to go right.
Holding, offense, number 56, 10-yard penalty, second down.
Dom Jadis.
And that's just an inexperienced player. When your quarterback is running around in the pocket, left or right, you got a good feel of where that defender is going. When your quarterback sneaks up in the pocket and escapes in the middle, as soon as your defender tries to release and run away, you've got to let go. Even if you run your feet, you're still going to get called for holding.
The ball on the 14-yard line. Michigan has to get across the 32 for a first down. Second down. Davis in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards continues in the backfield. Davis back to pass. Fires to Kendrick Bell. Does he come up with it in front of the Michigan bench? He does. At the 21-yard line, a gain of 9. Check that, a gain of 7. And it'll be third down and long for Michigan. Good catch, good coverage. Kendrick Bell comes up with it.
Good catch, good coverage, and nice protection, honestly. A little game up front. Miles Hinton, his defender dropped, so he comes back in to help.
Third down and 11. Michigan down 31-6. Davis Warren in a shotgun ball on their own 21-yard line. Back to pass. Over the middle. He's got Colston Loveland underneath, but well short of a first down. Out at the 28-yard line. Wanted to be fourth down and about 5. And at this point, do you have nothing to lose?
Yeah, got to go for it. I mean, in your fourth quarter, you only got 11 and a half minutes left in the game. And honestly, that play call was one where you know you're going for it on fourth down.
A pitch and catch there from Davis Warren to Colston Loveland. They need that again here on this 4th and 5. From their own 28-yard line, the ball has to get across the 32. On the 27. Tight formation. Davis back to pass. Here comes a blitz. Man in his face. Fires and caught. Tyler Bell at the 40-yard line in the face of a blitz. Davis Warren delivers. And Tyler Morris has it at the 40-yard line, a gain of 12.
Free runner right up the middle. I mean, if they bring one more than you block, you've got to know exactly where you go. Nice job by Tyler Morris of getting his head around, knowing that ball's going to come out quickly.
Ball at the 40, 1st and 10. Davis back to pass. Fires and complete to Colston Loveland at the Texas 45-yard line. He gets submarined there and knocked to the ground, a gain of 15.
Hey, I'll take 10 yards. I'll take 15 yards every single time. And I know we want them to take shots, but right now Texas is playing so deep. They're keeping everything in front of them. Some of these short passes should be available, and Davis Warren is finding them.
Michigan going no huddle with 10:09 to go in the game from the 44 of the Longhorns. Marion Walker in the game for Michigan now. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Here comes the rush. Steps up. He's in trouble and gets crunched. Loss of 2 on the sack. Texas, it's our first sack of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's been some pressures, there's been some hurries, but Evan Link just got beat right at the snap. And you know, when you're not able to even get to your from a shotgun to your second step before you got to step up, something's gone tremendously wrong.
Colin Simmons on the sack, 2nd down and 12. Davis in a shotgun. Here comes a Texas blitz again. Pass over the middle is tipped and incomplete. Looking for Samaj Morgan on a deep post. Check that Tyler Morris, but tipped at the line of scrimmage, incomplete.
As soon as a defender, as a defensive lineman, puts his hand up, you got to pick out a target right below their numbers and run right through it.
As a blocker?
As a blocker. There's nothing that will get a defender's hands down than when you take a shot at his midsection.
It was Alfred Collins who knocked it down. Texas now showing a 3-man front on this 3rd down and 12. Davis looks to the sideline. 3 receivers split left, 1 to the right. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. 6 on the play clock. And we're going to get a whistle, and it looks like Michigan's going to have to use, or is it Texas using the timeout?
Texas, they're first.
Okay.
Miscommunication on the personnel on the field.
Timeout with 9:09 to go in the ballgame, and Michigan trailing 31-6. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Gambling can be fun.
Here we go.
Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Hey, when life gets real, start at Kohl's, where we've lowered prices on thousands of items your family needs for whatever life brings. Kohl's, where families come first. Does Kohl's have 26 points for sale?
That would be nice.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Third and 12 for Michigan. Obviously 4-down territory. Down 31-6 with 9:21 to go in the ball game. The ball on the Texas 46-yard line. 4 receivers, 2 split to either side. Davis in a shotgun with Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Back to pass. Davis fires. Caught. It is Colston Loveland at the 41-yard line. Complete. Zadeh Barron drops him right there. And Michigan will be looking at a 4th down at about 7.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of knew they were going to try and get at least half of it. They showed man coverage, dropped the 2 linebackers out, rushed 4.
Ball has to get across the 34-yard line. From the 41, Davis looks to the sideline. And change the play. Move Kalel Mullings from left to right. Texas showing blitz on this 4th down. Davis back to pass. Pump fake, steps up, tries to get rid of it. Ball's on the ground, and Texas picks it up. Is it going to be a fumble or incomplete? It's irrelevant. Texas falls on it, and they're down. It's either a turnover on downs or an incomplete pass. Now they're saying incomplete pass. And Texas will take over with 8:25, and that pretty much...
That's pretty much the last nail in the coffin. They had Kendrick Bill on the far sideline, one-on-one.
Exactly. As soon as that safety came down, he should have known to just throw it up to Kendrick Bell. Yep.
Let a player go make a play.
Yep.
Well, he didn't see him, and Texas will take over on downs at their own 40-yard line. 31-6, Longhorns on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Explorer at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Explorer offers an available twin-panel moonroof and has available seating for up to 7. Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Explorer XLT 4x4 SUV for $369 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for a low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $3,750 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 202A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and details. Lease an Explorer XLT 4x4 for $369 a month for 24 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House, 31-6. Texas on top, fourth quarter. Texas taking over on downs with 8:25 to go in the ball game. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be with the Wolverines.
Yeah, I think we got to go with Gunnar Helm, the tight end for Texas. Career day that he's had, 7 catches, 98 yards, got in the end zone. 22 was his longest reception, but he's been a great outlet for Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers' numbers are great as well. And Quinn Ewers is spot on with 71% in his career, 71% today. But he's been able to find Gunnar Helm, often, and he's been able to get in the ball when he's had something to do. Has had the ability to do something with it.
Moving forward, the Wolverines are going to have questions to answer about getting the offense up to speed and in a hurry.
Yeah, you got to find a way to be more efficient in the first quarter so that you don't get that 14-3 deficit.
Ewers in a shotgun, and they'll hand it off. Running left is Wisner. Short gain. Dragged down by Jayshawn Barham. Gain of 3 on first down. It'll be second down and 7. They're calling it 2, second down and 8. Yeah, John, I mean, look, you talk about what you hope and then what you find out. And what we found out through 2 games is there's a lot offensively that needs to get cleaned up.
There's a lot offensively, and then defensively, I was surprised too. It's 375 yards on a defense that we thought was the top 5 defense in the country, with big-time players. And if offenses are just going to go away from Will Johnson, you've got to find a way to get a stop somewhere else.
Inside handoff to Gibson, running left, turns upfield across the 45, out to the 49-yard line, about a yard short of a first down. TJ Guy on the stop. Third and 1 for Texas.
And that's really the 2 questions. Offensively, there's so many things that you could point to, whether it was the offensive line, it was protection, it was the inexperience of a young quarterback throwing some balls he shouldn't have thrown, or not seeing some things when he should see them. There's just a lot that they've got to get back in the meeting rooms, get on the practice field, and get fixed.
Third down and 1 for Texas. Handoff up the middle. Gibson, and he's got the first down, plowing over the right side of the line where Jimmy Rolder brings him down. But he gets 3 yards, moved the chains for the Longhorns.
And you also got to give some credit, as you've mentioned throughout the broadcast, this is a really good Texas team. And people were wondering, well, how good is Colorado State? What do you really know about this Texas team? They're tough, they're physical, and Quinn Ewers is a damn good quarterback.
Not like this. Mason Graham limping off here.
Yep, just limped right off the field.
They do not need to see anybody get hurt, down 25 points with 6 minutes to go. Back to pass is Ewers against the pass rush. Fires over the middle. He's got his man deep in Michigan territory. Inside the 30, it's Jonte Cook. Dropped at the 24-yard line by Quentin Johnson. Check that 28-yard line. There's a flag in the Texas backfield, and the play's coming back.
10-yard penalty, first down.
There's a hold on Amari Nyblock against a rushing TJ Guy. Hold will back it up 10 yards.
Yeah, I mean, he had a straight shot at the quarterback, and at this point, up this much, if I'm the left tackle, I'll do the same thing. You know what? I'll take the 10 yards, and I'm not going to get my quarterback hit.
One way to not get the quarterback hit is not throw it. But first and 20 now for Texas. Inside 6 minutes to go in the ball game. Clock running. Pistol formation. Ewers in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Turns and hands up the middle. Not much there. Back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe forward for a yard. Gibson, the ball carrier. Rashawn Benny leading the Michigan tacklers. It'll be second down and long.
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised to see them throw the ball much anymore, other than the fact that it is, what is it, second 18 yards right now. If they just want to maintain possession, they'll probably take a shot at some point. But they don't want to get their quarterback hit. They don't want to get any of their receivers, and they've got a good group of receivers.
Second down and 19 for Texas. Ewers is going to throw. Back to pass. Lofts one into Michigan territory, incomplete. An outcut to Isaiah Bond falls incomplete in front of the Michigan bench. Quentin Johnson in coverage. It'll be third and forever for Texas. 5 minutes even left in the ballgame. Third down and 19. Texas leading 31-6.
Yeah. The story today, I mean, it's amazing to me that the time of possession has been evened out. It feels like Texas has just dominated today. They've done offensively pretty much anything that they've wanted to do.
Quick pass is tipped in the air and incomplete. The Michigan defense getting in there and knocking it away. It was Cameron Brandt on a wide receiver screen blown up on the pass breakup by the Wolverine backup edge rusher. And the Michigan defense is forced apart.
You love to see some positive plays made at this time. You don't want guys to just mail it in. And Cameron Brandt, nice job of getting upfield, recognizing what's coming, and getting in the passing lane.
Samaj Morgan standing on his own 10-yard line. Michael Kern will punt for Texas. Samaj ranging over as this punt will land at the 21 and check up, and Texas will down it right there. And with 4:49 to go in the ball game, Michigan gets the football back. We get a timeout here at the Big House, 31-6, Texas on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Need plastics? Alro Plastics is your source for cut-to-size performance plastics. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We cut and ship many orders the same day. Since 1987, Alro Plastics has provided value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, we will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
It's Yacht Ride to float your boat. Saturday, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band. Special guest, the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Tickets as low as $35 and are on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office and etix.com. Smooth sailing, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band and Atlanta Rhythm Section, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our third annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, September 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Michigan, Texas, two historic programs, one massive showdown.
Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer. Arkansas State next week. But guys, John, you had a Big Ten championship season where you guys started out 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, following the national championship, we lost to Syracuse, we lost to Notre Dame. And, I mean, we kind of all felt like, hey, our season's over. But we had yet to start our Big Ten play. We were able to salvage it by getting a share of the Big Ten title. All of those things are available to this team, as well as a college football playoff bid. Now, it seems so far away because it's the second game. You're losing 31-6 to one of the best teams in the country. But you do have an opportunity to go out there, get in the meeting rooms, get on the practice field, improve. Arkansas State is where you start, and then you start the Big Ten schedule with USC.
On the 22-yard line, Davis Warren completes a quick pass to Marlon Klein out near the 30.
Pass complete to Marlon Klein.
Gain of 8 on first down. Our preview of the upcoming schedule was brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
And, you know, with USC, having a showing that they did against LSU. Some may say, hey, the schedule got tougher. I look at it as there's more opportunities. There's more bites at the apple to go out there and show that you can actually be better.
Davis Warren rolling to his right, fires downfield, and it's caught in Texas territory. And that one right in front of the Texas bench on the far sideline and knocked out of bounds. Peyton O'Leary at the Texas 49-yard line.
Well, every time that Davis Warren has rolled out, and hopefully this is something that Kurt Campbell and the offensive staff will realize, sometimes if you roll them out, one, it makes it easier on the offensive line, but it gives him a better view and it gives him a little bit more time to see what's going on downfield.
That was a gain of 30. Shotgun, Davis back to pass, steps up in the pocket, flushed out to the right, looking downfield, fires across his body, caught by Fred Moore and dropped. Is that a incompletion or a fumble? The ball's on the ground. They're saying fumble.
Yes, they ruled a fumble, which I think is an incompletion.
Texas jumped on top of it at their 25-yard line.
On the field was a completed pass and a fumble recovered by Texas. First down.
I think this is going to get reviewed. Jason, you had a Big Ten title season where you guys lost to Oregon, at Oregon, and lost at Iowa, correct? In 2 out of 3 weeks.
Yeah, we lost, and we had to go to the drawing board. And what happened is the seniors had a meeting, and we started to self-scout, and we started to change who we evaluate, who we consider the playmakers, and started getting the ball to guys that, were actual playmakers. You come in with the mind, with a certain strategy, but we changed it all up. Start featuring Chris Perry more, me, Braylon, and we're the #1 guys, and that was it. That was the end of the season, and we started doing well.
The ruling of a completed pass and fumbles under further review.
No surprise there. I haven't had a good look at a replay. Have you, John?
Well, I did, and honestly, it's going to be the judgment of the official.
It shouldn't have been called that way on the field, which would be hard to overturn what he's decided on the field.
Well, I think the reason that they let it play out that way is because it was a fumble, and if there's a pickup and return, it's easier to go back and say, well, no, okay, it's not, instead of playing it, calling it dead and just turning it over at that point.
3:44 to go in the ball game. Texas up 31-6.
But Fred Moore can't catch a break. Last week, gets the ball intercepted on a one-on-one situation, had his play time taken away. We saw a lot of young guys in there today, and gets an opportunity late in this game and doesn't come up with it.
Well, my years of being on the sidelines, the longer a review takes, typically I think that means the play is going to get overturned. And when the officials start taking notes, and that's what they're doing here, it's usually where does the ball get marked? What's the time on the clock?
Yeah,
it's an incomplete pass. And here's
After
Ron
review,
Snodgrass.
it's an incomplete pass. Second down.
So the
Unlike
Michigan
earlier,
offense, it's another chance here to try and at least gain a little bit of confidence late in this game.
Maybe put a touchdown on the board instead of 2 field goals. But unlike earlier, Coastal Loveland actually took a couple of steps with the ball before he dropped it. This one, there was no football move. There weren't steps that were taken. He was trying to tuck the ball, and it got hit out right at that same time.
The ball was set, and they realized they had one of Texas's footballs. They had to trade it out for a Michigan football. Each team brings their own football.
Maybe that's the thing. They should have used Texas's ball.
From the Texas 49, it'll be second down and 10. Davis in a shotgun, takes the snap. Here comes the rush, steps up in the pocket, spins out of one tackle, and delivers incomplete. The ball batted away. Intended receiver down there was Samaj Morgan.
It's a tough position for this offensive line to be in. You've got Evan Lake, who's a sophomore in his second start. You're down, 25 points. Everybody in the world knows you're going to pass the ball, and you're one-on-one on an island, and he gets his feet caught underneath him, giving up the pressure. Luckily, Davis Warren was able to avoid the sack, but it's a tough position to be in. But hey, you guys have earned this position. Haven't done anything to score points.
3rd down and 10 for Michigan from the Texas 49-yard line. Davis back to pass. Nobody open. Flushed out to the right. Fires underneath. He's got Benjamin Hall. Makes one-man miss coming towards the Michigan sideline. Now cuts up the field in the middle of the field and is dragged down at the 44-yard line. A pickup of 6 on 3rd and 10, and it'll be 4th down.
Warren's pass complete to Benjamin Hall.
Talked this week about Tony Alford, the running back coach, needing to get Benjamin Hall more opportunities, and he's had some here in the second half.
He's played well when he's been in there. I like how he runs.
Davis Warren now 19 of 30 for 161 yards. 4th down and 5. In a shotgun, back to pass, Davis Warren over the middle. Samaj Morgan, he's got it, fighting, and he's got the 1st down. Good extra effort there from Samaj. The change.
You see Samaj right now. Look at this. We're down 31-6. He's doing touch 1st down dances.
Yeah, not a good look.
Get lined up. 2:30 to go in the ball game. 2 receivers split to either side. Davis in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Over the middle. Benjamin Hall, 35. Carrying a tackler down to the 31-yard line. Again, effort still there from Benjamin Hall. Making a case here.
Yeah, he just simply wants more time.
2:04 to go, clock running. And they don't get the snap off before the 2-minute timeout.
This is a 2-minute timeout. Timeout on the field.
So they'll talk it over on the sideline. With 2 minutes to go and Michigan trailing 31-6 here at the Big House. Wolverines with the football down to the Texas 31-yard line. A 2nd down and 3. When we continue from here at Michigan Stadium, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
A new era of Michigan men's basketball is upon us, and there is still time to secure your seats for all the action. A limited number of season tickets are available to watch the new-look Wolverines, led by head coach Dusty May. And the home schedule is loaded with marquee matchups, including Michigan State, Purdue, Oregon, TCU, and Washington. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more and secure your season tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your men's basketball season tickets.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
I love watching my child grow through football, learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House, 31-6, Texas on top. 2 minutes to go in this one. And the Wolverines with the football at the Texas 31-yard line. Looking at a 2nd down and 3. Battling for a little bit of confidence at this point.
Yeah, a little bit of confidence, a little bit of respect. There's a big difference of, hey, 2 field goals or a field goal and a touchdown. It's not going to mean anything in the end result.
Well, look, I mean, you've been in some situations in your career where things are pretty dire. You keep playing to the end.
Well, you keep playing to the end, and there's always things that you can learn about yourself individually, that you can learn about yourself as a team. And maybe next week you can build on something that happens here in the last 2 minutes.
All right, we're ready to go. Wolverines with 2 receivers split left, 1 to the right. Harlan Klein goes in motion from left to right. Davis back to pass, flushed out of the pocket, in trouble, escapes a tackle, fires deep. Samaj Morgan at the goal line, holds it out. Is he in? I think they're calling him down at the 1-yard line. Davis Warren, kind of a throw to Samaj there.
We'll have to see the replay on this to see if he was able to reach it out.
Samaj caught it running parallel to the goal line at about the 1-yard line. He does reach it out. I think this is a touchdown, John.
Yeah, I think it is as well.
And Samaj wants a replay.
Apparently not going to give him one.
Davis in a shotgun, and now did Texas just take a timeout? Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I mean, now they can take a look at a replay, right?
The ruling on the completed pass is under further review.
It wasn't a Texas time. They signaled Texas timeout, but Ron Snodgrass will
take a look and see if he got it reached out far enough.
If it is good, it is a 31-yard touchdown pass from Davis Warren to Samaj Morgan. The only question I have is whether or not he was out of bounds with his right foot before he stretched the ball across, but I think that's a touchdown.
It's hard to tell from the views we're seeing, and I don't know why they just don't instantly go to, there's got to be a camera. Oh, here we go.
You got one down the line?
I think, I mean, it's not directly down the line, but to me, from that angle, it looks like it's a touchdown. Oh, here we go. We got the pylon cam.
Pylon cam will help.
Oh, it breaks the plane to the goal line.
Yeah, it looks like a touchdown. You know, well, on Snodgrass again with a review here. These are 2 reviews that have come late. We await the ruling. I think this is going to be overturned. I think it's going to be a touchdown.
I think so as well. Well, it was another protection breakdown, so that's not a good thing. Not a positive there, but Davis Warren.
After review, the runner scored. It is a touchdown.
There you go, 31-yard touchdown pass to Samaj Morgan, and Michigan cuts the deficit to 31-12 with 1:52. They're going to leave the offense on the field to go for 2 here to try and make it 31-14. And all you need is an onside kick. Quick score, onside kick, quick score.
That's it?
And then an onside kick.
Hey, so you're saying there's a chance.
31-12. Wolverines will go for 2 here. Davis in a shotgun, 2 receivers split left, 2 to the right. Ball's on the left hash. There's a man in motion. It's Benjamin Hall into the backfield. Warren claps his hands, back to pass. Looking, fires Colston Loveland, incomplete. At the goal line, Colston leaning into the end zone, couldn't pull it in. And the 2-point conversion is no good. Well, that touchdown pass to Samaj was Michigan's longest play of the year at 31 yards, and they are seeking some explosive playmakers on this offense. And it was a good job extending the play by Davis Warren.
Yeah.
And then that touchdown pass to Samaj, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Well, there needs to be a lot of improvement on the pass protection on the right side of the line. And a lot of that came from the right tackle position. Evan Lake just not confident in his sets. Did a nice job when defenders came inside, but, you know, if you're going to get beat around the edge, you at least have to be in a position where you don't drop that right foot or your outside foot, no matter what the side is, and you give a short corner that edge rusher. And if you do, you better turn into a run blocker and run him as deep as possible. Wasn't able to do that, but Davis Warren did step up, escaped the pocket a couple of times, and was able to find some guys downfield.
Wolverines will attempt an onside kick. Dominic Zavada is on the field. And Wolverines have 6 players lined up to the left. Zavada approaches it, and the flag is thrown, but the ball rolls harmlessly to Derek Williams of the Longhorns, who takes it and takes a knee, and that'll pretty much do it from here at the Big House. Yeah, penalty flag is likely going to be offsides.
Offside, kicking team number 2. 5-yard penalty from the end of the play. First down, Texas.
Well, not that it matters much, but they do get the ball at the 50-yard line, 49-yard line.
Texas can run out the clock here. It'll be interesting to see if Sherrone Moore decides to use his timeouts. Michigan has all 3 of them. The ball placed at the Michigan 49-yard line. Ewers in a shotgun. Takes the snap, turns and hands it off. The middle, Wisner. Ike Iwuna on the tackle for Michigan. And at this point, Michigan will not use their timeouts.
It's a disappointing day for Michigan on both sides of the ball.
Yep.
Offensively, nothing ever seemed to go right. They had one 9-play drive that ended in a field goal, but they could never find any rhythm offensively, whether it was play calling, execution.
Second down and 8. Ewers in a shotgun, hands it off to Gibson. Net in the backfield. Amir Hall blitzing off the edge. And dropped to the ground after a yard gain is Gibson with 56 seconds to go on the clock running. Texas will have to snap it one more time.
A lot of work to do.
Yep.
But thankfully it's only week 2, and you have some time to make things better.
Well, they got a lot to work on, as you said, and we'll hear from Sherrone Moore in the locker room coming up after this one. So he can laundry list some things that he'd like to see improve. And Arkansas State comes to town next week, and then what looks like a much improved group from USC will be here 2 weeks from today for a 3:30 kick. Texas on 3rd down and 7 with 20 seconds to go in the game. They hand it off to Gibson running left, turns upfield, met in the backfield and dropped by Josiah Stewart and Ike Iwuna. And that's going to do it from here at the Big House. The final score, very impressive performance by the Texas Longhorns out of the SEC as they defeat Michigan here today, 31-12. Post-game coverage coming up, including hearing from Sherrone Moore and players in the Michigan locker room. That is straight ahead. Well, some analysis as well, and a look ahead for the Wolverines. 31-12 the final from here at the Big House. You're listening